Welcome, everybody. Welcome to today's episode of The Law of Self-Defense. And you know what we're doing today. We're doing day 4 of the Hannah Gutierrez. And I expect it's going to be great fun. We had some good witnesses yesterday. I'll do a quick summary while we're waiting for the court to actually come up to speed. So, yesterday was day 3 of the Hannah Gutierrez trial. This, of course, is the shooting of Halyna Hutchins on the set of the Western movie Rust by Alec Baldwin. And we had 5 witnesses yesterday. That brings the total witnesses so far for the state to 12 for the trial, given the end of court yesterday. We had Bruce Ziegler, who examined the pistol. He's an FBI forensics examiner. Most of these witnesses are FBI. Shannon Prince, FBI fingerprint analyst. Robert Gillette, FBI explosives unit. Geraldine Conway, FBI DNA forensics examiner. And then we had a very different witness, Ross Adiago, who was a dolly grip on the set. The most compelling testimony of the trial so far, in my opinion. I probably won't be able to get through to him before we have court start up. Let me make sure I'm live there. I'll be aware when things start. But let's start with Bruce Ziegler. So the FBI tool and mark forensics examiner. He conducted examination of the revolver. Particularly, he did a shock test on the revolver, which is where they load it with like a primer, something to indicate of a live cartridge with a discharge, and they hit it with a hammer from the top, from the bottom, from the left, from the right, from the front, and on the hammer on the rear to see if it's possible for the gun to fire without the trigger being depressed. Remember, Alec Baldwin has always sworn he never touched the trigger. Of course, in his rehearsal videos, we see his finger on the trigger every time. We saw it during the course of the trial yesterday. I've shared those images with you before. Now, Ziegler was able to get the gun to fire without the trigger being depressed under 2 circumstances. One is if the hammer was all the way down on a live cartridge and he hit the hammer of the pistol with a mallet, a rawhide mallet. But of course, that's not relevant to the facts of this case because no one, not even Alec Baldwin, is claiming someone ran up and hit the hammer of the pistol with a mallet, and that's why the gun fired. Ziegler was also able to get the gun fire if he had the hammer fully cocked and he hit the hammer of the pistol with the mallet hard enough to break parts inside the gun. Then it would break. And I have never know when the court's going to start. I have this picture here for you, and in the red circles, which I've added, these were not in the trial photo, you can see that there's a part of the sear there and a part of the trigger that have broken off. They're fractured. Obviously, this was not the state of the pistol when Baldwin had it because it was not the state of the pistol when it arrived at the FBI lab. It was functioning properly. So it's obvious there were no broken parts at the time. So all of that indicates that there's really no way. Also, the way the bullets looked, particularly comparing the bullets between the live rounds found on the set and the live rounds found at PDQ, they were distinguishable. So the live round found in the set is on the right here. You see the red circle there. That's called a round flat nose bullet. So it would be a complete rounded profile, except it's flattened down the tip. Bullets are made in a variety of configurations. On the left here, I'll make this a little bigger so it's easier to see. The ones found at PDQ were all different. So they were either semi-wad cutter, which is kind of a cone-like shape, flat on the top with a shoulder on the bottom, or they were truncated cone, which is also cone-like shape, flat on the top, but no shoulder. These are obviously morphologically, shape-wise, different than the ammo, distinguishable from the ammo found live on the set of Rust. Defense cross-examination was very weak in this witness. They asked about a lot of things that didn't matter, things that were irrelevant on the facts. The next witness was Shannon Prince, FBI fingerprints expert, tested for fingerprints of Gutierrez, David Halls, Sarah Zachary, who works for PDQ but was on set, and of course Alec Baldwin tested the ammo for fingerprints. On some of the ammo, it only came back with prints for Gutierrez and excluded Halls, Zachary, and Baldwin. And other ammo, it was inconclusive for Gutierrez and Halls, could have been them, but excluded Zachary and Baldwin, which would be consistent with Baldwin not handling ammo, Zachary not handling the ammo that was tested, at least, and either Gutierrez or Halls being the ones who handled ammo on set. Defense cross-examination was ineffectual on this witness too, probably not their fault, but just because there really wasn't much to attack. The next witness was Robert Gillette, FBI explosives, and he looked at the gunpowder inside the live rounds, really comparing, contrasting the gunpowder found in the rounds at PDQ and the gunpowder found in the live rounds at the rust set, and they were clearly different. So one of them had gunpowder flakes that looked like this. The other had larger flakes that were perforated that looked like this. I forget now which belonged to which. So these distinctions between the PDQ ammo and the rust ammo is important because it's relevant to two questions. One is, could the live rounds on set have come from PDQ? Because Seth Kenney, who owns PDQ, had done some live fire shooting with Thel Reed, Gutierrez's father, months earlier on a different set. A different show, Yellowstone 1883. And so it's possible that Seth Kenney could have brought live rounds that belonged to Thel Reed back to PDQ, and then somehow he went from PDQ to the set, as opposed to Gutierrez negligently bringing live rounds to set herself from her dad's house. It's also relevant to the question of whether or not Seth Kenney might have planted live rounds in places that Gutierrez would have had access to implicate Gutierrez as having brought the live ammo to set, as opposed to PDQ having brought the live ammo to set. So both of those are really contradictory arguments, but either one could potentially be made by the state, because the ammo Seth Kenney had was distinguishable. It was not like the ammo that was found at the set, and therefore probably not planted by him, would be the argument. And that's relevant both to the bullet examination by Ziegler, the first witness, and the gunpowder examination by Gillette, the third witness. Then we had Geraldine Conway, another FBI expert, this time on DNA. She focused on DNA on the pistol. And not surprisingly, she found almost certainly that Alec Baldwin was handling the pistol, as if that's a contested fact. Inconclusive findings with regard to Gutierrez. You know, people touch things and don't leave DNA. They didn't test DNA on any of the ammo because it's against FBI policy, because it's so unlikely to get meaningful DNA results. The cross-examination here was really, again, pretty ineffectual. They just attacked the FBI policy to not test cartridges, but they didn't really have anywhere to go. I mean, the FBI has sound reasons for doing that. So those were the first four witnesses of the day, the FBI guys. Relevant for the state, not very helpful for the defense. Of course, they are state witnesses, but the defense really couldn't get any traction on any of them. They all presented as the kind of credible witnesses you would expect, being experts in their field. The last witness of the day was Ross Adiago, the Dolly grip. Dolly grip is a guy who helps move the camera around for the camera operator. 30 years in the business. He was on the stand forever. So 2.5 hours on direct examination by Carrie Morrissey, 30 minutes on cross-examination by Jason Bowles, and then a very brief, less than 5-minute redirect by Carrie Morrissey. I thought the cross-examination of this witness was a disaster for the defense. It was extremely hostile and argumentative, came across terrible, and didn't have to be that way. Didn't gain much for the defense, made the defense look bad, in my opinion, and was completely the wrong strategy. The strategy for Jason Bowles with this witness should have been completely sympathetic, because on 2.5 hours of direct, this witness, almost all of his testimony was about how poorly run the set was and how unsafe the production team was and how they didn't care about safety and everything was being rushed, and how his experience with armorers on different sets were generally more professional, more mature, more experienced armorers, as opposed to this 24-year-old who it's her second job on a Western where there's guns everywhere. And she's only got the job on a part-time basis. 8 days of armorer work. And I think they were on the 15th day of gun-involved shooting scenes when the tragedy occurred, something along those lines. So it painted a picture of completely reckless organization and management by the production crew. And one of the arguments the defense had made on opening was that Hannah Gutierrez was just a victim here, a young woman, inexperienced, being exploited by the production set. In fact, it turns out she wasn't even a member of the union. This was a union shoot. Everybody else there was a member of the union, but not Hannah Gutierrez. They brought out testimony about how, and this was a good part of the defense, but they should have done it more sympathetically. Isn't it true that you, Ross Adiago, complained about safety to David Halls and others? Yes. And what was done about that? Nothing. They ignored me. Did others complain? Yes, they were ignored. So if these much more experienced senior people were complaining about safety in the set, what would why would we expect a more positive result if Gutierrez had said something or done something different? So I think there was plenty here for the defense to work with to exploit their narrative. One of the narratives they presented on opening of Gutierrez as a naive, inexperienced, exploited, scapegoated victim of the far more powerful Alec Baldwin, David Halls. David Halls, by the way, had a reputation for poor safety on sets. Um, Gutierrez being exploited by these more powerful, wealthier, authoritative figures, and the way they were rushing everybody through everything on the set. They had too little shooting days for what they wanted to accomplish with this movie. Everybody knew it, and they were making things by rushing. They were making things even less efficient and more frantic and more chaotic. That's why 6 of the camera crew quit, resigned the night before this tragic event, collected their equipment the morning of the day, and took off. And they had to rush, scramble to get a replacement camera crew, and they had to replace 2 cameras with 1 camera. So that was even going to slow things further. Frankly, the whole filming was in jeopardy, and it was this frenetic circumstance that led to this tragedy. And that's not Gutierrez's fault. Now, that's of course what the defense argument will be. Certainly, if we had, instead of Gutierrez, a 24-year-old second job as head armorer, the least powerful person on the set, if instead of her we had a 38-year-old retired military, 50 movies under his belt as head armorer, we would expect that guy to loudly quit before he'd allow unsafe conditions. But can we really expect that of a 24-year-old? Is that reasonable? Would be the defense argument. Again, I personally tend to have a zero tolerance policy. I just realized I've been talking for 12 minutes and I never bothered to ask, is my audio okay? Because yesterday when the show started, it wasn't. I did a complete reboot of my Rodecaster Pro soundboard. So hopefully that helps things. It didn't help my sound effect applause button, though. That still doesn't come over the air. I'll play it. You can tell me. I'm going to play it now. 3, 2, 1. I can hear it in my earphones, but I don't believe that you guys can hear it. So if you just heard applause, let me know. But I don't think you did. I did some testing yesterday and it still wasn't working. I don't know how to fix it. By the way, if any of you are Rodecaster knowledgeable and can tell me why my Rodecaster Pro sound effect buttons worked on StreamYard for years, and then about 3 months ago just stopped working, I'm all ears. I Googled and couldn't find any responsive answers. I did a complete reset of the system, of the soundboard. I don't know. And again, I hear it perfectly, just like I always did. Oh, well, I guess that's how these things work. So, again, Ross's testimony was hours. So it was a total of just about 3 hours of testimony. I doubt very much I have much time to go through it in detail. Very experienced, Dolly grip. Again, 30 years on the set, lots of experience dealing with armorers and other sets. And this was completely different from his prior experience. Completely different. And again, a lot of things could be pointed at production. Like, for example, normally he said it's common for armorers to have carts that are closed up, that have drawers and stuff that can be locked. And Hannah's cart just had guns laying all over it. Well, maybe production is supposed to provide those fancier carts, and they just didn't. Isn't that on production? There were, of course, problems with Gutierrez, like she would carry stacks of rifles, like she was carrying, cordwood, and muzzles would get pointed at people. There were, of course, accidental discharges, and 2 with blanks. One was a special effects, but 2 with blanks. One of whom was Sarah Zachary, the PDQ props person, the head of props, for whom Gutierrez worked as a subordinate in the other half of her job when she wasn't doing armorer work. Sarah Zachary managed to point a revolver at her own foot and discharge a blank round, which probably hurt. And Ross Santiago indicated he'd been on sets before where if something like that happened, the armor got fired immediately. That instant, they just walked him off the set. That's it. You're done. Now, of course, they can't do that. They can't afford to do that in this because they have only 21 shooting days, a very limited budget. They're at high risk of not making the deadline as it is. They're not going to make their problems worse by suddenly firing their only armorer, who's already a part-time armorer. So it was very illustrative. Ross Adiego contrasting his experience with safety, with the orderliness or lack, the chaos here on this set, expectations for how long things took to get done, and how unrealistic those expectations were on this set. What else did he touch upon? Oh, safety briefings. So normally on sets involving any kind of safety issue, there'd be a safety briefing just about every day, or would go out with the call sheet. And that includes not just guns. It includes inclement weather. In New Mexico, it might involve things like, watch out for rattlesnakes, or if there's, large animals, cows or horses on set, be careful about any kind of risks. And especially with guns are safety bulletin number one in both the crew industry and for SAG. So anytime there's guns, there were always, on every other movie set, there were always safety briefings in the morning, and then often another safety briefing immediately before the gun was used in a scene. Virtually no safety briefings on Rust at all for guns or anything else. Ross said there may have been one. There may have been one. So very cavalier attitude towards safety on the set of Rust. He described how typically in other productions he's been in, and again, he's been doing this for 30 years. He would say that the armorer might bring the gun onto set, having already examined it, of course, to make sure there's no live rounds in it, that it's configured the way it needs to be, either dummies or blanks, depending on what's required. Then the armorer would stand beside the assistant director and do it again. The assistant director wouldn't do it, but the assistant director would observe dummy rounds being loaded into the gun or blanks, and then they would do it in front of the actor and any of the crew that wanted to see. Now, none of those people would touch the gun, but they would see the armor shake the round or show the hole in the dummy or show that it was a blank. And none of that happened here. And in particular, the AD does not hand the gun to the actor. By the way, often the armorer doesn't literally hand the gun to the actor. They'll often slip it right into the actor's holster. That's the kind of control that was exerted over the firearms on other sets on which this 30-year veteran in the industry had worked. So the question for the defense is really, who put Gutierrez in that position to fail? Because this Rust set wasn't meeting any of the normal standards of the industry. Let's see, what else did he touch upon? He teared up, of course, when he described the moment of the shooting of Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza. It's been said that Halyna Hutchins had personally picked all the camera people, which would include him. So they were all friends. They all knew each other. Well, at least they all knew Halyna Hutchins. They may not have known each other. When he approached first AD David Halls, prior to the shooting with the safety concerns, Ross Adiego testified when he was asked, "So, without saying what Mr. Hall said, was he responsive to your concerns about safety?" And Ross said, "He ignored me and walked away." And then Ross Adiego went to the second assistant director, expressed his anger and frustration about the safety issues, asked that it be put in the daily diary of the set because that's read by the producers and it's read by the insurance company that covers these kinds of shootings. Nothing happened. Nothing changed at all. So this is, of course, all leading up to this. He did also say it was his understanding that Alec Baldwin was not supposed to fully present the revolver. He was supposed to start the motion of presenting it. There was supposed to be a very an extreme close-up shot of his hands, um, and that was it. And then we're going to cut to a different camera angle from shooting from behind Baldwin, so you could see the two lawmen coming into the church where the gunfight was going to happen, shooting it from the opposite angle. Um, and they showed the clip of Baldwin doing a couple practice presentations with a revolver, swinging it out cross draw with his finger on the trigger both times. Those are images I've shared with you before. Again, this was a blocking rehearsal when this happened, so there was no need for there to be anything in the gun, either dummies or blanks, and of course not live ammo. And there was no need really for a gun. But Alec Baldwin liked to have the gun on him all the time when he was acting. He wanted to be ready to shoot whenever he was ready to shoot. He didn't want there to be some kind of delay because then the armorer had to go fetch the gun and bring it to him, which is fine as long as adequate steps are being taken to ensure that the gun doesn't have live rounds in it or doesn't have blanks when it's supposed to have dummies. Because blanks are an issue too. Blanks can kill if they're in the muzzle's in close contact with somebody. They do throw a wad. They are loud, so you're supposed to be wearing hearing protection when blanks are being used. Eye protection also. So it's important that everyone knows whether or not um, even blanks are going to be used. Of course, live ammo should never be there. And let's see what else. Now, it is important to note that Ross Adiago is suing the production of Rust and Alec Baldwin, claiming it sounds like it's some kind of weird intentional infliction of emotional distress kind of thing, loss of satisfaction, loss of life satisfaction, something like that, because he saw his friend Halyna Hutchins die before him. I think there's some kind of trauma claim too because of the blast of the live round in the enclosed space of the church. It would be pretty damn loud. But the defense spent a lot of time talking about this lawsuit, um, trying to suggest that Ross was testifying in such a way as to, if he gets a conviction against Gutierrez, it would help his lawsuit against the production. He didn't, by the way, include Gutierrez in the lawsuit, uh, which, I mean, it would be kind of pointless to do that. She doesn't have any money. So it's kind of pointless to sue people for, you can't squeeze blood out of out of a stone. So you get a judgment, you win, you can't collect on the judgment. There's no point to that. The money is the production, the Alec Baldwin, and the insurance of the production is where the money is. But the defense on cross was very hostile, basically trying to make this guy look like he was just money grubbing, um, going where the money was, never stood up to Baldwin. Um, and here's where they could have done better, the defense. Instead of castigating this guy for not standing up to Baldwin, I've been much more sympathetic and said, you know, you didn't stand up to Baldwin, right? Because it would be pointless. He was by far the most powerful person on the set. He called the shots. So why would the 24-year-old do that? Let's see what else. Yeah, so I thought he took completely the wrong tone with this that Jason Bowles, the defense counsel on cross examination, took completely the wrong tone with this witness. Should have taken a completely sympathetic tone because there was plenty. Most of his testimony was about how the production was bad, and of course Baldwin's executive producer of the production, um, how crazy circumstances, safety violations were being allowed to occur, ADs were happening, people were being rushed beyond all reasonable measure to the point where the camera crew quit the day before. Um, that's all, you know, redirecting attention, liability, guilt from the client, Gutierrez, to other people, which is the right approach to take, I think. Because if you just argue this strictly on the merits, again, if this was a 38-year-old male armorer, former military, former cop who'd done 50 movies before as head armorer, he's cooked. He's cooked. But if you move away from a kind of technical defense to a more emotional defense, I think they could have more luck here. The defense could. All right. The microphone's clipping a little more than it used to. I must have changed one of the settings on the soundboard. I really have to be close to the mic now. If I look away for a moment, it doesn't record. Still standing by for court, folks. I am standing by. I am live. Oh, here we go. No audio yet. Another outfit. Hair up today. That is, of course, Hannah Gutierrez, the defendant in this manslaughter trial. Now we have audio.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Heather Gerald.
All right.
Probably the medical examiner. Take a look at the witness list here. Probably the medical examiner. That's Jarrell, Heather Gerald. Oh, what happened? Audio cut out. So this is the 13th witness for the state so far in this trial. Well, she seems healthy.
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Dr. Heather Gerald,
And what's your current occupation?
Jarrell.
There you go.
I'm the chief medical investigator at the Office of the Medical Investigator.
Okay. And what are your primary responsibilities as the chief medical examiner at OMI?
I oversee the operations of the OMI, including approximately 200 employees and the forensic pathologists who are there. In addition, I also perform autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Great. Can you give us a brief explanation about your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. Then I went to medical school at Mercer University School of Medicine in Macon, Georgia, where I graduated with a medical degree. Then I completed a residency in anatomic pathology at the University of Virginia, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology. Then I completed a fellowship, which was a 2-year fellowship in neuropathology at the same institution, and I'm board certified in neuropathology. And then lastly, I completed a forensic pathology fellowship at the Virginia Commonwealth University, and I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
Can you explain to the jury what forensic pathology is?
A forensic pathologist performs autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
And what about anatomical pathology?
A person who is an anatomic pathologist can perform autopsies usually in a hospital setting to determine what caused death. But they also can determine, like, for example, if you have surgery and have something removed, let's say a cancerous lesion, The pathologist is the one who determines what type of cancer it is or disease it is.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
I have performed and supervised over 3,500 or 3,500 examinations, plus about 500 neuropathology consultations.
And have you had any training specific to injury analysis?
Can you be more specific?
Just training in terms of determining how an injury may have affected an individual's body and how that may have contributed to the person's death?
Yes, that would be included in my forensic pathology fellowship.
Great. And have you ever testified in court as an expert witness in the fields of forensic and anatomical pathology?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
more than 50 times.
Great. And have you rendered opinions in prior cases regarding homicides that involved guns?
Yes,
All right. And does this include testifying to the entry and exit of gunshot wounds?
yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move the court to recognize Dr. Gerald as an expert witness in the fields of forensic and anatomical pathology.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Gerald, would you explain to the jury exactly what is an autopsy?
An autopsy examination consists ultimately of two parts, both an external examination and an internal examination. In the external examination, we document, features of the decedent, such as hair color, eye color, weight, and stature. But we also document any injuries that we see externally. We take measurements of those injuries and we classify those injuries. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination. I also neglected to mention that during the external examination, we collect trace evidence in suspicious cases. That might include fingernail clippings and hair samples. The internal examination consists of blood collection for toxicology when applicable, and looking at every internal organ individually to look for injury, and again, classifying that type of injury, and also looking for natural disease findings. We also make microscopic slides as a result of that internal examination, which we analyze by looking through a microscope, and we form a final report with the ultimate goal of determining the cause and the manner of death.
Thank you. And does every person who dies receive an autopsy?
No.
So how do you determine whether or not you're going to perform an autopsy?
An autopsy, I'll back up and explain that a little bit more. Within the state
Hey guys, there's 1,000 of you watching on YouTube and I got 18 likes. Come on, man. You can do better than that.
of New Mexico, the OMI is notified of all sudden and unexpected deaths. And for cases that are non-natural, there are certain circumstances where the OMI will take jurisdiction. And so in the case of deaths resulting from gunshot wounds, this is an example where the OMI, or the Office of the Medical Investigator, will take jurisdiction. And in possible homicides, the OMI will perform an autopsy.
Thank you. Can you explain to us what is the intake process when a body arrives at OMI? What is that intake process like?
When a body arrives at the OMI, the body is received in a sealed body bag, so that chain of custody is maintained from the scene to the OMI to ensure that no one's tampered with anything inside the body bag. We break the seal, and we have a machine at the OMI called a CT scanner, just like in a hospital if you have to get a CAT scan. And the body at the OMI receives a full body CT scan. This allows us to have a look inside the body before we actually open the body. For gunshot wound cases, it lets us know if there's a gunshot wound track and if there is a retained projectile. And so that is the beginning of the intake process.
Thanks. And I'm going to get into some greater detail about the CT scan in this case and further questions. But right now, describe to us as part of the intake process, is it typical for sometimes for items to arrive along with the decedent's body?
Yes.
So what might arrive?
Per our state statute, anything present on the body should come with the body. In this case, there were personal belongings that included clothing that came present with Ms. Hutchins' body.
Great. Do you gather any statements prior to conducting an autopsy?
If law enforcement is present to view an autopsy, which is not uncommon, I will usually ask if they have any questions before I start. And I will communicate autopsy findings to anyone who is there to view autopsy. We also, before I issue cause and manner of death, when relevant, will review law enforcement reports.
So you mentioned kind of the external examination. Is there another step to the autopsy process?
There is the internal examination.
Right. And can you explain what that is briefly?
During the internal examination, we make an incision on the chest and the abdomen to look at the internal organs. We also make an incision on the head and remove part of the skull to look at the brain.
As part of the external examination, what sort of things are you looking for on the outside of the decedent's body?
On the external examination, again, we're looking at certain physiological characteristics or physical characteristics of the decedent, but we're also looking for any injuries that might be present. And again, we take measurements of those and we classify what type of injury they are.
And how do you document the external examination?
The external examination is documented. I typically use a body diagram and I make notes. If there's any tattoos, I'll document where those are. And then if there's any injuries, I'll document on a body diagram what type of injuries they are.
And do you take photographs as part of this?
Yes.
Thank you. And let's talk now a little bit more detail about the internal examination. How do you proceed about conducting an internal examination?
You're very welcome.
How much detail do you want?
Just give me an idea in terms of, are you looking for whether the death was caused by an injury versus a natural disease? Just kind of a high level description.
Tell you what, folks, for today, let's try something new in terms of questions and comments. I'll definitely prioritize the questions and comments from Law and Self-Defense members. If you want to do $10 super chats, like 1979 Iceman just did on YouTube, I'll address those as well. $10.
Description of what you're looking for.
Yes, the combination of the external examination and the internal examination are looking at any documented natural disease or injuries. If there are injuries, do they account for death? Is there any natural disease that accounts for death? And again, when we perform toxicology, is there any toxicological cause of death or contributory factors to death?
And as part of that, do you ever collect samples of tissue or fluids?
Yes.
And can you explain that process?
Yes, we typically will collect blood to perform toxicology in certain cases to determine if that caused death or contributed to death. As I mentioned before, we also collect hair samples, other blood samples that could be used for DNA testing if needed later. And we collect fingernails, clippings for what we call a so-called homicide workup.
Perfect. And was an autopsy performed on Halyna Hutchins in this case?
Yes.
And who conducted that autopsy?
I did.
Great. What was the date of that autopsy?
The autopsy was performed on October 22nd, 2021.
Great. And how did you identify the decedent as Halyna Hutchins?
I believe she was identified by a visual identification. We can also do comparison to identification like a driver's license.
Great. And what was your role in this particular autopsy?
I was the person who conducted the full autopsy.
Great.
So I'm the person who did the external examination and the internal examination, wrote the report, and certified cause and manner of death.
Great. So it was you who was ultimately responsible for issuing the findings?
Yes.
Great. Did you review all of the photographs related to the autopsy to form your opinion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well,
Were
autopsy
you able
photos
to
coming.
render an opinion regarding the cause and manner of death for Mrs. Hutchins?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion for cause of death?
Death was caused by a gunshot wound to the chest.
And what was the manner of death?
I certified the manner of death as accident.
And can you explain why you classified it as an accident?
Yes. I classified the manner of death as accident. Well, let me back up to go
Medical
to
finding, not a legal
a
finding.
homicide is classified as a volitional act caused by another to cause fear, harm, or death. Intent is not always needed. It is a common element, but it is not always needed. Conversely, for an accident to be applicable, what must not be present is an intent to cause fear, harm, or death. Looking at the material that was available to me through law enforcement reports, it was apparent to me there was no obvious intent to cause death. It doesn't mean there's no negligence or so on, but it means there was no intent to cause death. Additionally, there are medical examiners across this country that would have certified the manner of death in this case as homicide. However, reviewing the material that was applicable to me, it is clear that there was a belief on the set that the firearm was not loaded with live ammunition. And based on that belief, and this scenario being much different than what we see in other medical examiner cases for firearm-related deaths, I felt that the manner of death was best classified as accident. And thirdly, there has been somewhat of a precedent set in a previous movie set shooting death where the manner of death was classified as accident.
Great. Thank you so much. You mentioned earlier when you first started your testimony that you sometimes perform a CT scan on the decedent's body. Did you perform one in this case?
Yes.
And what did that scan reveal?
The scan revealed that there was no significant natural disease for Ms. Hutchins. It also demonstrated a gunshot wound track. It demonstrated that there was medical intervention prior to her death in the form of surgical intervention that was conducted at UNMH or the University of New Mexico Hospital. And it also demonstrated that there was no retained projectile within Ms. Hutchins' body.
Thank you. When Ms. Hutchins first arrived at OMI, do you recall what she was wearing?
She was wearing undergarments and she was wrapped in a hospital blanket.
Okay. Did any clothing arrive with her?
Yes.
And do you recall what that was?
Yes, there was a jacket, or I classified it as being a jacket. And there was also a pair of tights and a pair of pants.
Great. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to move for admission of States Exhibits 113 and 114, their photographs, and they've been stipulated to by defense counsel.
All right, admitted.
May I publish them?
Yes.
The medical examiner is not making legal findings, just medical findings. They're not legally binding on any prosecution.
Is there an image on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be the jacket that arrived with Ms. Hutchins?
Yes.
Did you do any examination of this jacket?
I did a visual inspection.
And why did you do that?
For firearm-related fatalities, we look for defects of the clothing that correspond to any gunshot wounds on the body. In particular, we will look at the defect that corresponds to the gunshot entrance wound, and we look for visible soot or dark particulate material that would help us indicate a range of fire.
And did you find any of that on this jacket?
No.
Okay. And so what kind of conclusion can you draw from the absence of gunpowder or that kind of thing?
The absence of soot, unburned gunpowder particles, and gunpowder stippling on the clothing and or body would indicate a distant or an indeterminate range of fire. Indeterminate range of fire would be applicable if there is an intermediate target, meaning that the projectile went through something else before it struck Ms. Hutchins. There was no indication that the projectile went through anything before it struck Ms. Hutchins, and therefore the range of fire is best classified as distant.
And just to be clear, when you say distant, can you put some actual measurements to that, perhaps in feet?
It's difficult to say, but what we generally say very conservatively is that to get the best idea of the actual distance of the firearm to Ms. Hutchins' body would be to do a examination or sorry, the word has left me, a firearm test where you test the actual firearm with the actual ammunition to try to get the range of fire. However, generally speaking, in forensic pathology, we can estimate that distance roughly to be about 2 feet or greater.
2 feet or greater. Great.
Yes.
Thank you. If you look at your monitor,
And
I
not
put
much
up,
distance.
States Exhibit 114. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are they?
These are the pants that were received along with Ms. Hutchins' body.
And were you able to make any findings or determinations on the basis of these pants?
There were no defects that were significant. The clothing had been partially cut due to resuscitative efforts, but there's nothing significant from my point of view with regard to the gunshot wound.
Great, thank you. And you've mentioned the gunshot wound, so let's talk about that. How many gunshot wounds were there?
There were 2.
What injuries were you able to observe externally?
There was a gunshot entrance wound in the right armpit region, and there was a gunshot exit wound on Ms. Hutchins' back, just below the left scapula or the left shoulder blade area.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for admission of States Exhibits 115, 116, and 117. These have also been stipulated to by defense counsel.
All right, admitted.
And
You
may
may-
I publish those?
Yes.
I guess they're not going to show these, huh?
Dr. Gerald, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph before Ms. Hutchins' body was cleaned, which I typically do with regard to gunshot wounds.
They often do
The
show
reason
these
why I do
autopsy
this is
photos,
because
obviously.
things like soot can wipe off. And so I like to take photographs before the wound is clean that demonstrates that there is no soot surrounding the entrance wound. But what is depicted in this photograph is a gunshot entrance wound in the right armpit region. Surrounding the entrance wound is an abrasion or a scratch that is likely due to the positioning of Ms. Hutchins' arm when she was shot. And so that's just an abrasion that was caused by the projectile as it entered the armpit area.
Thank you. And you also mentioned an exit wound. Can you explain what this photograph is?
Yes, this is the gunshot exit wound, which was left of the midline, left of Ms. Hutchins' midline on her back, below the left shoulder blade. It does show, and this is again before it has been cleaned, which again is a standard practice. But this is the exit wound. It has some bruising around the exit wound that was probably caused by medical intervention and placement of a plastic device to help render medical aid.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up States Exhibit 117, and this may help you explain. I know you tried to explain where the exit wound was in terms of her back, so this may give the jury a little bit better idea of where that was. But just to be clear, this is the same exit wound as from the previous picture, correct?
Yes.
And do you notice anything different or remarkable?
Oh yeah, the
on
weird
this
looking
picture
chick
that
is
you did
back
not
at the
already
fence
discuss in the
table.
previous one?
No, it just gives a better orientation.
Great, thank you.
And it looks like Todd Bullion's not there again today. Yesterday, Todd Bullion, defense counsel Todd Bullion, who'd been doing good work on cross on the witnesses he was given, was not present in court, and it looks like he's not present in court today. And yesterday, they had a female attorney who I'd not seen before do cross on one witness. She wasn't very good. She was pretty bad, actually. Seemed kind of disorganized. I'm not sure if I like these new ear pods yet. Did Hannah fire him? I hadn't seen that. Why would that be? He seemed the better of the attorneys. Oh, Bullion was there, but he was off camera. I Googled that. I couldn't find anything, but let me check the court documents. It'd be pretty hard to get out of a trial for your client the third day, fourth day of the trial.
All right. Dr. Gerald, based on the examination and your review of the photographs, were you able to track the path of the projectile from where it entered Ms. Hutchins' chest and where it exited?
Yes.
And can you explain that path?
Yes, the projectile entered through the right armpit area. It missed the major blood vessels in the shoulder area and in the arm. It entered the right aspect of the chest into the right chest cavity. It injured some of the blood vessels that travel along the ribs, broke some ribs, or broke one rib, went into the right lung, and exited the right chest cavity just adjacent to the vertebral column. It went through the spinal cord and traveled through the soft tissue of the back before exiting.
And as part of that examination, did you use what's called a trajectory rod?
Yes.
And what does that help you do?
The trajectory rod just simply shows the pathway, the general pathway that the projectile took through the body from the point of entrance to the point of exit. And that trajectory with respect to Ms. Hutchins' body is front to back, right to left, and downward.
And were the injuries that Ms. Hutchins suffered to her internal organs consistent with being shot?
Yes.
And of the injuries that you described, which of those can be lethal?
There was documented in medical record, there was over 1 liter of blood present in the right chest cavity when Ms. Hutchins arrived to UNMH, or the University of New Mexico Hospital.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And so that indicates significant blood loss within the chest cavity, and the injury to the right lung was also lethal.
Thank you. And I know you mentioned earlier that you took tissue samples for toxicology testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were the results of those toxicology tests?
The toxicology was negative for alcohol and common drugs of abuse.
Okay. Nothing further?
Yeah, Todd Bullion tried to get out of this trial. The judge said no. But the judge also ordered he was to sit at the defense counsel table.
Thank you.
And I don't see him.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, I first want to ask you about your classification. Now, you've been doing autopsies, you said, I think 33,000 or 3,500?
Yes, 3,500.
3,500. How long, how many years have you done autopsies?
I came to the OMI straight out of fellowship in August of 2014.
Okay, so 10 years.
Yes.
And you are very familiar with the classification system, whether it be a homicide or accident, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you ruled the cause and manner of death to be accident.
Yes.
And in a homicide, your definition you gave was to rule it a homicide, it has to be a volitional act caused by another to cause death, correct?
Yes.
And volitional means purposeful?
No.
What does volitional mean?
Volitional volitional means a voluntary act. It doesn't mean that there is it doesn't always mean there's intent. You don't need intent. So something as simple as pulling a trigger could be the volitional act.
Okay, but in this case, you reviewed reports and you got information, and based on that, your determination was that this was an accident.
Yes.
And when you said accident, I think you described that as what must not be present is intent to cause death.
There should not be intent to cause fear, harm, or death.
Okay.
That's correct.
So in the materials you read and the information you reviewed, you did not find an intent to cause death by anybody.
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to that classification, that is an official state of New Mexico ruling, correct?
This is
Yes.
so weak.
And that is an accident.
Yes.
I know
Not
in
for
your
legal
notes
purposes.
that you documented the approximate time of the incident was about 13:48. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is 1:48.
Yes.
Okay. And then you documented that Miss Hutchins arrived at the hospital approximately 15:20. Is that right?
Yes.
And that is 3:20.
Yes.
Now, that is approximately an hour and a half delay. Is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that she was being attended to by EMT personnel and there was a helicopter waiting to take her to the hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any idea why there was a delay in the hospital taking her?
No.
Okay. Now, during your findings, you did a CT scan before your external examination, correct?
Yes.
Did you find evidence of prior medical intervention from Ms. Hutchins?
Yes.
And what was that evidence of medical intervention?
She had been intubated. The intubation was actually in the wrong place. It was in the esophagus. It was removed when she arrived at the hospital, but she was also re-intubated into her esophagus and not into the airway. She had also had surgical intervention. So they had opened up the chest cavities on both sides due to the presence of a gunshot wound. They had also opened up the protective covering surrounding the heart to try to do what they call manual cardiac massage to restart the heart. It's my understanding that she was pulseless upon arrival and non-responsive and not breathing.
You said that she had an intubation, then another intubation. Is that right?
Yes.
And they were both in the esophagus.
Yes.
Now, an esophageal intubation can be a dangerous situation, correct?
It's an ineffective way to respirate someone or to establish air.
And in fact, can that potentially cause an anoxic situation, lack of oxygen to the brain?
Well, the injury itself is what causes the anoxic situation, but the intubation into the esophagus isn't giving adequate airway establishment.
Because, doctor, when you do the intubation, you're trying to get it into the bronchus, correct?
Yes.
And the bronchus, can you tell the jury what the bronchus is?
The bronchus, the main stem bronchus is the main airway that goes to both lungs. It eventually divides into a left and right bronchus, and it goes to each lung.
And so by putting it in the esophagus, that is basically sending oxygen into the stomach.
Yes.
And part of your notes, I know you indicated that Ms. Hutchins was complaining of shortness of breath.
Yes.
And so an intubation into her esophagus would not have assisted with that, with helping her to get that oxygen.
That's correct.
Did you also find on your CT examination that there was a chest needle that was tried to put in?
They attempted to put in a central line, which means you're trying to get fluid to in the most effective way possible. Because of her situation, they had to put blood products directly into her heart.
And did that, based on your review of that CT exam, it looked like it did not go in properly?
No, it was in the heart.
Oh, it was.
I believe it was.
Okay. So that wasn't a shallow insertion?
I couldn't tell that based on the autopsy or the CT.
Okay. So the esophageal intubation, do you know who performed that? Do you know who did that?
I do not.
The CPR efforts you observed, do you know who performed those?
Not off the top of my head, no. I would have to review the medical records.
Based on everything that you saw as a medical doctor, had this not taken an hour and a half, had Miss Hutchins received more timely medical intervention, could she have possibly survived these wounds?
That's difficult for me to answer that question because I'm not a doctor who treats gunshot wounds in the chest, and I have a very skewed view regarding the lethality of gunshot wounds. So that's outside my purview.
When you were interviewed, didn't you say she possibly could have survived?
Potentially, but I'm not the best person to ask for that question because I don't treat patients.
Okay, but you previously had said that. You
Yes.
acknowledged that. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Counsel for
Yeah, so it turns out defense lawyer Todd Bullion asked to be released from this trial. The judge said no. The judge said, you're staying. You're going to sit at counsel table, but you will not talk to defendant Gutierrez, your client, at her request, Gutierrez's request. So big problems there. And then they brought the judge also allowed the female lawyer from yesterday, Monica L. Barreras is her name. She's now entered as co-counsel for Gutierrez. She did a very weak cross-examination yesterday of one of the witnesses. I forget now which one. I'd have to look it up. I didn't know her name yesterday, but it's in the court order here today. So drama among the defense team. It's and Bullion probably tried to withdraw because his client won't talk to him, is my expectation. So very interesting stuff going on. Let me see if I can back up to live. Weird.
Dr. Gerald, what was your determination as to the cause of death of Halyna Hutchins?
Her death was caused by a gunshot wound of the chest.
Thank you. And you said that you performed this autopsy on October 22nd, is that correct?
Yes.
And her date of death was October 21st, is that correct?
Yes.
So you had approximately 1 day's worth of investigative materials available for you to review, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused. By court order, the photographer is not allowed to publish any of the OMI pictures. Those those are the autopsy photos, the 3 exhibits of the autopsy, and that's the order is either direct or picking up it indirectly. All right, next witness.
The state calls Stephen Orr.
Stephen, who is Stephen? I don't have a Stephen on the witness list. I guess we'll have to find out.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
I'm not going to show the photo immediately, but we're going to need to put it up there shortly. Sir, go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Orr.
How are you currently employed?
I'm with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And what position do you hold at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently assigned to the Civil Division.
How long have you been employed there?
In the Civil Division or with the Sheriff's Office?
With the Sheriff's Office.
Just over 15 years.
And do you have law enforcement experience prior to going to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I'm retired from the Albuquerque Police Department.
How long were you with the Albuquerque Police Department?
From 1990 to 2004.
And did you become involved in this case somehow?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this case?
On October 28th of 2021 at about 3:01 p.m. Sergeant Chris, for whatever reason, I was at the office. I don't recall the reason why I was at the office that day, but Sergeant Chris Zook found me in the office. He knows my firearms background and asked me to take a look at a rifle that they were having trouble clearing.
What's your firearms background?
I became a firearms instructor in 1991. I'm currently a master firearms instructor in law enforcement with handgun, rifle, patrol rifle, and shotgun. I'm a master hunter education instructor. I became a hunter education instructor in 2000. Currently a master instructor for hunter education. I'm an armor in Glock pistol, AR-15 platform rifle, bolt action rifle, and police shotgun.
He's a
You
gun
know
guy.
A little bit about guns.
A little bit.
On October, well, no, I think it was maybe October 27th. On October 27th, were you asked to assist with this case?
I thought it was the 28th, but it
Maybe-
could have been the 27th. But
It might have been the 28th that you got involved.
That I got involved, yes, because at the scene of this incident, I was not involved. I just, once again, happened to be at the office that day. And Sergeant Zook, knowing my background, just simply asked for some assistance.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 10. Do your 10-step process.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it on the other monitors. Oh, I'm sorry. It's already been entered into evidence, so I think we can publish it. Let's go ahead and do that. Do you recognize that?
It didn't come up, but it flashed for a moment before, but yes.
You don't have it in front of you?
No, ma'am.
Ten.
I do now, yes. Okay, yes, yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Where did that come from, and how did you end up in possession of it?
Once again, I was at the office. I don't recall the reason for the third time. I don't recall the reason why I was at the office that day. Sergeant Zook, who was at the time the sergeant of the Criminal Investigation Division, asked me to take a look at this rifle. Apparently, there were some cartridges that were stuck in the gun, and he didn't know how to clear it, so he asked me to clear it for him. So to answer your question, what I'm looking at here is a Henry Patton Allen Arms 4440 lever action rifle.
So let me ask you, was the gun jammed?
It was jammed, yes.
Why was the gun jammed?
Well, first of all, let me explain the difference between a jam and a malfunction. Okay, a malfunction is something that can be readily cleared by the operator of the firearm. A jam is something that's going to take an armor or possibly even a gunsmith to take it apart. What happened with this particular firearm here? There was a cartridge of the wrong size, the wrong diameter, entered into the tubular magazine of the gun, and as Sergeant Zook was trying to eject the rounds, probably I'm only guessing because I wasn't there, by moving the lever action back and forth to eject the rounds from the gun, the round of the wrong caliber wouldn't chamber into the firearm, so then it couldn't be ejected.
So did the gun jam because Sergeant Zook was manipulating the lever action, or did it jam because there was a wrong caliber bullet in there, or cartridge rather?
Well, the cartridge wouldn't properly chamber, so since it couldn't properly chamber, it couldn't properly eject. So that's what caused the jam.
So can you explain to the jurors how that gun would have been able to receive a cartridge of the wrong caliber to begin with?
Yes. Do they have a picture of this gun in front of them?
They do.
Okay.
And your monitor has arrows and all kinds of stuff. I'm not an expert at using that, but.
Okay, this right here, you'll see, and I don't know how to
Yeah,
use
go up there.
the arrow here.
We get to learn all about tubular magazines now, folks.
Okay. Okay. There's a lever right here that you can see, and you move this lever forward, all right, to the front portion.
Yes.
I don't know that this rifle has a loading gate. I think you load it directly into the tube with that lever on the bottom.
Proceed, sir.
Okay, the way this gun is loaded, all right, there you can see right here this little tab. Okay, it's held back by spring tension. You overcome spring tension by moving it forward, and the front of this gun here has about the last 3 or 4 inches will rotate sideways, opening up what's called a tubular magazine. All right, a tubular magazine, for lack of a better term, is like a fat metal straw. Okay, and the cartridges can be dropped down into that tubular magazine. Now, the diameter of the magazine tube is wide enough to accommodate slightly larger than caliber ammunition, and that is what happened in this case. Once the tubular magazine is loaded, then the fore portion of the muzzle is closed up, and the rifle can be cycled by lever action. And what you have down here is the lever action, which basically is the action of the gun, hence the name lever action.
So the 45 caliber cartridge was fit in that, did you call it a loading tube or?
It's a tubular magazine.
Tubular magazine. But the 45, because it was the wrong caliber, was too large to cycle through.
Correct.
Okay. And were you brought in to fix this gun and make it safe?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
How can this gun be unloaded once cartridges are put in the tubular magazine?
Well, there are 2 ways to unload this gun. Okay, the first one is what I'm guessing that Sergeant Zook did. Okay, and all he did was this lever action right here that I have pointed to. Okay, you work it back and forth in a lever action type motion. All right, and I can go through the mechanics of the gun, but the simple answer is through mechanical linkage, the cartridge is removed from the tubular magazine, entered into the chamber, and then the extractor will pull the round out of the chamber and kick it out of the gun. So depending on the number of rounds you have in the tubular magazine, if you have 5 rounds, in theory, you run the action 5 times and all 5 rounds will kick out of the gun, will be ejected from the gun. The other way to unload this gun, and the way I ended up unloading this gun, is once again, I showed you this little lever right here, pulled it forward, the front barrel of the gun will rotate to the side and exposing the top part of this metal fat straw that I explained to you. All right, you turn the gun upside down, for lack of a better term, and gravity is your friend, the rounds fall out.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
The new lawyer. The new lawyer is back. This is Monica Barreras.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So the round that was actually in this gun, do you know if this was actually a dummy round that was inside?
I don't know.
Would there be any danger if it was a dummy round that was inside?
If it were if you're describing the two differences between a dummy round and say a blank,
Okay, but you didn't know one way or the other?
I did not
It
know.
could have been a dummy round that was
Could have
in
been a
there.
dummy round, yes.
And it sounds like Zook didn't properly unload this gun. Would you agree with that?
I have no idea because I don't know what happened to the gun prior to me putting my hands on it. And I can only describe the configuration the gun is when I got it. What happened with Sergeant Zook prior to me taking possession of the gun for that brief period of time, I can't tell you. I just don't know.
Well, Zook came to you because he couldn't figure out it himself, right?
Yes.
So he wasn't properly unloading it. Agree?
I think he was trying, but I would agree.
Okay. So he was trying, he couldn't do it. But isn't this rifle, the way you just described this to the jury, it's pretty easy to unload, isn't it?
If you're familiar with the firearm, sure. I mean, anything's easy if you know about it, and you don't know until you do.
So you just open the rifle and the rounds fall out the bottom, right?
Well, it fall out the front.
Or they fall out of it once you open it, right?
Yes.
And you said your involvement in this case was, or in that limited role, was because nobody really knew how to take this gun apart, right?
Correct.
And you told us that in a pretrial interview as well, right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know who loaded that rifle with that round
I do
that
not.
you cleared, do you? And you didn't interview any of the multiple people in this case who reportedly loaded firearms?
I did not.
No further questions.
That was just being snide.
Redirect.
So hypothetically, if Sergeant Zook attempted to unload the gun by manipulating the lever action, as you demonstrated, is that an incorrect way of unloading the gun?
No, it's not.
That's a perfectly legitimate way of unloading that gun, correct?
Yes, until the incorrect round was attempted to be loaded into the chamber. Up to that point, yes, that was a correct way of unloading the gun.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Next witness.
State calls Byron French.
Deputy Steve Orr was on the witness list. They just called him Steve instead of Stephen. Byron French, digital forensic examiner.
Raise the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Byron French.
How are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Rio Rancho Police Department, but I am signed to the FBI's New Mexico Regional Computer Forensics Lab as a task force officer.
So are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us some indication of your background and training with regard to cellular phone extractions?
Yes, ma'am. I'll start when I first became a law enforcement officer. I graduated the academy in January of 2011 from the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy here in Santa Fe. The first 4 years I was on patrol, and then the opportunity arose to become a digital forensic examiner at the New Mexico Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory. I got assigned that position, and it's a 2-year certification process approximately. Every examiner starts out working Windows computers, doing forensics, digital forensics on Windows computers. And there is the opportunity from there to do digital forensics with cell phones as well. During the initial process, there's just the pipelines of training. And then I went through what's called the basic cell phone course with the FBI in Huntsville, Alabama, back in, I want to say 2017, July of 2017. From there, I've taken a couple of other different specialty classes when it comes to digital forensics and cell phones. Black Bag offers a Macintosh forensics class, and part of Macintosh is the Apple operating system. From there, I've taken another handful of other courses such as Celebrate. They offer what's called CCO, CCPA, and they are a forensic tool. And what CCO stands for is Celebrate Certified Operator. That is just one portion of the course, and it familiarizes you with the best practices to extract data off of mobile devices. The second part of that is CCPA. It is Celebrate Certified Physical Analyst. And that teaches you best practices and how to actually go through the data that has been extracted. From there, I have taken other courses such as a basic cell phone repair class. Sometimes we get these phones in as evidence and they're destroyed. I have the ability to repair them. I've been through advanced training ISP and JTAG and ISP and chip off. ISP stands for in-system programming, and chip off is just like it sounds. You take the chip off the device. I've also taken what's called SANS 585 Advanced Cell Phone Forensics. And just recently, I've been invited out to become a instructor for Celebrate themselves to instruct those courses.
How did you become involved in this case, if you recall?
I believe it was back in 2019. Was it 2019 or 2020? I'm sorry.
2021.
2021. Sorry, not enough coffee this morning. Back in 2021, I was contacted by Detective Alex Hancock from the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office to assist with phone extractions.
And did you perform a phone extraction on the cell phone belonging to Hannah Gutierrez?
I did.
And did you tell us a little bit about the extraction that you did, and what are you extracting? Are you extracting text messages, photos, everything? Give the jurors an idea of what's going on.
Sure. So in this instance, I did use the Celebrate program to perform an extraction, and there was 2 extractions involved. One is called a logical, and the other one is a file system. And generally, with those 2 extractions, you try and extract.
Counsel, can you approach?
Yes.
Morning break? Why did they even let this guy start if they're going to cut for a morning break now? Maybe a juror raised their hand. Well, this Todd Bullion stuff, defense counsel Todd Bullion and the new lawyer, Monica Barreras, this does not happen, folks. This is really like real lawyers of Santa Fe kind of action. Crazy. No, the lawyer that that didn't restrict the phone extraction and analysis was the lead counsel, Jason Bowles.
Sorry for the interruption, sir.
That's okay.
Pursuant to defense counsel's stipulation, will the court recognize Mr. French as an expert in what areas are you usually qualified in?
Digital forensics.
Thank you.
Yes, digital forensic examinations. You're an expert.
Thank you.
Have you been qualified as an expert in that area previously?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
How many times?
Twice. Once in the Honorable Martha Vasquez courtroom, not too far from here, and then the other in the Honorable Judge Johnson in Albuquerque, both United States District Courts.
Federal courts.
Federal courts.
Okay, thank you, sir. And at my request, did you review a particular photo?
I did.
And pursuant to defense counsel's stipulation, I would like to enter into evidence and publish State's Exhibit 118.
Yes. Admitted, and you may publish.
He's got it. Do you see that photograph on your screen?
I do, ma'am.
Is this a photograph that was on Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
And can you tell the jurors the day and time that this was taken?
Without looking exactly at the EXIF data, do we have a picture of that by chance, or?
I probably do.
That would help.
I wouldn't want to put it up on that screen. Let me ask you this. Do you remember the date that it was taken?
If memory serves correctly, I want to say it was around December 21st. And that might not be correct because I
Let's
was,
pause. Right.
okay.
All right, sir. Let's take a.
I think the year could inform the jury. You just said December 20th.
But that's not the correct date. So
Oh.
I've looked at the exit data, so I know the correct date. So let's just take it. Give us just a moment here to clear this up. So I need to disconnect.
This guy really didn't have enough coffee this morning. What? Jesus. It's showing up as an expert witness. He didn't prepare. He would have had this conversation with the prosecution already. So he knew this photo was coming and what she was going to ask about it. She has to disconnect because she wants to show him something on his screen that she doesn't want to appear on the jury screen.
Maybe approach real quick.
All right, we're going to take our morning break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And we'll be back about, what is that? 10:10, okay? Thank you.
This court's never on time. All right, so let me put a banner up about that. As soon as they pan the camera away, I'll take a look at that.
We're in recess.
Okay, so let's take a look at this hot piece of work. An order from the judge filed yesterday, 12:45 p.m. Just called the minute order because there's not a lot of argument preparatory to this. It's happening in the moment. Minute order. This matter came before the court on the defendant's February 26, 2024 verbal motion for withdrawal and substitution of counsel. Having considered oral argument and being otherwise fully advised, the court finds, concludes, and orders. 1. Defendant's motion for withdrawal of counsel, Mr. Todd J. Bullion, is denied. Mr. Bullion shall remain co-counsel of record, attend trial, and continue to sit at counsel's table. Notice he's not there today. However, to avoid potential disruptions at trial, Mr. Bullion shall refrain from directly communicating with defendant Gutierrez as requested by defendant. Holy cow! Defendant's motion to allow entry of new co-counsel, Ms. Monica L. Barreras, is granted. Ms. Barreras may enter her appearance in the case and participate in trial. Lead attorney, Mr. Jason Bowles, shall direct and coordinate co-counsel Mr. Bullion's and co-counsel Ms. Barrera's respective participation in the trial, if any. Conclusion, it's therefore ordered that defendant's verbal motion for withdrawal and substitution of counsel is hereby denied in part and granted in part. Good Lord. Good Lord. That doesn't happen every day, folks. That is crazy talk. Yeah, this witness seems weird. Like, I mean, did he go out drinking with his buddies last night? Is he hungover? I don't get it. All right, so we have a what do I have here? I think I have a little more of the cameraman interrogation. We watched a bunch of it over lunch yesterday. Let's use this to well, let me look at some questions first. Let's see. First from the Law of Self-Defense membership, and then I'll check out Super Chat. So today we'll do an experiment. I will check out the Super Chats. $10 or more Super Chat, and I'll check out those questions. Let's see how I have to do this. On YouTube. I have to remember, it's been so long. And there are a couple, but I'll hit the members first. Let's see. A lot of talk about Eric getting a reloading press from a relative. Turns out it's all rusted up. So lots of discussion about how to clean that up. I recommend that he might send it back to RCBS. I got some rust on my Dillon 650 one time, and I sent it back to Dillon, and they cleaned it all up. I don't think they even charged me. They really refurbished it. It was fantastic. Came back like a new press. Let's see. Yeah, a couple big screw-ups by the defense so far. One was both by Jason Bowles, both pre-trial. One was the failure to restrict their permission granted for the cell phone extraction to exclude attorney-client materials. The other was failure to timely notify the state of who the defense armor or expert witness was going to be. So the defense has no armor or expert witness because they only notified the state like a week before trial. The state complained that's not enough time to review this expert, and the judge agreed. So because of that screw up, the defense has no armor or expert of their own as an expert witness in this trial. It looks like it's sufficiently egregious that it could well qualify as ineffective assistance to counsel. There's no strategic reason not to have that witness available. Yeah, most police can't shoot very well. Some can, but that's only if they put in the same kind of effort as any other person would put in to learn how to shoot well. Let's see. Yeah, how could this guy say 2019 with this? Why would he have anything to do with this case 2 years before the event happened? No, I don't know why she wanted to get rid of him, but it appears less a case of him wanting to withdraw than her wanting to get rid of him. Okay, so now Super Chats. Whoops. Okay, I did that wrong. Let's try this. Jim Satala on YouTube. So today I'll do YouTube Super Chats, $10 or more. Steve Satala says, when Steve left the courtroom, Steve Orr, the bailiff gave him a fist bump. If visible to the jury, it could be improper court approval of witness testimony, granting extra weight to him. The defense should ask for a mistrial. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. I don't think the defense is aware of it because the defense would not be looking at the witness as he was leaving. Maybe it'll be brought to their attention and they'll object. But really, the judge would never grant a mistrial over that. The judge would just give a corrective instruction to the jury. And maybe scold her bailiff. Like, what F, dude. That's not cool. All right, that's it. So let me go here and play a bit more. So this is Lane Looper. He was one of the cameramen on set. He had lots of complaints, like yesterday's witness, Ross Adiago, did about safety on the set. He's one of the guys who walked off the set. This guy is. And we're about 55 minutes into an hour and 20-minute interview with police. I'll play it at 1.25 speed. Maybe we'll get it done before court comes in.
What's going on? And once again, it's the same kind of thing. This is a 21-day shoot, man. It was immediately dismissive. So, okay, we bagged our camera, got ready for lunch, cover all the cameras, make everything safe, turn off the power, everything, walk away. There had been a moment where Halyna was just like, "Oh, okay, why don't you come back to Mark?" And then I came back, and because then the Dave Baldwin wanted us to leave for lunch. And she's like, "Okay, no problem, go ahead." I said, "Well, coming back to lunch." And I think that saved them 8 minutes in total. And then we came back, and nobody knew what was going on. So there was a consistent pattern of that, being confronted about doing it right, doing it safely, doing marks, and immediately being dismissed. And I had these, more than Dave Halls, I had this conversation as well with Roe about needing the rehearsals and needing the time so that we could do things right. Very specifically on day 7, I had 2 conversations with her. The second conversation was specifically.
So this is a police interrogation of cameraman Lane Looper.
About set safety and slowing down. And, you're the unit production manager. You have the power to show up here to set and kind of, and tell, Dave to do it right.
Yeah. Let's back up a little bit to the being on set, because I know there's base camp and then you make your way up and then you get onto the church setting.
Sure.
Did you get to experience that church setting area?
Yeah.
Before you walked off, or were you guys at another scene?
Are you talking specifically about October 21st? Because I was not there for that.
October 20th. October 21st, you went to recover your stuff that morning.
At that call time, we recovered everything. October 20th, we were still filming in the Dolly, which was at the.
Oh, okay. So that was the first day filming at the church on October 21st.
It wasn't the first day we filmed near the church. We used the church exterior. In week 1, I think day 4 or 5, we shot the exterior of the church. The first interior day was
Hannah, the armor, did she carry the guns, or did she use some kind of cart or something to put her guns on, her ammo?
Carrying guns like a bundle of sticks under her arm.
Do you remember a gray Rubbermaid 2-tier cart?
There was a couple of those on set. One that was specifically to her, not to the best of my recollection, do I know it, but I don't really keep track of other people's.
Okay. Gotcha.
The only carts that were not my department was set decorators always put their carts next to ours, which was like a big wooden 2-tier cart.
Yeah.
But that was the set decorators. Ours was we used these metal carts, but I don't know what Hannah was using.
Okay. Perfect. I think, anything else that you can tell me?
Yeah. Something to mention is, so there was a lot of retaliatory behavior. I had brought up to production about that, I'm sure you've heard, the whole housing situation.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why, of course, I told you it's because of us falling asleep at the wheel. I didn't want that to happen to anybody because it's happened to me. I also brought up, I've had these conversations about rehearsals and doing things right and all this other stuff. And they immediately started calling other camera people. On day 7, I had a conversation with one of the producers, Robert Dean. He's the financing producer with Buffalo 8. And he came up to me and said, I'm a Mexican, born and bred. I came up in Las Cruces, and the other producers, they want you gone, but I want to take care of you. I want to make sure that you guys are taken care of and have a place, And I was like, okay, well, cool. I really appreciate that. None of us on the show want to leave. We just all want to be safe and make it home to our families. And he's like, yeah, no, I totally get that. Within an hour, I received a phone call from a friend of mine named Colmar Nichols. He's a non-union camera operator, and he asked me, "What's going on in your show?" I was like, "Oh, that's what I've seen in the show." I had confirmed with another friend of mine, Alan Herenick, the weekend leading up to this to the incident, that he had received a phone call from Robert Dean to replace us. A friend of ours, Alexander Paul, who is a union guy, he received messages and phone calls from Robert Dean, Roe Walters, and Gabrielle Bickle, all about replacing us.
This is a lawyer's office.
Via text message, and he
not a police station.
On October 18th, he had sent us a message that he had just received from Gabrielle Pickle asking Xander about getting on the phone with Roe, Robert Dean, and Gabrielle about onboarding this week. They had been trying to replace us all the way until we had left, basically, and they just, from my understanding, weren't particularly successful. Until the day of, they found some kids that were not in the union that can work on the show. Mikey Slavich and Michael Castillo. One kid I had never seen in my life, and then another guy who was out of Los Angeles, who was leaving back to Los Angeles the next day, who had just been in town and knew Halyna. They were looking for a new camera department going back to day 7.
Who's Robert Dean?
Robert Dean is the financing producer for the show. You'll find him on the call sheets, and I'm not sure you'll find him on the crew list. He's a local producer here in New Mexico. He works for a company called Buffalo 8, which was the direct financier of this movie, along with a company called Bandit. They're basically massive hedge funds that all of the producers work for. Very inexperienced in the film kind of world. They're set up to now like work as like a, they're just hedge funds designed to fund ultra low budget movies. And Robert Dean is the local producer who works for Buffalo 8, which is a subsidiary of Bandit. But he's like kind of like a local fixer for these producers in a way. You'll see him on the call sheets, but he's not. I don't think he's in the crew list.
Would you mind emailing me those call sheets?
Yeah, I'll put them together and I'll send them to you. I have your card if you want to just give me another copy of it.
Do you have my card?
Yeah, I was sent to me, but I'll take a hard copy if you don't mind.
Anything else you can get off your chest?
You'll find on the production side, actually. Other financiers, I never personally met other financiers besides. What was that? Oh, Klinger, yeah, Nathaniel Klinger and Ryan Winterstern. They were controlling producers of the show. I think I told you earlier, they were always on set, aware of everything, and they took a very hands-on role with the show. Very specifically, actually, and I do want to talk to you about this. Ryan Winterstern. Yeah.
Is that the young guy?
He's well, they're all young. They're all children.
Yeah.
I have more experience in the porta potty on set than any of them have on set.
Okay, I have him here. Ryan Winterstern,
yeah,
producer,
Ryan,
it says?
Yeah, Ryan Winterstern, he was the most hands-on producer. He's also a yeller. He would have these very animated big conversations with Dave Hall's like nearby set. Halyna had very specifically told me he was a screamer in production meetings where he would just start yelling at people.
Mm-hmm.
He also, this is more of a secondhand thing, but Russell had told me the day we were leaving that Halyna had gone to the trailers at base camp to try and talk with Ryan about like making this right with the camera department. And Reed was stopped by Roe Walters outside, like, don't go in there, because Ryan was absolutely screaming at Halyna. You fucking piece of shit, cameraman, like that kind of stuff. Like very angry, very angry. He always had a very, very big role in the show, but also he was also hands-on. He had a walkie all the time, but he was very angry often. He was a big one. He was obviously pushing the budget and pushing the lack of time and whatnot. He was the least approachable one. I had never personally had a conversation with him because he was so unapproachable. My personal conversation with, that's another thing I want to bring up with you. I had a conversation with Nathaniel Klinger on October 17th at RAP. I had a conversation with Nathaniel Klinger about set safety, housing, and his response was all about the budget. The conversation with him was, it started out with he was walking away with Ryan, and I was like, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? Because you guys have like been very hostile towards us. You guys are always kind of looking and staring at us and pointing at us. And he's like, yes, because you started to leave the show. I'm like, yeah, because you guys aren't meeting your guys' end of the bargain. You guys made a deal with us. Roe, when we were getting on the show, made a deal with us for housing, and we all agreed to it. Anytime we needed it on a week-to-week basis, not every day, not everybody's asking you for housing for the whole run of show, but all of us asked for housing, and most of us had it in writing, and you guys have kind of gone back on that. And his response was, well, Roe doesn't have the authority to make those kind of choices, which is not true. A unit production manager makes the deals with the crew. That's what they do.
Well, I've heard that she's, handles finance and a big part of other stuff that she's in charge of.
Her and Gabrielle Pickle are directly in charge of that.
Okay.
So, yeah, it just kind of further shows like the level of micromanagement that the producers were trying to do on the show. That's a tangent. Nathaniel, he has this conversation with me about it, and he says, well, at the end of the day, it's unfair to give you guys housing and not everybody else. I was like, first off, no, everybody makes their own deal. But second of all, if anybody else needs housing, give it to them. It's a safety thing. If people are asking you for housing, it's because they're too tired to drive home. These are punishing days. It's a hard show, and it doesn't need to be. And at that point, I explained to him that we need to have rehearsals, and we need to block, and we need to know what we're doing for the day, because that's how we can save time. The easiest way you can save money in your budget is to have shorter days, and the way you shorten your day is to have a rehearsal, to block, to explain what's going on. Because at no point does anybody in this crew know what's going on. And I told him, like, if you're trying to save money, you need to think outside of the box. And he said, he was very friendly and positive after that. And I had thought that the conversation was a positive one. He said he was going to go back and talk to the rest of the producers, and that he appreciated me for coming up to him and talking to him. And it was hours later when we got the text message from Xander Paul with a screenshot from an email from Gabrielle Pickle saying, asking to onboard onto the show to replace us.
Who's Xander Paul?
He's not on the show. He was one of the guys that they were trying to hire in to replace us.
Oh, okay.
So, a conversation that I had thought was positive, it was just kind of like immediately ignored. And then they tried to replace us over that weekend leading up to the 20th, 21st. They were actively trying to replace the camera.
So they were already trying to, you thought you had to work things out, but they were already they were in the process of already being in contact with other people to replace you guys. So either way, they were going to kick you guys off, whether you left or not.
Yeah. It became a personal thing, and I really believe it was a personal thing with Gabrielle, because the morning we were leaving, Gabrielle came to the camera truck at around, I want to say like 7:50, something there. She came to the camera truck, and she walks right up to me, and me and Jonas Huertas, we were taking my camera cart, and we were about to lift it up and put it in my truck. She comes up to me and says, "You need to get off the property immediately before I call security and have you removed." And then she storms off, and I ask, is there anything else? I said, no. And she was like shaking with anger, which was, this is a business. This is all this is. And the decisions that I'm making are purely for my own safety. And my crew are making, personal decisions for their own safety as well. There's no emotion in this. I've been on a lot of shows. I've done a lot of big movies. I've done a lot of little movies. I've traveled all over the country. Like, this is a business. This isn't personal. I've said that so many times to all of the people on the show. Nothing is personal to this. I'm just watching out for myself. And Gabrielle came up to me in a fit of rage, and everything was personal to her. And when I was packing up after I had packed everything into my car, I was about to leave, I walked up to her to shake her hand and say, I hope you have the rest of your show. And I walked up to her, I was like, Gabrielle, once again, I'm sorry. So that doesn't work out. I'll give it the rest of your show. And she screams in my face, bye. I said, okay. I got in my car, started driving. I drafted an email in response to Gabby, because she didn't respond to my email, explaining why I had to take my tools, which was she didn't pay anybody's box rental, and she doesn't pay in advance for anything. As a matter of fact, they were behind the payments already with the camera rental house, so I wasn't going to get paid for any of that gear either. They were already behind on payments for everything, so I had every right to take my tools. There was nothing paid in advance. There was no contract that existed for tools. So yeah, I'm going to take my tools. They're mine.
Yeah.
Like, it's a conflict of interest for me to leave anything on set. As a matter of fact, Michael Castillo, the camera assistant that replaced me, he asked me to leave my carts. And it was like, it's a conflict of interest for me to leave stuff here. It's nothing personal with you, dude. You're cool, but I just got my stuff here. And then he offered to rent them from me. And I said, I can't do it. It's not you. It's not good for me to leave gear here on the set. It's just,
Hey guys, unfortunately I can't do this for the members, but I just did it for YouTube. I put a poll up, I think. Tell me if it worked. Guilty, not guilty, guilty but excusable. And with that, we are back. No poll. Let me try again. Oh, I found it.
All right, you may be seated. Let's continue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. French. Can you please tell the jurors the date that photo was taken?
Yes, October 10th, 2021 at 9:50 in the morning.
Thank you. Elmo, please. The state is going to move for the admission of states exhibits 119 through 129. I don't believe there's an objection. Okay,
All right,
sorry.
states 119, 129 through 129 are admitted without objection. You may publish.
All right, thank you. Sir, prior to your testimony, did I send you some text messages?
You did.
Are those text messages from the extraction that you performed
Yes, ma'am.
on Ms. Gutierrez's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 19. Let's see if you can just give us the date and time and whether or not those messages are incoming or outgoing, who they're going from and who they're going to.
Sure. So both of these messages appear to be outgoing from the what's identified as the owner of the device, Hannah Reed, to a contact named Becca Santa Fe. The first message has the timestamp at the bottom right of October 23rd, 2021, 12:28 p.m. And it says, "Hey, comma, I might be coming to Albuquerque tonight and was wondering if I can get that stuff."
This has to do with
message
the purported
has a
cocaine.
timestamp of October 23rd, 2021
The
at 5:09 p.m.
evidence tampering
And
charge.
it says, "Becca, call me when you get a chance."
And States Exhibit 120. Can you see that, or is it too small?
I believe I can see it.
Can you guys see it? Can the jurors see it? You bet. We'll zoom in and we'll just move it around a little bit.
So this all has to do with Hannah's
So the first
purported
message
cocaine.
is an outgoing from the same contact, Hannah Reed, owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. The message states, "He gets in 30 mins or so. Becca hasn't texted me back at all, and I'm trying to get my things from her tomorrow." This message was sent at on October 23rd, 2021 at 6:20 p.m. The next message is from Courtney Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, the owner of the device, and it just says "okay" with the timestamp of October 23rd, 2021 at 6:24 p.m. The next one is from Hannah Reed to Courtney Santa Fe. It says, "Kay, know if," excuse me, let me start over. "Kay, let me know if you hear from her at all. Thanks for checking on me again. Miss you already." And that is timestamped October 23rd, 2021 at 6:25 p.m.
So council has asked me to let you know that some of this would ordinarily be hearsay, but they've agreed to let the entire portion in, and it's for context, effect on listener. Okay, thank you.
States Exhibit 121.
Another message from Hannah Reed to Courtney Santa Fe.
Oh, I'm sorry. We just looked at that one. It was part of the previous group. We'll take 121 out. States Exhibit 122.
This one, the top message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. And the message says, "Could Becca maybe drop off my things to y'all, since I haven't been able to catch her?" That is November 13th, 2021 at 7:02 p.m. The next message shown there is from Courtney Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. "I asked her to, hopefully she will." And that is the same times or the same day of November 13th, 2021 at 7:06 p.m.
States Exhibit 123.
The top message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Hey, coming to Albuquerque tomorrow. That is timestamped November, it looks like 7th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m. And the next message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Gonna be there for a week or so. November 7th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m.
States Exhibit 124.
The top one is from Becca Santa Fe. From Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. I'm in Roswell working on Barron and Toluca, and that is timestamped November 8th, 2021 at 9:20 a.m. The next message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Aw, is that far? Bummer, I wanted to see you. And that is November 10th, 2021 at 2:39 p.m.
States Exhibit 125.
This one is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. And it says, hey, Becca, mind if my brother-in-law picks up my things from you after Thanksgiving? He lives in Albuquerque. That is timestamped November 22nd, 2021 at 5:53 p.m.
States Exhibit 126. I know these are a little out of order. We'll pull them together with another witness in terms of their chronology. Go ahead, sir.
This one is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. Hey, do you have Becca's number? And that is October 23rd, 2021 at 5:17 p.m.
States Exhibit 128.
A message from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Becca with the question mark on October 24th, 2021 at 11:31 a.m.
And for context, 129.
This one, the first one, is from Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. And it says, hey, ... I am in Hamus working on Big Sky Splinter Unit. That is October 24th, 2021 at 11:33 a.m. The next message is from Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. How are you doing, lady? And that is October 24th, 2021 at 11:34 a.m.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Back with Marissa.
Good morning, Mr. French.
Good morning, ma'am.
Monica
Um,
Barreras.
So you looked at phones, and I'm going to focus on Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls. You looked at those two phones, didn't you?
I did.
And for Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls, you bookmarked very limited data that you extracted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't extract all the data on Sarah Zachary's phone, right?
I did full extractions on all phones that were given to me, ma'am.
And then you bookmarked the limited data and passed that on to Detective Hancock, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And the same for Dave Halls. You bookmarked limited data and passed that on to Detective Hancock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But isn't it true that you don't know the significance of any of the items you bookmarked and what they have to do pertaining to the shooting event, do you?
Can you phrase the question differently, please?
Sure. And you talked about this a little bit in your pretrial interview. The significance of the items from the phones of Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls. You bookmarked those, but you don't have any information. You don't know the significance of what you bookmarked in relation to the shooting event.
I don't know if I would word it as significance. I generally do what is requested of me within the request form.
Okay, so do you remember giving a pretrial interview in this case, November 29th of 2023?
I do.
Okay, and counsel, I'm referring to page 5, lines 19 through 24. Okay. Do you remember being asked, specifically with respect to the examination of Dave Hall's phones, so of these items, from
Not the
his
same
phone,
girls.
do any of them have any significance to this event, this shooting? And answering, I don't know. I just bookmark it for the case agent. That way she could make her determination.
That's correct. I did say that.
Okay, so then you'd agree with me that the items that you bookmarked and gave and passed on that we're talking about here today pertaining to Dave Halls and Sarah, you don't know the significance of those items pertaining to the shooting.
Well, ma'am, it is not my job to determine significance.
Exactly.
I just determine, or I don't even determine, I just find what is asked of me within the request form, and I leave it up to the case agent and to continue her investigation with it.
Okay, and you also don't have any texts between Sarah Zachary and Seth Kinney before October 21st of 2021, right?
I do not remember.
Okay, do you remember your did you review your report prior to coming into court to testify?
There was multiple reports for this, and unfortunately, I can't commit all of them to memory.
Okay, so sitting, sure.
She's being argumentative. But I had this question too. He certainly doesn't seem prepared. If there's no, obviously, Sarah Zachary was an employee of Seth Kinney. And if they don't have any text communications prior to October 21st, it's obviously because they deleted them from their phones. Yeah, New Mexico's pretty liberal, folks. Not just with COVID, but now the governor's passing all these clearly unconstitutional gun laws. Oh, the morning break one is still up. It's because it's hidden by my camera. But thanks for letting me know. I'll fix it. Where is it? Here it is. I'll update it for this witness. It's a one-man show here, folks. I got a lot going on. But I appreciate the call out. There we go. Thank you. No, I got the Law Self-Defense member chat open right here. But I can't focus on the trial and be reading the free flow of the chat at the same time. I have to glance over from time to time. So the defense is trying to suggest, hey, you did all this thorough investigation of and analysis of the phone for Hannah Gutierrez, but you kind of light-footed it for the people who are not supposed to be the scapegoats, didn't you? I mean, the defense could have hired their own analysis. I wonder if they screwed that up too. That's probably what Carrie Morrissey is pointing out to the judge now. All right. Hopefully they got that fixed up, got that settled.
Okay. So sitting here today, is it fair to say you don't remember any text messages in your review between Sarah Zachary and Seth Kinney
I don't.
before October 21st of 2021?
I don't, ma'am.
Okay. And you weren't asked to examine Seth Kinney's phone, were you?
I don't believe so. That was not one of the phones that was given to me.
And you weren't asked to examine Alec Baldwin's phones, were you?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Is that unusual to you that in a shooting case, not to be looking at the shooter's phone right away?
Not always.
Okay. But regardless, the work you did in this case was limited to what Detective Hancock specifically directed you to do. Fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
That's Alexandria Hancock. She was the case lead investigator. All right, Carrie Morrissey always comes back for redirect.
Mr. French, are you aware that Mr. Baldwin submitted his phone for extraction in the state of New York?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
This witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
He calls Luke Haig.
Did they say Luke?
And just for the record, I'm going to reserve Mr. French just in case.
Yes.
All right. So
That's a
please don't talk
nickname.
to Any other witnesses, sir? And also, as a reminder, no witnesses that have not been called yet should not be on the watch live stream or the reserved ones, other than experts.
Lucian C. Luke Haig. What does he do?
You know, just
Nothing. No description.
When we get there, we've got.
May just be a lay witness of some kind. No job title provided. Lives in Arizona, though, not in New Mexico.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Your Honor, pursuant to our agreement with security in terms of firearms safety, Mr. Rice is going to provide Mr. Haig with a box that has a firearm in it.
It has been cleared.
Yes,
Only dummy rounds.
I suspect Mr. Haig will clear it again.
Yep. That's what he's doing. Half cock,
It is cleared.
freewheel the revolver.
Sir, can you go ahead and state your full name for the
Didn't take
record?
long.
Lucian C. Haig, spelled H-A-A-G,
How do you spell your first name?
Lucien.
How are you currently employed?
I have my own consulting firm in Carefree, Arizona, Forensic Science Services.
What does Forensic Science Services do?
I'm involved in firearms evidence examination, primarily the reconstructive aspects of shootings, distance determinations, long-range shootings. Is it a ricocheted bullet? How close was the gun when it was discharged? Those are all reconstructive issues beyond the usual identifying a bullet or cartridge as having been fired from a gun. That's something I also do, but my main focus is the reconstructive aspects of shootings.
What were you asked to do in this case?
Well, a number of things to determine how
And let me stop you real quick. Were you asked to do reconstruction, or were you asked to do more examination and identification?
Identification was a small part of what I did. I did do that with the evidence cartridge case, but primarily reconstruction.
In this case?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you give the jurors an idea of your background and experience, please?
Yes, most criminalists, which is my professional title, have a degree in one of the physical sciences. Mine is in chemistry with some minor in physics. That was obtained in 1963 from the University of California at Berkeley. I then went to California State College at Long Beach, taking 2 more years of study, which included 2 semesters of criminalistics. That course was taught by the primary firearms examiner for the city of Los Angeles. Other courses were mathematics, clinical chemistry, documents examination. That takes me to 1965, when I gained employment with the City of Phoenix Police Crime Laboratory as an entry-level criminalist. I was sent on to Arizona State University, local university, for additional coursework. I started attending meetings of professional organizations that deal with firearms evidence, because that became my main focus in the crime lab. Although I worked in all sections, I later supervised them. My real interest and passion was the ballistics or firearms unit of the laboratory. I left there
there being the City of Phoenix Crime Lab in 1982. So I was there about 18 years. I've been doing some private consulting, some teaching at that time. I was an instructor in criminalistics, which included firearms evidence. I started my own company when I left the City of Phoenix. My company became my full-time employer, and I've been working there ever since.
Sir, do you have any professional memberships?
Yes, there are a number of them. The most important one is an organization called AFTE, AFTE, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. I'm a longtime member. I became president in 1985 and 86, served on a number of committees. Other organizations include the California Association of Criminalists. That's the nearest regional area. I'm a distinguished member of that organization. I'm a member and fellow in the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which has a criminalistic section. I'm an associate member in a European organization. That's most of them.
Okay. Can you summarize for us your presentations and publications?
Yes, I'm very passionate about presenting evidence among our peers in the AFTE group. So to date, I've presented, and most of them have been published, about 200 publications over the last 50 years or so. I've authored with my younger son, who you'll probably hear about, a textbook on shooting incident reconstruction, which is now in its 3rd edition with the unimaginative title, Shooting Incident Reconstruction.
Have you received any citations or awards?
Yes, the AFTE group I mentioned before has voted me Key Member of the Year award several times, distinguished member status. Likewise, the California Association of Criminalists, and they have a fairly uncommon award called the Roger Green Award that's for historical work. And I'm very interested in history, especially cases that involve the use or misuse of firearms. So I received that award from the CAC.
And have you been qualified as an expert in the areas of firearm examination and or reconstruction?
Many times.
Approximately how many times?
Well, over the last, more than half a century, 57 years, several hundred times, I'm sure.
Have you been qualified in both state and federal courts?
Yes, I have.
Have you been qualified in numerous states in the United States?
About half of the states in the United States and several foreign countries.
What foreign countries?
Northern Ireland, case in Guam, I think, and in Canada.
Okay.
Several times.
Sir, do you have any
thought
particular
Guam tipped.
interest or expertise in single action revolvers or old Western style revolvers?
Yes, I'm interested in all types of firearms and their mechanisms, but single action guns are, of course, what we see in Western movies. They're fairly straightforward. They're historic. Sam Colt is a well-known name, and he was an inventive genius, and his firearms to this day are still prized as collector item if you are so lucky as to have an original.
And how did you become involved in this case?
I think it started with a phone call in March of last year, where I was well aware of the case. I'd heard about it. I didn't know much about it other than there'd been some sort of a misadventure on a set with a death and an injury. So after that, documents were received. That's where I start every case. I want to read what's known about the case, what the issues are. Interviews were sent to me, a lot of photographs, and ultimately, in July of last year, I went to the local property room with the custodian there, and along with my younger son, Mike, we received, well, I think it inventoried over 50 some items, but some of these had sub items in them. So that was the beginning.
As a part of the document review that you did in this case, did you review the ballistics report and the case notes from the FBI?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so expert.
Okay, is there any objection to tendering I'll ask the court to accept Mr. Haig as an expert in firearms examination and reconstruction.
All right, no objection. Yes, he's such an expert. Thank you.
Sir, in addition to reviewing the FBI examination report and the case notes, you also took numerous items of evidence into your own possession and performed testing on those items. Is that right?
That's correct.
And was the evidence revolver in this case that I'll refer to as the Baldwin revolver, was that one of the items that you took into your possession and tested?
Yes, it was.
Let's start with the FBI report. Let's go ahead and give me a screen. Mr. Bowles, is Mr. Haig your witness? Yes. Do you want to look at these real quick?
Yeah.
She's asking if he intends to do the cross. This is obviously a state witness. So what do we got for the poll? Where do I find my poll results? Guilty, 42%. Not guilty, 27%. Guilty, but excusable, 30%. That's the angle the defense is going for here, really. I'm going to end this poll. We'll do another one later now that I figure out how to do it.
I'm going to move for the admission of States Exhibits 130 through 146 and permission to publish with the witness as we move through his testimony.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All right, states 130 through 146 are admitted and you may publish.
Sir, so we have on your screen States Exhibit 130, but before we speak directly to this, ultimately, did you form an opinion, and I know we haven't gotten there yet, but we're going to, did you form an opinion about how the damage to this firearm occurred?
Yes, I did.
And did you also form an opinion as to the working condition of the firearm when it was received by the FBI?
I did.
Let's start there. What was your opinion with regard to the working condition of this firearm when it was initially received by the FBI?
By various means, I could see that it was in proper working order as designed by the original inventor.
And tell us what you took into consideration in coming to that opinion.
Well, there are several ways. One of them is on my screen. I don't know if it's on your screen or not, but it's from the FBI examiner's report, a man named Bruce Ziegler, I believe, who I met.
Bryce, yeah.
But I looked at all of his photographs and notes. And on the left side are the 4 positions that the hammer can have with this gun when it's working properly and undamaged. The top one shows the hammer fully forward and down. That's the way it would appear if you had just fired it or even dry fired it. The next picture down looks pretty much the same, but it's not. The hammer is about 1/8 of an inch rearward. And now it has engaged an internal mechanism, a safety notch. So now the hammer and firing pin cannot reach a live cartridge. The third picture down is the loading position, also known as half cock. The previous position could be called, and it's often called, quarter cock. At that half cock position, the third picture down, the cylinder, which capable of holding 6 cartridges, is now free to rotate. Prior to this, in the upper 2 pictures, it was locked and secured by a small latch that we can't see in these pictures. The final picture and the most important one, the hammer is at the full cocked, ready to fire position. You can now see the firing pin in the hammer, that it's fully rearward, and it's staying there. That will be important later.
Same prosecution team for
And
Baldwin.
you would, because describe for us what the
Same
firearm
judge,
is
same
that you have in
prosecutors.
front of you. Is that this exact gun?
It's the brother to the evidence gun, same make, model, caliber. It's just not the evidence gun.
And would you demonstrate for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the different positions and also specifically the half-cock position and the rotation of the cylinder?
Sure. Well, I checked it, but again, just so everyone feels as comfortable as they're going to be around a firearm.
Hang on just a second.
You should probably stand in the middle.
Yeah, do you want to stand? And
Sure.
that would be great.
How funny would it be if the gun went off? Acquitted.
I'm left-hand dominant, so I have to explain that. The hammer is fully down. If there were a live cartridge in this gun, the firing pin would be resting right against it. So this is an unsafe carry position if it were a loaded gun. It would also be the position if I had just fired it. There would be a spent cartridge. The firing pin would be deep into the primer of that cartridge. You can also see that the trigger is back. And when I pull it, there. That's the safety position. Very little movement, but the hammer is now about 1/8 of an inch rearward. The trigger is just popped forward, so it's got an internal spring that is resetting. Cylinder is still locked up, cannot rotate. Now when I pull it to the load position, you may have seen the cylinder rotate already. It's free to rotate now. The little latch that I mentioned, which we can't see, has been pulled down by that motion. There's a loading gate here on the side that's opened. And this is where I would either remove fired cartridges or place live cartridges up to a total of 6. After loading it, fully loading it, I close that gate. I have 2 choices. If I'm ready to shoot, I'm going to cock it. And if I've decided what I'm going to shoot at is to be shot at, pull the trigger. Hammer falls off of a ledge, a little notch. Actually, it's more of a step on the hammer. So now we're back to where we were a moment ago. If I'm going to fire it again, pull it all the way back. Hammer stays in position, which we saw in the photographs, which again is important because when we get to the damage that occurred with the gun, hammer won't stay there. If I'm going to let it down, if I'm going to render this gun safe, I decide I'm not going to shoot. I do have to pull the trigger, but I get my thumb firmly on this spur. Pull the trigger, let it down. Once I get past the halfway point, I can let go of the trigger and it engages a safety notch again. So there's all the steps. It's called a single action. Probably heard that term a couple of times because pulling the trigger accomplishes one single thing. It fires the gun.
Drops the hammer.
In
Pulling the
terms
trigger in a
of-
double action also fires the gun.
Sorry. In terms of that loading gate and the loading of the gun, if you were to show me the primers and the head stamps of the rounds that you have in the gun, and we know that there are none, but this is, we're just going to play pretend. Show me how you would show me what's in that gun.
Well, I bring it up, no one downrange.
Here, maybe we go this way so that.
I bring
Where's
the
the loading
hammer
gate?
to half cock.
Okay,
We want to show the jury.
let's go over here. So they can see
Oh,
behind
okay.
us. There we go.
She used a term, an industry term, the head stamp. It's what's written on the cartridge. And in the middle of which is a primer. So if she wanted to see, or any of you wanted to see, are there fired cartridges in here? Live cartridges, all 6? I just rotate the cylinder. And we go a couple of times around, see if there are any empty chambers or fired cartridges or live rounds. If we wanted to take them out, if they're live, you just dump them out. If they're fired, you need this ejection rod here to knock a spent cartridge out because it's expanded.
So if you were to show me the rounds that you have in the gun in this manner, I can only see the head stamp and primer of one cartridge at a time.
That's right. In this view from behind the gun with the gate open.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Can I
And
just
have a
take my seat?
Yes.
No, single action firearm, the cylinder doesn't swing open, at least
So,
this one.
When you, oh, thank you. Is there anything else that you can think of from the documents that you reviewed that went into, that contributed to your opinion that the gun was in proper working order when it was received at the FBI?
Yes, the examiner was able to fire at least 12 live cartridges for comparison purposes to recover bullets and fired cartridge cases. The gun had to be in working order to do that. Had it been in the condition I later found it, we wouldn't have been able to do that.
And the condition that you later found it, can you just kind of describe what was wrong with it when you took it into evidence? And I'm going to pull an aid up. This is going to be an exhibit that's already entered into evidence, Exhibit 97A.
I think I pulled this one up earlier.
It had been partially disassembled. It was in a gun box with some ties.
I'm working on it.
This is
Hang on.
this is the image I used earlier. Here are the broken parts from the trigger and the sear in the circled area. The circles are not in the states exhibit. I added those to mine.
Pardon me, where's my... Okay. If you can use this as an aid and sir, your screen, you can, use it to draw lines and all
Okay.
kinds of stuff.
So it's a touch screen.
It is if you need some assistance.
This is one of the FBI, of the many FBI pictures, and you're looking at 3 parts of the gun. The obvious one's the hammer.
Yep.
And get rid of it.
How do I erase it?
There it is.
Okay. The hammer's pretty obvious. Here's the firing pin. I really wanted to make a circle. It's making arrows. Can it?
Boomer.
You tricked me. Okay, we're looking at the hammer, and I'm really pressing hard. The hammer, the important part of the hammer are these notches you can see here. There's 2 clear notches. Something goes in them. Well, one of them is the safety position. The next one is the load position. The one that's very difficult to see, and I almost obliterated it, is down at the bottom of my circle. That's where the full cock step would be, but it's been peened, P-E-E-N-E-D. It's been knocked off, rounded off, and is full of very rough tool marks. The piece that would fit into each one of those is the trigger. And the trigger is the black piece here, but the tip of the trigger in the industry is called the sear, S-E-A-R. That's the piece that goes in those 3 locations. And it really rests on this step when it's in the full cock position. So that's somewhat tenuous, and the pulling of the trigger causes it to slide off, the hammer to fall. There's a little piece in that circle I just drew. That's the broken off sear of the trigger. So it's an incomplete trigger. And finally, the object up here has two names. The company that makes this reproduction gun calls it the Bolt, B-O-L-T. I've always called it a cylinder stop latch. It was the thing that was securing the cylinder in the safety position, in the full cock position, but not in the loading position. The left side of that goes up into the notches in the cylinder for those previous positions and drops down and allows the cylinder to rotate in the load position. So looking at those both photographically and in person, I could see that the full cock step or notch on the hammer was broken away, beaten away, or knocked away. Kind of hard to describe it if you don't see it under the microscope. And the sear was broken off. And the stop latch, the little wings, there's two pieces that protrude out. That also was broken. And the gun can't work in the normal fashion if it had been that way on the movie set.
And based on your document review, do you have an opinion about how the bolt, the trigger sear, and the hammer were damaged? What took place that caused that damage?
The hammer had to be in the full cock position and one or more substantial blows, impacts to the hammer, because it's just sitting, the sear and the trigger and the full cock notch are just sitting there engaged with each other, and it's a small area. So if you give a substantial blow, one or more, to the back of the hammer, it is stressing that area, and it will finally, and did finally fail. And I can see under the microscope a lot of very rough tool marks where it's just rolled over and rounded off. It's no longer a step. It's a rounded area which cannot retain the trigger even if it was intact.
What's your understanding of the circumstances of the blows you're talking about?
As I understood reading the examiner's notes and report, it was an evaluation of whether this gun was prone to accidental discharge by an impact to the hammer.
Okay, we're gonna look at a few other photos here. Before I take this photo down, I'm gonna pause. Yeah.
Council approach.
I'm not Gen X, folks. I'm the last 2 weeks of the boomers. Just squeezed in at the boomers at the very end. Let's see. Yeah, so again, this was a blocking rehearsal, not a filming rehearsal when Halyna was shot. There didn't need to be any rounds in the gun. Could have been empty chambers. Quick to check. Just spin the cylinder.
Let's shift gears for just a moment. Based on everything that you reviewed and also the examination and the firing of this gun that you yourself participated in, have you seen any evidence that the full cock hammer notch was filed or modified to allow faster shooting?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Again, the defense does not have its own armor expert. They blew it at pre-trial. They scheduled the guy very late, and then they couldn't get a hold of him, and they tried to schedule another replacement expert armor witness a week before trial, and the state objected, and the judge said, not going to allow it. Too late. Too late.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 134. Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at here?
Yes, you're looking at two triggers from a Colt reproduction single action revolver. The lower one is from probably the very pistol that's here today. It was a new Pieta Colt single action that my younger son owns. So that's the way it should look. The one above is the broken damaged trigger, and the tip of the sear is not even present in this picture. So that area that's missing, just trying to get the hang of this, it's right there.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 137. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a view through an instrument called a stereo microscope to which a camera's been attached. And you're looking at a putting back together, so to speak, like a broken teacup, where I'm putting the two parts together. And all that roughness you see there are manufacturing marks. Those aren't breakage marks, but just when they made the part on the one side of it, it's been machined. And under the microscope, you can see those lines. So if you look at that, you can sort of see the contour agrees. And if we put them, my son and I put them right back together, you just see a faint line. So we deliberately pulled them apart a little bit so you can see they're two pieces, not just a crack in a piece.
So just to be clear, what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 137 is the trigger with the top part of the, or part of the sear, and then the part of the sear that was broken off. Is that right?
Yes, two pictures back. If you remember, there was a little piece of metal off to one side and the trigger with a piece missing. That's what you're looking at here. Those have been put back together, are brought close together under the microscope.
And this is just a demonstration that the piece of the sear that broke off fits back on to the trigger sear mechanism, sort of like pieces of a puzzle.
Yes.
Okay.
That it's not ground off or rounded off, it's snapped off, it's broken off.
State's Exhibit 138. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Again, you're looking through the microscope at the evidence hammer as I saw it. And this area, try to do this a little better. That's where there should be a nice right angle step, and there isn't. It's just rounded off toward the right. The other two are the load notch, and they truly are notches, and the quartercock or safety notch. But the circled area should not look like that. There's no step there at this point.
And it's your opinion that that was shaved off during the aggressive testing at the FBI?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 139. Can you tell us what we've got here?
Council, may I ask, were these introduced? Were they admitted
Yes,
earlier?
I believe so. I asked to admit,
130 through 146. Okay, thank you.
got it, okay. Go ahead, sir.
You're looking at four hammers in sort of an oblique view. Three of them, my younger son and I provided. I bought two. He took one out of the revolver you saw here today. But the one here is the evidence hammer. And if you look across at the other three, you can see that they're visually quite different. And again, the evidence hammer has very little left for the sear of even an unbroken trigger to rest on. So that was the purpose, to show what do these things look like, and does the manufacturer make them in a reproducible way? And of course they do.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 135.
But how can he know
Yes,
the
this
other
is
was not broken
again,
there
company
before?
calls it the bolt. I know it as the cylinder stop latch. You, as a user, would only see that part. Comes up and down inside the frame of the gun to lock the cylinder up or to release it. The rest of it's well within the gun, and it's being operated when you pull the hammer back, and it's broken. One of the little ears or tabs is broken off.
Can you hold up your exemplar revolver and just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the area of that bolt that you have circled? Can you just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the notches on the cylinder where that engages?
Sure. You might be able to see the notches here. They come around. That's where the latch goes in. You can't see the latch unless we disassemble the gun. If you were to have this in the jury room and you were to look through here, there's a little bit of daylight. I can see it pop up and I can hear it go into the battery, so to speak. But otherwise, you will not see it. You just know if it's working or not.
And show me, I'm sorry, can you show me the notches on the cylinder where?
Sure. Let's bring it to the load position.
Let's walk around so that they can see it. Just a
Yeah,
little
Clay
bit.
in the Law Self-Defense member chat says too much of the sear is missing after the sear broke to catch on any of the notches.
Down the line. My finger's right at one of them.
But if the FBI could have broken the sear, but the full cock notch could already have been rounded off. So kind of working well enough.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to shift gears real quick because then we're going to have to move to another machine. Were you also asked to examine some ammunition in this case?
A lot of ammunition, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
It's a disassembled 45 Colt cartridge with a type of bullet known to the shooting community as a semi-wad cutter bullet. The red material is just a lubricant. It can be any color. So it's not the red color that's important. It's the shape of the nose of this bullet called a semi-wad cutter.
My favorite in 45.
And what's this? That's State's Exhibit 132.
That's a much better picture of the contents of that packet. The cartridge case is on the right. The semi-wad cutter cast lead bullet. This bullet was made in a bullet mold. Is right there. You can see the truncated cone is the $10 description of that nose shape. It was going to be a cone, got truncated at the top. Again, semi-wad cutter bullet is the other name for it. And in the vial,
Truncated cone
the
is different,
propellant,
actually.
And that's a propellant very well known to me called Trail Boss. It's designed and intended for cowboy action shooting and lead bullets in traditional firearms like this.
And sir, what was your understanding of the source of this cartridge? And when I say source, I mean in terms of the relevant locations in this case.
This was one of a number of cartridges like this that came from a supplier in Albuquerque of ammunition,
Okay.
props, dummy cartridges, so on.
Do you know if that was
PDQ.
PDQ props?
Yes, that I recognize the name.
Okay, thank you.
Different than the
State's
rounds
Exhibit
look.
133. What's this?
This
On the
is
set.
one of 5 live cartridges that were recovered by investigators from this scene. You can probably see that the powder looks very different. It's smaller, it's darker, doesn't have that little donut shape. The bullet
Rounded
style
flat
is
nose.
also very different. Setting the blue lubricant aside, this is a round nose bullet with a truncated nose. So it would have been completely round had the bullet mold not had this flat area to produce this flat appearance. And this is pretty much like a traditional bullet from the late 1800s, early 1900s. And again, a cartridge case, 45 Colt cartridge case is on the left. So if we have a live primer in that cartridge and put it all back together, it's a live cartridge, not a dummy.
So Mr. Haig, if I went to a gun store and I bought a box of ammunition, let's say I'm buying 45 Colt caliber ammunition, would that box perhaps include what we're seeing in 133 and also what we're seeing in 132?
From professionally made purchased ammunition, you're not going to see an M&M situation or mixed bullets. They're all going to be the same weight, style, same kind of propellant, same head stamps, and of course the same kind of primer. They can come either nickel plated or plain brass.
And the live ammunition that was taken from the set of the movie Rust, can you describe the characteristics of that live ammunition in terms of the head stamp, the primer, those just sort of exterior identifying.
Yes, if we could go back to the other
Sure.
exhibit with the blue bullet, there's one of them. You can't see the primer, of course, because the cartridge is turned sideways, but it's a nickel-plated primer. It looks like chrome, shiny nickel-plated. If it were back-loaded, you would only see the top, basically half of the bullet. The part with the blue lubricant would be inside the cartridge case, and the powder, the gunpowder in the little vial, would of course be inside that cartridge. So putting it all back together, you'd have a complete round of ammunition. The head stamp, you've probably heard that term plenty of times, so I don't need to define it, for these cartridges was Starline. It's a very well-known manufacturer of cartridge brass. They do not manufacture loaded ammunition, at least not as I sit here today. So Starline's well-known. I use it myself. I'm a hand loader. That's what you would see if we turned that cartridge up so you could see it.
And what color was the primer on the live ammunition?
I think I said it, but I'll repeat it. Nickel plated, shiny.
I apologize. Thank you. And let me ask you, do you know, can cartridges and ammunition that look exactly like this be purchased at local gun stores?
In the gun stores I go to, yes.
And at my request, did you obtain some and send me some pictures?
Both my son and I bought boxes of commercial 45 Colt ammunition with lead round nose bullets with a flat meplet is the fancy word, M-E-P-L-A-T. It's the flat spot on the nose. The powders weren't necessarily identical to what we see here, but they're a type of pistol powder.
States Exhibit 141, what's this?
This is the outer box of one of those, which I believe my younger son, Mike, bought this one. HSM is a small ammunition company. You can probably read, it's meant for cowboy action shooting. It's a popular contest with traditional single action shooters. And those cartridges have the Starline head stamp and lead bullets with flat noses on them.
I'm going to get there. Let's go to States Exhibit 140. What's this?
Well, you can see 4 of the cartridges and their head stamp in an oblique view. That they don't say Starline, but that's their symbol. 2 little asterisks with a line going between them. And then, of course, the cartridge designation, 45 Colt, and nickel primers, shiny nickel-colored metal.
And States Exhibit 143.
This further characterizes the weight. In the United States, bullets are weighed in an archaic term, frankly, called grains. 7,000 of them in a pound, but 250 grain is the traditional classic weight of the Colt bullet. So this company, HSM, now tells us you can expect if you were to shoot one of these bullets and collect it and put it on a balance that weighs in grains, it's going to be around 250 grains, plus or minus a grain or 2 from the shooting and impact process.
So the grain comes from weighing the bullet.
That's right, just the bullet, not the cartridge or the powder.
And just as an aside, did you examine the projectile from this case, the projectile that was removed from Mr. Souza?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether or not that projectile was 250 grain at the time that the FBI had it and the time that you had it?
Yeah. No, it had lost some weight. It started out life, in my opinion, as a 250 grain bullet, but it suffered reduction from probably 2 sources: a heavily fouled bore. In other words, the gun barrel through which this passes had a lot of fouling in it from a black powder substitute. I was able to duplicate that phenomena. So the bullet now, like squeezing toothpaste, gets squeezed down a little bit and it gets some rubbed off. Plus it went through 2 people and it struck bone. If you've seen pictures of it, or if you do later, it's got a lot of impact damage from striking bone. So for those 2 reasons, it weighed about 240 grains, as I recall. 10 grains is not much. And it was now reduced in diameter to about 44 instead of 45.
But in your opinion, that projectile started out as a 45 Colt 250 grain bullet.
Yes.
Um, and let me
And the
go
defense has
to
no counter
State's
expert.
Exhibit 144. What's this?
One of the cartridges from that box of ammunition that you saw earlier has now been removed. So you can see it's nice and shiny and new in the brass. And the bullet is, again, not too unlike the one with the blue lubricant in it. It's round nose and it's truncated. So it has that flat front called a meplet.
And just for completeness, State's Exhibit 146.
Yes, it's just a closer view of one of the cartridges from that SM ammunition company.
So this cartridge has the same physical characteristics in terms of the shape of the bullet. Is that right? And we're comparing them to the live rounds found on set.
Yes.
And they both have brass casings. Is that correct?
Yes,
They both have the Starline brass head stamp,
that's right.
and they both have nickel plated primers.
Yes, yes, they do.
Thank you. That's fine. Okay, thanks. We'll just need to make a note of it like you did.
Guns were left unattended on set all the time.
Sorry, guys.
Switching from the Mac to the HP. The Mac has not been working for streaming video in the courtroom. That's Carrie Morrissey's Mac.
Mr. Haig, at my request, did you meet me in August at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department? August of 2023.
Yes.
And can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the exercise was that we engaged in that day with also, I think your son was assisting us.
Yes, he was. We had been requested to reassemble the evidence revolver with the broken parts, mainly the hammer and the trigger, or with just the broken hammer with the knocked off full cock step, to see if it even could be cocked and would retain the cocked position.
And while we were there, did we take some videos?
I'm sorry.
Did you record some videos while we were there?
Yes, we actually did it a number of times after we reassembled it, with and without the cylinder in the revolver, and videotaped, I think, 6 runs in one session and 3 or 6 in the other.
We're only going to watch 2.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do it. I'm going to get them started once you give me the screen.
This probably addresses the question I brought up earlier.
Thank you.
With a whole trigger,
Where are we? This
but
is
the rounded off hammer,
Okay, hang
it
on.
won't go to full cock, I bet is what'll happen. So it couldn't have been in that condition when Baldwin had
Bear
it,
with me here.
or when it was arrived at the FBI. Carrie Morrissey doesn't miss much. Jason Bowles, lead counsel for the defense, bears responsibility for failing to have their own armor or expert witness available. It's entirely on him.
We're ready.
He knew about this guy a year ago.
Let me stop
Move
it.
into evidence. States 147 and 148. Any objection?
It's actually going to be 147 and 147A.
Okay. All right. Any objection? All right. So 147, 147A is admitted. You may publish.
Let me turn that volume down.
A lot of this evidence is not relevant to Alec, but a lot of it is. So yeah, we'll be seeing a lot of this
United
again in
States
Baldwin's.
Exhibit 147.
This is for sure.
Hang on. I took it down too far.
Took it down too far. Sounds like an old blues song.
All the parts on the, with the following exceptions.
Is there an issue with audio?
The evidence revolver. Describe what we've done to put it back in operating condition. All the parts on the revolver are original with the following exceptions. This is a new trigger and sear.
Yep.
Same piece. It's the original hammer. It does also have a replacement bolt or cylinder catch. Otherwise, as mentioned, every pin, screw, spring, whether that's the main hammer spring or the flat spring that operates the trigger, are original to the revolver.
So we
They put working parts back in the
what
evidence
we
gun.
did is just as a recap. This is the Baldwin gun. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the hammer, or I'm sorry, the trigger is a new unbroken trigger. Is that correct?
That's also correct.
And the bolt that we saw in the photos that had kind of lost an ear, is that replaced?
Yes.
But the hammer that's in this gun is the original hammer from this gun. Is that correct?
But damaged. Yes. And that was the whole point. Does the damage, how does it affect the operation of the gun if we isolate the hammer?
So this is the hammer that you believe was damaged at the FBI.
Yes.
The full cock position.
Oh, there we go.
At the half cock position. Again,
Disproving
So what
my
did you-
hypothesis.
What did you ask your son to do? He's the one holding the gun.
I asked him to go through the normal cycle. If you produced this firearm and cocked it and expected the hammer to stay cocked until you pull the trigger, it will not. Because that full cock step or notch has been rounded off, the perfectly brand new trigger cannot retain the full cock position. The hammer falls to what you just saw, and it falls to that half cock notch. So the good trigger and its sear drop into that notch, preventing the gun from firing. So that's intentional. That's what Mr. Colt intended. If somehow the gun got worn and the hammer started to drop when you cocked it, it's going to get captured. And if it gets past that point, it'll be captured by the quarter cock notch.
they demonstrate the positions of the hammer, normal positions. From full down where the firing pin is protruding from the breech.
Can you see the firing pin protruding from the breech in this video?
Yes, when I first described how this gun works for you, the hammer is fully down. So it's either just fired a cartridge, or this would not be a good way to carry this gun with live ammunition, because that firing pin is resting right against a live primer. If there was a cartridge in this gun, and it wouldn't take much of a blow. You don't have to hit it hard. Just drop it from a few inches in this configuration, and it'll fire.
To the cock. And from here, the trigger will not allow the hammer to drop because of the shape of the notches in the hammer. From the half cock or load condition also, pulling the trigger does not drop the hammer. And the cylinder is now out of alignment with the axis of the bore. And then
Tell us what you mean there, and why is that important in gun handling? You indicated that the cylinder is now out of alignment with the axis of the bore.
Well, the two things you just saw was starting to bring the hammer back all the way. Went through the safety notch, cylinder still locked up. But when you get to this position, the cylinder now rotates a few degrees, more than a few, about 10 or so. If somehow you were able to fire this gun from that position that you're looking at.
Drop
on
the
screen
hammer from
right
that
now,
position.
there's going to be a real disaster because the bullet can't go down the barrel. Maybe half of it might, but the other half is going to be jammed up.
You won't hit the
against
primer, I don't think.
that area. That's really hard to do. And you're probably going to blow the cylinder apart. You may get injured. So there again, what Mike and I were demonstrating is it's called a slip off. If you're trying to cock the gun and you lose your grasp on it, the hammer falls, that safety notch captures it. And now if we get this far, it still is going to be captured, but somehow if it got past that, the safety notch, you're going to have a damaged at the minimum or a destroyed gun and probably an injury to yourself.
And in this position where the cylinder is no longer aligned with the axis of the bore, does the firing pin hit the primer every time?
No, it can hit it just at one side, and primers are designed to detonate, and it's a proper term, with basically a central hit in the primer. If you get off to one side, you'll often have a misfire, a failure to fire. And if it gets any further than that, it hits out in the head stamp area, doesn't hit the primer at all. The more that cylinder rotates out of phase.
Which normally would be caught when released, drops. And with lateral pressure, both directions, this one slipping the thumb off to the right side of the hammer, this one slipping the thumb off to the left side of the hammer, all catch on the half cock as long as the trigger.
Why the example of the hammer slipping?
Why would we do that example? It can be a misadventure with this kind of firearm. One of them I described, you're trying to cock it and you lose control of it. If you haven't pulled the trigger, what you just saw will happen.
What Baldwin's claiming.
It'll capture the hammer. Similarly, you can cock a gun and then decide, as I demonstrated, I want to let the hammer down. You don't want it cocked. You're going to have to pull the trigger. You're going to have to coast that hammer down with a good thumb on this area called the spur. And when it gets past the safety notch, the proper thing is to let go of the trigger and the safety notch will capture it once again.
All right, this is August 24, 2023.
All right.
Mike Haig and Luke Haig at the Santa Fe Sheriff's Laboratory. No,
Let's look at State's Exhibit 147A.
this is August.
Just tell us before we play it, what are we looking at here?
This is the same evidence revolver. You're now looking at the other side, and we've removed the cylinder and the cylinder pin.
Is everything still the same though? We've got damaged hammer, everything else works.
Yes, everything else is the same. I think we wanted to see the stop latch working at one point.
Okay, we'll go ahead and play this.
2023 in the property room, the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. And Mike, you're on to describe what we've done to the evidence gun.
So it's the item 1 revolver, the Pieta. Original parts include all the pins, screws, grip, the original hammer. It has the original hammer spring as well as the original flat spring that operates the trigger. The trigger is a replacement trigger, so the top of the sear is a functioning original piece. And as said, original hammer. It does have a replacement bolt as well. Otherwise, all parts are original.
Okay, and the hammer's in the fully forward position at this stop. The normal full cock position. Hammer falls, doesn't hold, but the half cock notch captures it. Let's do it again.
I'll take it all the way down. We can see the quarter cock notch also functions. Half cock functions. And then all the way to full.
And you can see the stop latch finally in that view. It's this little piece right there. It went down when it got to the half cock and then came back up when it reached the full cock position because that locks the cylinder in alignment with the axis of the barrel.
And again, when it was in the full cock position, and it was released and it fell and was caught at half cock, that was why?
That was as designed. That's what it should do. In that situation, the cylinder would have been aligned, but in a way it doesn't matter because it wouldn't fire.
No, I'm talking about when your son pulled it into the full cock position and it didn't stay there. Why didn't it stay there?
Again, the former full cock notch or step has just been beaten off. It's just rounded. There's no step there any longer. So it'd be the same
Beaten
as
off.
the edge of this witness stand. If it were round,
By a full load.
slip off.
Okay, I'm just going to go slowly through the video so that we can see the bolt that you were referring to. So I'm starting this video at 1 minute and 9 seconds.
There you
There
can
it
see
is.
the stop latch right now. It's up because it's locking the cylinder if the cylinder were in the gun. And it's still up because we're falling from the full cock. If we'd come from the hammer down to this very position, it lowers itself so we can rotate the cylinder and load and unload the gun.
Okay.
Yeah, someone
Just for
chews their
people that's
fingernails, huh?
finish
Hold, but the half cock notch captures it.
Let's do it again.
I'll take it all the way down. We can see the quarter cock notch also functions. Half cock functions. And then all the way to full.
And it fails to hold, but is captured at the half cock.
I'll apply some lateral pressure to the hammer as I release it as well. That was to the right. This is to the left. And of course, because
You
the
should put the
notches
blue
on
gloves
hammer
back
pull the
on.
Trigger at the safety notch or the load condition, those do not release the hammer.
Okay, I think that covered.
So based on the experiment that we did with this gun back in August of 2023, even if the hammer of the gun was damaged on October 21st of 2021, would the trigger have to be pulled for the gun to fire?
Two things. Yes, the trigger would have to be depressed or pulled. The hammer would have to be at the full cock
Boom.
position, and it can't be damaged because it would do what we saw here. And what you just saw here would not fire the gun.
So hypothetically, though, even if it were damaged on October 21st, the operator, that being Mr. Baldwin, would have had to have pulled the trigger.
If you could get the hammer to stay at the full cock position, that's the difficulty to overcome.
Which it doesn't want to do.
It will not do.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to examine the spent casing from the Rust movie set in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any conclusions about whether or not that spent casing was fired from this gun?
Yes, I did.
What's that?
I'm in agreement with the FBI examiner. I was able to match it under the microscope. There are tool marks on the breech face of the gun that print themselves, literally stamp themselves into the primer. And there were a number of test fired cartridges that the Bureau prepared, that I prepared, and under a specialized microscope for this purpose, I could see a very nice identification. So in my view, the fired cartridge was fired in this gun. And then I went on to look at the shape, location, and depth of the firing pin impression as the next important question.
And let's go ahead and talk about that. Everything that you learned from the firing pin impression and what that tells you about the position that the hammer of the gun was in at the time it was fired.
It tells me two things: that the cylinder was locked up and aligned, so the hammer had been pulled all the way rearward. If it had not, it wouldn't be in alignment from what I've shown you. Secondly, the depth of the firing pin impression told me from doing test fires, multiple test fires, and measuring all the 12 that the FBI lab conducted, that it was a cartridge that was fired from a full hammer fall, not from an effort to let the hammer down and slip off or any other misadventure, but rather a normal hammer fall from the full cock position.
One final demonstration for us, if you would take your revolver out and come in front of the jurors.
Don't binger it.
And you can stand right here so that you can speak.
Don't
into the
binger it,
microphone.
man.
So just for completeness, I would
Imagine
like
if you
you to
shot Hannah
demonstrate
by accident.
to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury using this exemplar revolver.
That would be a real boomer
the
move.
position that what had to have happened on October 21st, in your opinion, for this gun to fire? Let's show them rather than give them a verbal description.
It had to have a normally functioning, undamaged hammer. The handler, in this case, Mr. Baldwin, had to get it to this position. If you let go of the hammer, it would stay as you see it here. Pulling the trigger will fire it. Now you can do that as quickly as you cock it, or you can wait minutes, hours. But when I do that, if there's a live round in there, it's going to fire. Firing pin impression is going to have the full depth from this. And I've done it, if somehow I did this, I'm trying to let it down, and I let it slip, it either won't fire at all, or it makes a much shallower firing pin impression. I did that multiple times with the evidence gun and with the exemplars. I own several of these. My son owns several of them. So I could distinguish by the depth and the centering. This was a normal hammer fall from the full cock position.
So had the gun fired at a position less than full cock, lower than full cock, in between full and half or half and quarter, you would be able to tell that by the depth of the firing pin impression. Is that correct?
What I call a slip off. If you're trying to let the hammer down and you get about the halfway point and it slips, you also have to pull the trigger, by the way. It'll be a much shallower firing pin impression. It doesn't hit the strike, doesn't strike as hard. And from the quarter cock, if you're trying to put it in safety position and you lose control of it, again, you have to pull the trigger. It just makes an indentation in the primer, doesn't fire at all.
Thank you, sir. If you can take your seat. Sir, in the what we call the discovery, in the documents and information that you reviewed, did you have an opportunity to review some videos of Mr. Baldwin on set in the church?
This is going to be
pulling
the finger on the
gun out of
trigger.
his holster?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with that type of holster?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this type of gun?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with this type of gun? I
Oh.
think you've indicated you are.
Yes, I think I own 6 or 7 of them.
Okay. Is there anything particularly difficult or dangerous about pulling this style revolver out of that style holster, in your opinion?
Not so long as you don't load it, or if you do load it, that you don't cock it and pull the trigger. Otherwise, it's safe. It's an easy movement to make. I have no problem with how to do that.
When you say it's an easy movement to make, can you think of anything, that the gun might get caught on, or anything that could create danger?
Not realistically. Again, the hammer secures itself well to be drug across clothing. And if it fell without a trigger pull, and the trigger is well shielded with a trigger guard, but if somehow the hammer got pulled off the full cock position, you've already seen what's going to happen. It gets captured at the half cock position.
All right, thank you. I'll pass the witness. Mr. Bowe, I'll have you disconnect us.
Maybe approach for a moment.
You think Alec Baldwin's lawyers are watching this right now? Getting a bad headache, getting a migraine. Let's see. Law self-defense member says, Jeffrey says, at least it wasn't a Sherpa holster.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll be back at council. What time do you think? Council?
Lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, it's 11:38. You want quarter of? Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So quarter of one. Quarter of one. Do I have that right?
Yes, you have that right.
Okay, thanks. All right. And since you're a witness, don't talk to other witnesses.
I understand.
All rise.
Alec will try and make a plea after this testimony. He has to be offered a plea. Would need a full cock to fire a load. I agree, Clay. Let's see. Yeah, basically, there's no way to fire this gun without pulling the trigger, which isn't relevant really for this trial, but will be extremely relevant for the Baldwin trial. Yeah, the defense attorneys are just not impressive. The young woman, Marissa Barrara, is really not impressive. But for all I know, she was exposed to the evidence in this case over the weekend. I don't know. I mean, she just appeared in court yesterday for the first time. Ted Bullion's not at the defense table. I guess he must have convinced the judge to let him not be there, since he's not going to be contributing to the defense. Yes, as I've said many times, if the scene had called for Alec Baldwin to press the muzzle of that revolver up against his head and pull the trigger, you can be damn sure he would have made sure there were no live rounds in the gun. I would be nervous as heck. I think I'd want to have a cylinder where like dummy rounds were welded in. Yeah, this guy was a great expert. Okay, that's all the comments I have from the Law of Self-Defense members. Let's see, do I have the super chats up? If I can remember how to do that. Super, see all. Yeah, so for today, and maybe the rest of the trial, I always address questions and comments in the Law of Self-Defense member chat, which is, they get all their questions and comments answered for free. By the way, if you're not a member, I have to ask why. You can have a 2-week trial membership for 99 cents, folks. That'll cover this entire trial at lawofselfdefense.com/trial for that trial membership. And after the trial membership, it's still dirt cheap. It's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to get all your questions and comments answered. Or if you wish, you can do a $10 super chat on YouTube, and I will answer those too. I think you're crazy. $10 per question as opposed to $10 for all your questions. But in any case, I encourage you to try out the Law of Self-Defense membership for 99 cents at least. If you decide you don't like it, we'll just cancel. 99 cents. That's your risk. Let's see. Yeah, one of them was to poll the chat for guilty or not guilty. I guess I'll put a poll back up. Who knows what live rounds lurk in the hearts of women? The shadow knows. The shadow knows. I think I'll put up a, let's see. I'll put up a poll. What's this mean? What's this expert's testimony mean for Baldwin? He's doomed. New poll up. What's this expert's testimony mean for Alec Baldwin? He's doomed. He's double doomed. He'll talk his way out of it. All right. So those are all the questions I have. Let's wrap up the last couple minutes of Lane Lerner, the cameraman who quit on site. This is a police interrogation taking place in his lawyer's office. By the way, this is the same lawyer for the Dolly grip from yesterday, the last witness from yesterday, the 3-hour witness from yesterday, who testified very movingly about the events and about all the safety risks. And they speak very much along the same lines. But let me pull that up. And we'll finish up the last few minutes of that. And then I have a David Hall's interrogation.
This is purely a business thing. It has nothing to do with you, Michael. You're totally cool. And he had asked almost everybody on my crew that we were leaving to leave gear. And we were all like, all right, you can do it. It's not you guys, it's us. And they did wind up getting the set decorator cart, actually. They had gotten it from them. And it's like a 2-tier wooden cart that's about 10 feet long. It's a huge thing, but they were able to get that to move the lenses and stuff around. But we sat there. We actually helped them build their camera. In Video Village, we were taking our gear, but at the same time, we were helping the guys coming in. We were trying to put together a package. They had no stuff to do. We explained where all the parts were. We explained where everything in the truck was. My loader sat with Mikey Slavich and told him, this is the shot footage. You can't touch this until the post house gets back to you. This is the unshot stuff that you can use in the camera. We tried to do what we could to help those guys because it wasn't personal. Nothing personal. Just we couldn't. The conditions on the show were just terrible. They were abysmal and they were dangerous. And it just
abysmal and dangerous.
I've never loved the show in 10 years. I've been on some crazy jobs.
Yeah.
But I've never loved the show.
Okay.
Also, there was a rattlesnake incident that I completely forgot about. There was a rattlesnake incident where we continued to film right next to a rattlesnake on October 16th.
What?
Yeah, I completely spaced out. On October 16th, we were filming at the Travelers Lodge, the cabin where they had the misfires.
Yeah.
There's a rock outcropping right next to the front of it. It's a wooden cabin where two of the 4 walls are exposed to the outside. The rest of it's kind of under air firm. And the right side of it is actually a little rock outcropping right next to the door. And it was reported actually by Dave Halls was like, oh, there's a rattlesnake. And so the snake wrangler went and tried to get it, but couldn't because it scared it back. It pooped it on the snake accidentally and it went inside the rock outcropping. And it was a baby rattlesnake along with basically in a den. And she tried for like 2 minutes to get it, but then the decision was made to like abandon trying to get it, and we continued to film right next to it.
Huh.
I personally made the decision not going near it because whilst I wanted to see the rattlesnake because rattlesnakes are cool, they had decided we'll just shoot right next to it. That's safe.
And whose decision was that to just stay there and film?
That was Dave Halls.
And those, can you repeat that date?
That was October 16th at approximately, because the sun was going down, I would say it was approximately 5:30, 6 o'clock. The sun had gone behind the hill that's like right there next to the set. It was getting darker.
Any horsing around with that you personally saw with the firearms or other props?
No, I didn't personally witness any kind of horsing around.
Because I know they're cool antique guns. They have the long rifles, the revolvers.
I know that Hannah is pretty proud of them, but like I never saw any like horsing around or any of that stuff. Keep in mind, I'm one of the most busy departments on set. I am always on set. I'm always paying attention to. I work directly with Halyna.
Mm-hmm.
I spend my time with her, and that's where my world kind of like really is. And I'm not paying attention to the set decorator or the armor and stuff like that because it's just that's not my world. My world revolves literally around the DB and making sure she gets what she wants.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
I believe that's right now what I have for you right now at this moment.
We can always follow up later.
Yeah, great.
Whether it's via telephone or I can come down if I have time.
Sure. Yeah.
So.
If I think of anything, I'll definitely want to stay in touch.
All right.
Thank you.
Perfect.
All right. So that is the Lane Lerner. I also have Rust Director, the police interrogation of Rust Director David Halls. This looks like it was on the day of the shooting. It's the same interrogation room that we've seen Hannah Gutierrez and Alec Baldwin interviewed in previously. Let me pull Pull that up. Whoops. Here we go.
David. And what's your last name?
Halls, Halls.
He's the first assistant director who handed the gun to Baldwin. He's taken a plea deal to
And this is not
negligent
to,
handling of a dangerous weapon,
you know, I
6
don't want
months
to like intimidate
unsupervised
you or
release.
anything, but it's just due to that there is an active investigation going on, and we have to advise you of your rights. It's part of our policy. Okay. All right. So before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights as follows. And then at any time, you know, I know you're just given some pretty bad news. If at any time you need a break or a breather, just let us know, okay? How long have you been working on this movie?
I prepped it for 4 weeks. Just starting our 3rd week.
You said you've been out there a week?
I've been prepping it for 4 weeks, and we've been shooting for, this is the start of our 3rd week.
Okay. So can you just start at the beginning of the day and kind of tell us how the day went?
It's fine and typical movie set day. We have a very busy schedule, and we're going at a pretty fast pace. And we were pretty much right on schedule. We weren't really rushing it, especially when it comes to times when we're working with guns.
So about what time did the day start today?
We had a 6:30 crew call.
Okay.
6:30 a.m.
And what is your role?
I'm the first assistant director.
So what are you in charge of?
I'm in charge of scheduling the movie, disseminating information to the crew about what we're doing every day, every hour. I manage the set. I'm the one that quiet please, pictures up, roll sound. I'm also the safety coordinator.
What does the safety coordinator entail?
It's just overseeing all the departments and making sure that they're following the right protocols for whatever stunt or gunfire.
Okay. So you work pretty closely with the armorers then, I would assume. Okay. Who was on the armorer team?
Well, Hannah, I don't remember her last name.
Okay.
It's the armor. And then Sarah, I don't know her last name either. It's more of the prop master that helps Hannah. I think all that whole prop department. Then there was a 3rd person that came on. I don't think she was there at the beginning. I never got her name.
Okay. And are you in charge of them?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I'm their supervisor, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay. So this morning, I guess, let's start there. Were there weapons pulled out on scene? Or did you use? Okay, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, the actors, there were 3 actors. They played U.S. Marshals, and they had revolvers in their holsters.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, then we got done with that scene, and then we went into the church where the incident happened, and Alec Baldwin's character had a revolver, holster.
Okay. In the morning, who pulls out the weapons?
The armor.
And that's Hannah?
Yeah.
Okay. And where are they stored?
She has a truck. Overnight or when they're not being used, they're on her truck.
Is it her personal vehicle or is it for the set?
I never saw. I think it's a truck. It's not her personal truck.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And does anybody else have access to that truck?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just her?
It's an open truck throughout the day.
Okay. So where are the guns when they're not being used?
I'm on the truck, but I don't know where precisely she stores them.
Okay. So I guess I'm kind of confused as her, if you're her supervisor, there's no one overseeing her when.
No, there's 10 different departments, and they're all pretty autonomous. I'm not directly in their business about everything, so I've been doing this for 30 years. I've never been on a prop track. I've never.
Who would directly be her supervisor then?
See, it's this whole movie business thing is weird. It's not set up like, normal corporation.
Salesperson, manager, general manager, it's not set up like that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there really no, protocols or checks when it comes to this
Yes.
or handling of
On
weapons?
set there is, yes. Absolutely, there's protocols.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not for storage and,
Not that I'm aware of. I've never seen that language.
okay. Interesting. And you don't know whose truck it is?
I think it's a rental truck. The company rents these trucks.
What company?
I don't know the name of the company.
Who would be in charge of that?
Well, it would be the unit production manager and the line producer.
Okay.
And they're the people that rent the equipment, negotiate the deals with different companies.
Okay. Who do the guns belong to?
Who owns them?
Mhm.
They're, my experience is they're usually rented from a gun rental house.
Okay. But you don't know for sure.
In this case, I don't know.
You don't know if they were rented locally or from somewhere else.
I don't.
Okay. All right. So in the morning, when these guns were put on the actors, who is in charge of putting them on the actors?
Right.
So Hannah did that this morning.
Yes.
Is there anybody that checks the guns?
Yes.
Who does?
Her and I.
Okay. Did you check them this morning?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
And was there anything out of the ordinary?
The gun's first thing in the morning was not the gun in question.
Okay.
The gun in question is the gun that Alec Baldwin had.
Okay.
So I can tell you what the safety protocols are.
Yeah. Let's start there.
She brings me the guns. I look down the barrel, make sure that there's no obstructions in the barrel. Most of the time, there's no live fire. You just have them on themselves.
Okay.
As a prop or as a costume
Mhm.
piece. And then she opens up, for revolver, she opens up the hatch, and spins whatever you call that, the drum. See, it's empty, it's empty.
Okay.
And I say, okay, cold guns on set. That's how we do it. You want to get into the incident?
Let's go there.
Okay. I was the closest person to Alec Baldwin when it happened. The scene took place in a church, an old church, 19th century church, 1800s church. Typical pews outside. Let's say you're sitting in a pew, and I'm standing right here. And we're doing a shot. It's a tight shot. He's sitting in his church. He's been all shot up, and these two U.S. Marshals come in. And it was a very tight shot of him pulling out the gun from his holster. I heard no plan of firing. There was no need of putting any kind of blanks in it or anything. It was just a tight shot of him pulling it out and going like this. Now, when you're shooting a tight shot of a gun, if you don't have what we call dummy loads in it, an audience member that knows anything about guns is going to go, that gun's not loaded. So you put these dummy loads in. And the dummy loads, from all of my experience, is they have like a little BB or something. People said it's like clay inside the casing. And you shake it, that's how you know it's a dummy load. Also, if the primer is depressed, it's a dummy load because it shows you that this bullet, this casing, that bullet has been fired.
Okay.
And then a lot of times they have a hole drilled inside. So you know it's a dummy round. So Hannah brought me the gun. It was empty at the time. She said, I want to check the gun with you. Did all the things that we just talked about. Then she came back and said, I put dummy loads in it, dummy rounds. She opened up the hatch, and I saw 3 bullets that all had depressed primers.
Okay.
Okay.
So hold on. All right.
So he only partially
said
confirmed 3.
When she
he
showed you
only
the first
checked
time,
half
the gun was empty.
chambers.
When was that?
Oh my God.
It's like pieces of wax or something, you know, that kind of hold the powder together.
Mm-hmm.
Is they have like a little BB or something. People said something like clay inside the casing, and you shake it. And that's how you know it's a dummy load. Also, if the primer is depressed, it's a dummy load because it shows you that this bullet, this casing, that bullet has been fired.
Okay.
And then a lot of times they have a hole drilled inside, so you know it's a dummy round. So Hannah brought me the gun. It was empty at the time. She said, I want to check the gun with you. Did all the things that we just talked about. Then she came back and said, I put dummy loads in it, dummy rounds. She opened up the hatch, and I saw 3 bullets that all had depressed primers.
Okay.
Okay.
So hold on. All right. So you said when she showed you the first time, the gun was empty. When was that?
It was moments before we actually, put the dummies. Might have been 5 minutes.
Okay, so within pretty, okay. So then 5 minutes later, she brings it back, tells you that there are dummy rounds in it.
Yeah.
Did you see where she loaded the gun?
I did not.
Okay.
Was there a reason for the change from?
Because I think that, somebody decided, oh, we're really tight on the gun. We're gonna have to put dummy loads in. I didn't hear anybody say it. Sometimes I'll say it. Oh, it looks like we're gonna have to put dummy rounds in it. I heard nobody had requested. I didn't.
So this time you don't know why there was a change?
For certain, I can only make some assumptions. You want to hear it?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure that the director of photography, who just passed, probably said, we're gonna tight on the gun. Or maybe Hannah saw the shot and said, we need to put dummy rounds in it.
So it's not untypical for something like that to happen.
No.
Okay.
It's typical.
And you only saw the 3?
I only saw the 3.
Okay. Do you normally check all of them, or what do you usually do?
Should.
Okay.
You should. And is that what happened this time?
No. Didn't. I don't remember if she might have spun it. I don't know. But I recall seeing three primers depressed.
Okay.
Now, I'm speculating. Of course, it wasn't a bullet, because these bullets were 45 caliber dummy loads that, that would have thrown her across the room. It would have ripped her shoulder off, So I can kind of say with certainty that it was a blank. But these blanks have stuff, like wadding or whatever. So I've heard people say this, like pieces of wax or something, that kind of hold the powder together.
Mm-hmm.
And they still have powder in them.
Yeah.
Do you know who the manufacturer is of the dummy rounds? Okay. And it's okay if you don't know stuff. Would you consider yourself pretty gun savvy?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't know how to.
So then you're saying that with certainty, it was not a real bullet, that it was in fact a dummy round. What makes you?
Well, I'm not a forensics expert, but I'm thinking that if it was a 45 caliber bullet, it would do a heck of a lot more damage than what we saw.
Can you tell me what you saw?
I didn't see the wound. I saw the wound on the director.
Okay.
It was told to me where it went in her and out.
And what were you told?
That it went in her right armpit and came out here.
Okay.
And then hit the director in his right shoulder. So if
yeah, do what you need to do.
You're Alec Baldwin, and I'm right here. The DP was probably about right here.
Okay.
And they were lining up the shot, looking at a monitor. And my speculation is that she was like this, and the director was looking over her shoulder at the monitor. And then when the gun went off, maybe she might have been like this. I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
But and
Where were you standing when it happened?
you're Alec Baldwin, I'm standing here,
Okay, so you were in front of him,
but he's pointing the gun.
this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Imagine like he's sitting at the end of a pew, and the camera is in the aisle
Okay.
between the pews, right? So he's shooting that way.
Okay.
And there's dummy loads in the gun. I had no concern.
Yeah. Where were you watching at the time of the at the time that the gun went off?
Just showing him.
At him?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Can you tell me what you remember seeing when it went off?
I just remember him taking the gun out of the holster and like that. I can't say for certain if he pulled back the hammer. He said he did, but he didn't pull the trigger.
He didn't pull the trigger.
He said he didn't pull the trigger.
Okay.
And I believe he wouldn't do that.
What about movement of the gun? Do you remember any of that?
It's just
Okay. After it went off, what happened then?
well, both Halyna and the director fell down. And we do these shots of blanks quite often, and sometimes you get sprayed a little bit. You feel it.
Okay.
And I thought, well, that's just what it is, and I rushed over to her, and
Good thing these deputies
director-
aren't camera people.
what the fuck happened? I think he said, "Here, here." And then, are you okay? Are you okay? And she said, I can't feel my legs.
Oh.
And then I remember the director being in pain, and immediately was like, call 911, 911. The set medic came in there. We cleared as many people out of there as we could. And yeah.
Okay. Can you recall where the gun was placed after it went off?
Yes, I do, because I went and retrieved it.
Okay.
If you're sitting in a pew, you put it down on the pew.
Okay.
And I went in and got the gun, took it outside with the armor. I said, show me those shells.
Okay.
And I don't know the exact count. I don't know if she fully loaded it, but I remember at least four dummy casings, because they had the hole drilled in the side. And then there was one casing that didn't have a hole in it.
So were they all removed from the gun?
Yes.
Did all of them have the cap on them? Like the bullet?
No.
Like what would have been the projectile? The gray?
Yeah. That's funny, I don't recall. I can't say for certain. I think so. It seems like they would be. But I don't know. I was so focused on that one that didn't have a cap on it.
The one that didn't have the cap, can you remember if it still had the gray on it or not?
Oh, no, it didn't.
It did not.
No. It was a casing. It was a shell casing.
But you said, I think you said that one didn't have the holes in the sides.
Right.
Okay. And, okay, so you grabbed the gun from inside, gave it to her. Where did you guys disassemble the gun?
Just right outside the door. She has a cart that
Okay.
she normally wants when she keeps everything.
Did anything on that cart appear suspicious or out of the ordinary? Okay. And I just want to really confirm, 5 minutes prior to her loading these with dummy rounds, it was empty. Okay.
It could have been sooner. Could have been less than.
But it wasn't in the morning that.
So let's go to your experience, because you're in charge of the safety and everything. And so you've been doing this 30 years, you said?
I'm not in charge of safety. I coordinate the safety.
Okay.
But there's some things that, but beyond my expertise that I can't, like that's why it's called a coordinator.
Okay.
So not a control, because I don't know anything about car crashes. I can't,
Mhm. But you're the second person to inspect the gun
Mhm.
alongside Hannah.
Mhm.
What is your experience in that? Like you're familiar with
Yeah.
inspecting things because you've done this
Yeah.
for 30 years.
Yeah.
And nothing different than before.
And it's just the question of just spinning the thing, you know, and making sure that they're all the press pistons or primers.
But you're familiar and know how to know when it's a dummy round.
Yes.
Going back on experience, how long have you worked with Hannah?
That's my first job with her.
Okay, and what's your impression of her?
Fine, I'm not used to seeing a female armor and an armor at that age.
Okay. Has she, right. Over the past, or however long that you've been working with her, has there been anything to, give you flags that she would do something to this level?
No. I mean, we got a couple of misfires, meaning that the gun would go off in transport, like in, you point it down the ground, it would go off. But that happens sometimes. But no, I mean, she was very diligent about doing the checks. There was never a gun in that set that wasn't checked.
Okay.
And I understand she has 2 other females that assist her on this. And your impression of them, their work ethic and experience? No issues.
I don't know how anybody that age could have that much experience in guns.
Meaning Hannah.
All 3 of them.
All 3 of them. They're all pretty young.
Are you aware of, her past or?
No, I heard something that she could, like her family or her father is a big time armor. Very well known armor.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I don't know.
Would you consider this incident to be more of an accident, or would you say it was deliberate?
Oh, it's an accident.
And what makes you say that?
Accident. There's absolutely no reason why that would be deliberate. The DP was a lovely woman. I just think that a live blank round got mixed into that dummy load batch.
Okay.
I mean, she's saying that she shook them all and heard them all shake.
If I brought some of those rounds in, would you be able to identify them for me?
Sure.
Okay.
In Baton Rouge, Louisiana. A little budget horse. I don't. Yeah, they look like the rounds. That this is what I've been told indicates that it's a dummy round. I don't think that that's a depressed primer. I don't remember them being snub-nosed, but I wasn't really paying attention. For some reason, when he showed me snub-nosed, I went, I don't remember those being snub-nosed. I really don't remember. If this is one of them, I don't remember all the ones that I saw, except the casing that didn't have the hole in it. Every round that I saw, except one, had the hole in it. That's my recollection.
Okay.
The other one was a casing in the hole.
So like the second one.
Without the bullet.
Without the bullet. Okay. And this was after you had her clear the gun?
Yes.
Okay. Who else has access to the ammo cart?
Nobody should.
Is it ever left out?
I think so, yeah.
So some people could have it's there.
It's there.
Anybody could have it.
Now, look, I can't tell you I can't recall ever walking by one of those carts and making a note, oh, there's a box of ammo. I really can't. So I know when we went to clear the gun, there was boxes of ammo.
What's the protocol on scene for live ammo?
For live ammo? Well, it depends on certain situations, if you're indoors or what kind of smoke level you want to come out of the gun.
No, I'm talking real bullets.
Oh, I never use real bullets. Never use real bullets. Never. Even if you have to show something on the ground, like dust or something, it's always done with a dust gun, or they put a little pyrotechnic they call squibs, little firecrackers that have an electric charge. You bury a cable, you know, if you need machine gun fire, that's how you do that. No, there's no that's beyond the realm of thought.
Okay. And is there protocols in place to ensure that doesn't happen?
No.
The maximum for either Gutierrez
Yeah,
or Baldwin
really
is
want you to
18
understand this. It's
months.
kind of,
And that's really
I haven't been around it. Look, again, I don't know if there's been any forensics done. It's probably not. But if this is a 45, you guys know more than I do what a 45 does to the body, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it probably would have gone right through the director too, and through the wall and back of him. I'm not an expert, but I don't think that there was any way that a real 45 caliber bullet was on the set. It was a blank. It was a blank, but I don't know what's inside those blanks. Yeah.
But your experience with blanks,
Yeah.
how much power or damage or anything have you seen before?
I've never seen any damage. And when there's different levels of loads, there's a quarter load, a half load, and a full load. And sometimes it all depends on what the level of smoke you need. A quarter load sometimes doesn't produce a lot of smoke. So if you want more smoke, you would go to a half load.
Okay.
A full load is rarely used, especially indoors because they're loud. And you know, we follow the safety protocols. We provide ear protection. If you're anywhere in the line of fire, eye protection is available. Actors are always well trained, and I'm always very aware of this. You never point the gun at somebody. You always point it off. Okay? And you can compensate with camera and to make it look like you're pointing at it. But
I'm going to have to do a separate breakdown of this
I don't.
interrogation.
Any of these, including the blank, any of your prop ammo, has there ever been anything that got, like if you shot at the wall and made a hole or somebody got skimmed by anything, has there ever been a projectile come from one of these?
Never.
What happens with these kind of rounds if you pull a trigger?
Well, it's empty and the primer, nothing. I'm not an expert. I've just been told by armorers these are dummy loads because, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know if you guys shoot more guns. I guess that looks like it's been.
There's usually a striking pin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
A little bit more.
Indented, but I mean, it has a mark.
So I was curious about what you said about the trigger. You said he didn't pull the trigger. He's not supposed to pull the trigger. This wasn't, because if they're dummies, is there an issue with pulling the trigger?
No. If you need the actor to pull the
Think that,
trigger
yeah.
and shot, yeah.
Okay, so you kind of said that he didn't pull the trigger, and you believe he didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to get to is
Especially
that you were
pointing at
supposed to act.
I didn't know that was planned. It might not have been planned. I just thought it was a shotty and pulling the gun out of the holster.
Okay. This scene was literally just to get him pulling it out.
That's what my understanding was.
Okay.
But but it might have changed.
I wasn't there, so I'm asking these
Yeah.
questions, okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
I understand that the information that you just received is hard, and we're here asking you these questions, okay? But we're just trying to get an idea of what took place, what was supposed to take place, and why, if these were what's in there, something came out and hit these two individuals. If it is an accident like you think it may be, what could
Have
have
you-
caused that accident?
Mr. Baldwin
Okay.
told me, he talked to the director of the hospital. And the director told him that the x-ray showed a bullet-shaped object in his shoulder.
Mhm.
You probably don't want to, you would know that by now, but if it's this, how could that not cause more damage?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, what the director was drugged up at the time, Alex said, could have been a hyperbole, I don't know. So, but you probably know that.
An object like this silver thing did come out of him. He did tell you that's what did happen. Yeah, you're right. We do know what was pulled out of him. But that's why we're trying to figure out, do you think a malfunction?
God. I don't know. how this happened. I mean, if it was a full load, if it was a real 45 caliber bullet, it would be louder than hell. To me, based on my experience, it didn't sound like a quarter load. It sounded like a half load. So was there some manufacturing screw up that got half? No, they got half the, you know.
Has there been any issues on set between anybody?
What about the camera crew that quit last night?
What about it? If you want to think that there's any connection between that and this, no.
And what makes you say that?
Well, I know that the first assistant cameraman, who seems to be the guy that's motivated the rest of that crew to leave, liked Halyna a lot. He wanted to work with her again. He was very, very friendly to the director. He was there this morning to pick up his personal equipment. He said, gave me a big hug, something, sorry, we have to do this. I mean, they weren't angry, disgruntled. They just said, here's our terms, and we can't honor them, or we're just gonna leave. So there wasn't shouting or anything about this.
It's just because it happened last night and then this incident happened today, so
Sure.
why we're trying to,
Sure.
it doesn't,
No, you're covering all
is
the
there a
bases.
possible connection?
Yeah.
You don't believe so?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
And where was his equipment located when he came to pick it up this morning?
At the camera truck.
Which was where?
In the same area where the prop truck would be.
So where the guns are?
Mhm.
Did
But
anybody?
I respect you're trying to cover all bases. I think you're picturing that somebody walked into the prop truck. This rebel camera guy walked into the prop truck in the morning and put a live bullet in the gun that Alec Baldwin was going to shoot, but I had already checked the gun.
Right.
And we confirmed that it was an empty gun.
But then, yeah, so there's that, but it was 5 minutes, and I guess there's just the question of, well, you checked it, it was empty, you were gonna use it, right? But then 5 minutes later, you're checking it again, because now it's loaded. So I think there's that why. I don't think it had anybody loaded it last night or came in. It's kind of, someone made a change after you've already checked it and it was empty. And now there's this incident. And that's why we're just trying to question.
So I guess it's more just a lot of unknowns at this point of where did, Hannah pull these bullets from? Were they in a box? Were they, she said she carries around a fanny pack.
Yeah.
Were they in there? Were they on the cart? Like, that's what I'm saying. Did anybody watch her load this? If anybody did, that's pretty, 5 minutes isn't a lot of time for someone to do a lot of very sneaky things. We're not trying to put the blame on anybody. It's not what we're trying to do here. We're here to get a picture and either, prove that this was intentional on someone's behalf, or if it was a manufacturer defect. We have to do it either way. So any information that we get or a story that we can paint to help us understand will help us make a conclusion as to what happened today. So, we're not here to point fingers. We're here to ask questions and say, all right, 5 minutes pass. She showed you the gun. You guys followed protocol. Obviously, you followed protocol. You've been doing it the past couple weeks. There's been no incidents. And then all of a sudden today, this one round that was the loaded round in that gun. And it might be an accident. It might be a manufacturer defect. It's entirely possible.
But it wasn't.
We have to send everything to a lab.
And that's why we just need to get these questions now. Because once the lab lets us know manufacturer, intentional, we already ask these questions.
It's just putting everything together.
Another question. From what we understand so far, there's only so many people allowed into the scene area, the church, during the rehearsal. Who were all those people?
There's only so many people that are allowed in the church.
That's what we understand.
There's only so many people in there while you guys were rehearsing the scene. So can you name those people that were in there?
Well, Alec Baldwin, Halyna Hutchins, Joel Souza, myself. Ross, I don't know his Ross. He's the Dolly grab. I don't know his last name. Reed, camera operator.
Ross Adiago was yesterday's last witness.
This is the people that I recollect now. We were also sequestered, so I got to see everybody that was claimed to be in the room. But when the officer asked me how many people were in the room, I just did visual, and I said I think it's like 6 or 7. So got Alec Baldwin, myself, Halyna Hutchins, Joel Souza, Ross the Dolly grab, Reed the camera operator. That's really who I really recall being there.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm facing Alec Baldwin. There's people behind me. I'm not seeing.
Okay.
And I got a pretty good idea where they are. They face them in the row. That's the question.
Out of all of those people, including yourself, is there anybody that has been having issues with anybody else on set, or anybody else in general? Have they been having any issues that you know of?
No.
That would be concerning.
No, but I'm going to say something. Because this person, I don't think is psychologically very well put together.
Okay.
And it's Mamie, the script supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
Mamie, M-A-I-M-E. Her and I had an encounter at lunch.
Throwing Mimi under the bus.
Yeah, but, because I don't know, Mamie's, I don't know. I can see Mamie saying something.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. She just, thought that the whole thing was just a shit show. And she just talks and talks and talks and talks and talks. And she's an older woman. She's been in the business for 40 years, and she constantly reminds everybody. And she, So when the incident happened, she was like, very vocal about the producers. Why don't you go back to Georgia? And then, I don't know how she was feeling about me. She's a bit crazy.
She's a script writer?
Script supervisor.
Script supervisor, okay.
Yeah.
And so she kind of was going off after the incident?
Yeah.
Where was she during the incident?
She said she was in the room.
So she was in there too?
Yeah.
Was she anywhere near Hannah or you when the gun was being?
I don't know. I think she was anywhere near Hannah. Hannah was over on this side outside, and Amy went with Hannah.
Okay.
This could be totally irrelevant, but I don't really trust her emotionally. And so nobody does on the crew. She's just that one, you know, it's just,
No, nothing.
so,
is
you know,
relevant. Anything out of the
I could
ordinary.
see her saying something, I don't know what she would say, but
Do you think that she would manipulate a gun?
no.
But she's familiar with the way these work and the mechanics of it being there for 40 years. in
I
this
would think so,
business.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, mechanics, meaning what?
Well,
I don't know if she can load a
it's
gun. I don't know if she
well,
can
revolver, you could easily put
Yeah.
one in.
Mhm.
You don't have to inject anything. It's just spinning with the cylinder. But why would you feel she had issues with you?
I can take this.
I'm okay with
It's
it.
about a ride from here.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Hey, Tim, I'm still at the sheriff's department. You want to get out of there, I bet. Is anybody going back out to the range, do you know, or how I might be able to get it?
Can someone come here and pick you up, or?
Sorry, Tim, go ahead. Yeah. No. Yeah. That would be great if you could. Give an address.
35.
You want to write this down?
It's not that far from the set.
Yeah, it's not that far from the set. It's 35
Camino
Camino.
Justicia. It's like
Just an A.
yeah. Well, IA.
Camino,
Justicia.
just like justice. Who?
Justicia. Justicia.
Yeah. Santa Fe County Sheriff's
Yes.
Department. Okay.
You could even Google that. And
Yeah, you Google it. It'll come up. All right, thanks, man. I don't think it'll be much longer.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Could be a while. That interview with the cameraman, the investigator was wrapping it up. All right, I'm wrapping it up. Anything else you want to add? And it doubled the length of the interrogation.
I don't know if this is point blank, but if it's a blank, it shouldn't do this. It should just maybe you get a powder burn or something,
should.
right? So
If anything, out of any of your pop bullets projects anything, what would you expect to see?
say that again.
So you have all your pop bullets. If anything
You're blank. Yeah.
or blanks projects anything, meaning shoots
Yeah.
out, what would you expect to see? Because I understand some are clay and they just disperse and don't.
Yeah, I don't
Don't have
know.
a hard-
I mean, you talk to special effects guys and they get hit all the time,
Okay.
you know, with stuff.
Have you
And I've only felt it once. It was still very light. It was just,
have you ever seen anything like that come out of any of your effects or anything?
no. They pulled out of the director.
Yes.
And that's why we're trying to get the understanding.
So it's matching what you guys use.
Can I say, I mean, it appears to be, it's all,
Yeah. David, what's your date of birth?
1959. I mean, it's, it appears to be snub nose like those other ones. But I've never seen.
So that's why we're
anything
asking.
coming out of an effect on a film set. No.
That's why we're asking
Yeah.
why you would think this would be an accident, or if it malfunctioned, or, I mean, a manufacturer issue, or intentional.
Yeah. Can take a break.
Did you need another water?
No, I'm.
Yeah, I'll walk you over there. Please press the left.
One said that he had done 4 combat tours, and another one was, I think he has a lot of expertise in guns. We all kind of felt that it was a half load. Okay?
Given what the sound?
Just, you know, just our experience with it, that, you know, that wasn't a quarter load, it was a half load. So if that was a real 45 caliber bullet, it would have been loud as hell in that church. And I think those guys would have confirmed that. So it's been loaded with half the load that you usually have, and then a bullet gets put back on top of it. There's no explanation. There's, to answer your question, I've been pretty adamant about it. There's absolutely no reason to ever have live, real ammunition on a film set.
No, and I agree. That's what you guys have said, that you don't
Why?
keep live ammo on there. So what to you is this projectile? What does it mean to you? Like, was it the half load and someone put that on top of it? Is that what you're saying?
I guess.
Making it a real life.
Yeah.
How does somebody
That's
put?
what came out of the director's shoulder. There was a bullet in there.
Well, what was on the ones that I brought in here?
What was one?
Oh, the top of the ones that I brought in here.
Bullets. Right, that's terminology.
Right. I mean, it's not like somebody can. I don't think he's. What are you meaning by putting it on top?
So the half loads that he's saying are the ones that you believe were in the gun, right? And those are the ones that don't usually have the gray part on top.
No.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're agreeing with me, right?
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah,
They don't
so
have-
he's
it's a
saying
blank.
someone
Okay.
put that projectile on top of the one that doesn't have.
So somebody put a bullet on top of a half load in 5 minutes.
It could have been
No,
set up prior.
I'm totally speculating that somehow the manufacturer defect. I can't.
But either way, during this rehearsal, the half loads, quarter loads, all of those were not supposed to be loaded in the gun. They were all supposed to be dummies, the two that we showed you.
Yes.
Or empty.
Yes.
And this is why it's not adding up to us either. And that's why we're trying to get your experience in what it is with these guns. Like, is this something that can happen?
This dude is first assistant director David Halls. I had his name up there, but he's so low in the frame that if I put all the information on the banner, you can't see him.
I see absolutely no reason that there's any foul play.
This is the guy who handed the gun to Adam
did,
Baldwin,
I would tell
Alec Baldwin.
I think in general, everybody
Says he half checked it. He saw 3 dummy
Maybe, and
rounds.
I like her. I consider her a friend, but she just has this tendency to be a little too chatty. It doesn't think before she speaks.
What would be a good way to get a hold of you if we have anything else to?
612.
You could prosecute him.
6056.
And how long are you guys going to be out there?
Oh, we're done. Sure. This meeting's done. Everything we get finished.
Okay.
It's too scarred. The director of photography was killed. The director was injured. Alec Baldwin was involved. But that's
Not so
I'm
much
gonna give you
besides
these
the fact.
cards. It's gonna be her information, those in the back. Both of them.
Yeah.
So if anything comes to mind or recall anything later on, you can always call us and something sticks out that maybe is noteworthy. And remember, nothing is irrelevant of what you think, okay? The littlest thing could be maybe something.
I understand. I just wish I could.
We're not done obviously here. We're still gonna go to the same process as me. We will run ballistics on the gun and the comparison of all of this, and maybe hopefully we could get an answer on all of that. Bring some closure to this. You're right. They're almost here. You probably just left.
I go outside and
Yep.
it's there.
Yeah, we can walk you out.
All right. Is that it? Let's see what the poll has to say. I put a poll up. See if I can figure out how to read my own poll. The poll on YouTube reads, what's this expert? That would be the gun expert just before we went to lunch. What's this expert's testimony mean for Baldwin? Baldwin's doomed. 32%. Baldwin's double doomed. 41%. Baldwin will talk his way out of it. 27%, a sizable minority, think Alec Baldwin's going to talk his way out of it. I don't know. Well, it's time for court to come back. I just saw the courtroom camera flicker a little bit. It looks like they took down the lunch banner. Maybe we'll finally get started on time this time. That would be nice. This court does not usually come back on time, but it may have been all the drama they've been having with defense counsel, Todd Bullion, Gutierrez wanting him to withdraw from the case, the judge saying no, he's got to sit at the table. He just can't talk to you, his client. A new lawyer being brought in. Monica Barreras, a pretty enough lawyer, but a questionable competence as far as I've seen. So much drama. Jason Bowles is the lead counsel on the case. He's still there. He's the bald-headed guy. And they got the crazy lady back on the at the end of the table. So some people had been proposing, not very credibly, that the lady with the crazy makeup and hair at the end of the defense chamber was also the lawyer that suddenly appeared. I did not believe that to be the case. It didn't look like it to me. I need to, but I did capture a picture of both of them in the same screenshot. I just have to, just got to find it. Where was that? There are all the gun photos. Here we go. Caught them both in one screenshot, so we know definitively that's not what was going on. Where am I? Where's my stream? Where's my stream? Here it is. So there on the right is the new lawyer. Just showed up for the first time yesterday. Monica Barrera. Definitely not the weird looking chick at the end of the defense table. Two different people. Let's see if we have any more comments. Kyle says, law self-defense member, Kyle, reading the law self-defense member chat. Because they get their questions answered for free. You might consider becoming a law self-defense member. You can do it for 99 cents. 2-week trial membership, 99 cents at lawselfdefense.com/trial. Get access to the member chat where I answer questions and comments for free. And after the 2-week trial, it's still dirt cheap. It's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a law self-defense member. But try it out for 99 cents at lawselfdefense.com/trial. You can still watch the stream on YouTube if you want. Just pop open another browser tab and put the law self-defense chat in there, and you can comment with the community and ask questions of me personally. Or do it as a $10 super chat in YouTube. But why pay $10 for one question when for 99 cents you can get all your questions answered for this whole trial? Crazy. But Law Self-Defense member Kyle says, I heard they finished filming Rust up in Montana. I wonder who they got to work it. There's always people in the industry who will work. But that was when they had dropped the initial indictment against Baldwin. And I think everyone thought this was going to go away. Yeah, David Halls was not impressive in that interrogation. I might have to do a separate breakdown of that, maybe over the weekend. Yeah, sorry, folks. For a couple minutes while I was eating lunch, I managed to blank out the everything, the audio and the video. I probably lost half my audience. That's what happens. That's what happens when you're a one-man show. Still waiting on court. Let's see. All the defense needs is a reasonable doubt. But you're starting behind the 8 ball. It's almost a strict liability case, right? I mean, the armor is supposed to prevent live rounds from being on stage, and she didn't do that. Need an explanation for that is consistent with innocence. It's hard. That's why I think ultimately they'll be making a emotional appeal to the jury. No new $10 super chats. So I gave you the option, folks, and then you didn't want it. You didn't want to take advantage of the opportunity. So who'd we have this morning? We had the medical examiner, who, interestingly enough, characterized this as cause of death was bullet wound, manner of death was accident. Could have been homicide. She said as much. It could have been homicide. Plenty of medical examiners would have listed it as homicide. Then the defense weirdly latched on to her manner of death as accident, as trying to suggest to the jury that this was a legal determination. That, well, if it was an accident, it can't be a crime. But of course, the medical examiner's findings are medical findings. They're not legal findings. Then they had Deputy Stephen Orr on from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. He's the guy who managed to clear the lever action rifle that had the overly large round put into it. So when the initial officer on the scene tried to unload the rifle by cycling the lever, he managed to. It was a 44-40 caliber rifle, and someone had put a 45 caliber, a too large round in the tubular magazine. So when he tried to cycle that round into the chamber and then eject it out of the gun, it jammed in the chamber. And he didn't know how to fix it. So turns out you can just kind of rotate the end of the tube magazine and pour all the ammo out, which is what Deputy Stephen Orr did. He's a gun guy, apparently. Then we had Byron French, who did the digital extraction on Hannah Gutierrez's phone, and they had a whole bunch of text messages that are relevant to the state's allegation that Hannah had passed over a bag of cocaine to another one of the crew members she was friendly with as a means of evidence tampering. So getting the cocaine off the scene before the cops found it, so the cops wouldn't be able to argue drug impairment as having contributed to this death. And all the text messages were a whole series of them over the next couple of weeks of Hannah reaching out to the crew member to whom she'd given this bag of white powder. The police never had the bag. The crew member threw it away right away. She suspected it was cocaine, so she threw it away. But Hannah didn't know that. Hannah was trying to get her bag of white powder back. So there's lots of things that can be white powder, right? Confectionery sugar can be white powder in a bag, but you probably don't send a bunch of text messages trying to get back your confectionery sugar from hundreds of miles away. And finally, we had Luke Hagg. Luke Hagg was the older gentleman, firearms, reconstruction, and examination guy, and he did a bunch of testing on the actual Baldwin revolver and a duplicate of the Baldwin revolver that essentially showed that there's no way the gun could have been discharged without the trigger being pulled. Impossible. So that's not all that relevant for the Hannah Gutierrez trial, but it'll be extremely relevant for the Baldwin trial. I'm not so sure how they got it into this trial, actually, given the lack of relevance. Unless they're worried about the defense arguing that the gun was defective and discharged in an unforeseeable way, and even Hannah could not have foreseen that, and therefore she shouldn't be liable for the death. But her liability is premised on her allowing live ammo into the gun, so it wouldn't matter how the gun went off. I wouldn't think. Maybe they want this guy's testimony in here because they're afraid that he's not going to make it till August 6th when Alec Baldwin's scheduled to go to trial. Get his testimony in the record now. And sure enough, the hammer was damaged by the FBI when they did their impact testing. So impact testing, they're trying to ascertain whether or not it's possible that the firearm could discharge from an impact. So they hit it with a hammer from all 6 directions, top, bottom, left, right, front, back. When they hit it on the back, they're striking the hammer of the revolver with a rawhide hammer mallet. And when they hit the hammer of the revolver with the mallet hard enough, they broke it. So they broke the sear engagement spot on the hammer, and they broke the sear off the end of the trigger. And they had the little fragments from those. And they also broke a piece off the cylinder lock lever inside the pistol. But the gun was working fine when the FBI got it before they did this. And so obviously it was in proper working condition. And some of the testing this guy did show that even there's no way for the damage to have existed at the time Baldwin had the gun. So it couldn't have contributed to the discharge of the gun into Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza. It was good. It was very good testimony. Evidence is destroyed in testing all the time, folks. So that's not a big deal. It's only a big deal if they're trying to hide it. Yeah, and this is probably the only armory expert we're going to see is the states, because the defense screwed up, and they failed to get an armory expert for the defense on board. They thought they had somebody, so they knew about the state's expert, this guy Luke Hag, for a year, and it was only this, I think, in January. Well, we're back. We're back. And we still have Luke Hag on the stand.
All right, you may be seated.
I believe they had just decided, the state had just finished their direct. So he was just about to be handed over for cross when the judge decided to break for lunch. So here comes Jason Bowles for cross.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I wanted to ask you first off, I think your conclusion, what you stated earlier, is that based on your expert review of that Baldwin revolver, the shooter had to have fully cocked that weapon and pulled that trigger to cause it to fire. Is that? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Let me start over if it's okay, Your Honor. Okay. Sir, if I can ask that again, I think your conclusion, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that the Baldwin revolver that you examined in your expert opinion, that the shooter had to have fully cocked that weapon and had to have pulled that trigger all the way, or pulled the trigger to fire it.
Yes, on the first part, I bifurcated my answer in the report, either pull the trigger, which I regard as a volitional act, or have already depressed it. If
Yes, sir.
already depressed it, the very instant he let go of the hammer, it would fire.
So, sir, for example, if Mr. Baldwin were cross-drawing that weapon and had his finger in the trigger guard, and then he pulled it and it had it fully cocked and it slipped and let go, would that fire that weapon?
Only if he had the trigger pulled or depressed. They're
Okay.
similar, but I make a slight distinction between it being depressed versus pulled.
Okay, so, sir, so either way, that shooter had to either have it depressed, have his finger in the trigger, or pull that trigger for that to fire.
And have it cocked.
And have it cocked.
Fully cocked.
Fully cocked.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now I noticed earlier when you were doing a demonstration with the jury, you exercised extreme muzzle discipline, I'm going to call it. You learned that, correct? Not to ever point that weapon at an individual, a human?
Long ago.
Yes, sir. Been around guns a long time?
I have.
And one of the most important rules, and I saw when you walked down, you had it either down, up, it was never pointed at a person. That's one of the most important rules of gun safety, isn't it?
I agree.
Okay. And sir, another rule that I noticed when your son was on that video, and when you were demonstrating, you never had your finger in that trigger guard. Is that another rule you learned from a long time ago?
Well, we were demonstrating something there in which the trigger
Yes.
saved the gun from firing. If we had depressed it, of course, it wouldn't be a useful demonstration.
No, and I understand. My question wasn't good. You never put your finger in that trigger guard until you were ready to pull that trigger in some manner.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the cross draw, I know you've been around guns for a long time, but with regard to the cross draw, would you agree that somebody that was not familiar with that draw would need to have training on that draw?
You'd have to have some understanding of where the firearm is, how the holster works, whether it's got a safety strap or not. And then, of course, get it out of that area and swing it around, as was shown in the videos that I've looked at of Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, sir. And did you see the video where when he pulls it out, his finger is in the trigger guard? Did you see that?
I certainly did.
And again, that can be very dangerous, sir, based on your expert conclusion, if he has that fully cocked, correct?
And it's loaded and fully cocked. Yes.
Yes, sir. And so when you watched that video, did you make a determination as to whether he should have drawn that with his finger in the trigger guard?
It's been a while since I've looked at it. I was trying to decide a couple of other things. If that's the evidence gun, I was satisfied it was because of the plain bare metal hammer. And then, of course, looking at, can I really determine if his finger's inside the trigger guard but not on the trigger itself? I could never resolve that.
Okay.
Because of the camera angle.
And in any event, you should not have your finger on the trigger in that cross draw.
Well, it doesn't matter what it's a cross draw. It's if you're going to cock the gun, which he did after it's out. I do remember that. When it's out of the holster, you can see him cocking it. It's now clear of the holster. But I'm back to, I can't tell if he's already got the trigger depressed or it gets pulled later.
Okay, sir. And with regard to your conclusion, I want to make sure I was clear on that. I know that you, and I don't want to use the word critical, but you didn't think that aggressive testing by the FBI was a good idea?
I didn't think it was necessary in this case, given the context. What are the issues in the case? In my mind, it was never an issue that the hammer got struck by anything or that the gun got dropped.
And so you didn't believe that the FBI even needed to do that test?
From my viewpoint, no. It was not a useful or necessary test to strike the hammer of the fully cocked evidence gun.
Did you also say that you did not find any damage to that weapon that would have prevented it from firing as designed? And I'm talking about not after the FBI, but prior. Is that your conclusion?
Yes, if the hammer were replaced and the trigger replaced and the bolt, it was a perfectly functioning, authentic replica of a classic firearm.
Okay, sir. And in your inspection of that weapon, that Baldwin revolver, did you see any modifications that would have changed the firing characteristics of that weapon?
No, not at all. In fact, I went through, I think there are 12 other revolvers. 9 of them are Pietas. And I took them all apart with the help of my younger son, Mike. And we looked at the sears, the triggers, the full cock notches, and they were all equivalent.
His younger son, Mike. We're learning all about Mike. I wonder if Mike's married.
So that's how I addressed.
He's looking for a nice wife for his younger son, Mike.
Okay, sir. So other than the FBI testing, breaking those components, you didn't see any other evidence of modification or damage?
I did not.
Okay, sir. With regard to the rounds that you were talking about, the Starline brass is used by hand loaders at times. Hand loaders use Starline brass. Is that true?
Yes, that's their primary market. I'm one of their consumers. Small ammunition companies like the box of ammunition that the prosecutor showed earlier have also used their brass. Remington, Winchester, they of course have their own.
So, and can you tell the jury a hand loader if they use, they can use any type of primer, any type of powder, any type of bullet in a case, right? In the hand loader?
No, that's definitely not true.
Okay, what is a?
Well, let's start with the primer. That's the spark plug in your car. It's the spark plug in ammunition. There are large pistol primers and there are small pistol primers. The Colt cartridge requires a large pistol primer. There are also rifle primers that have the same dimensions, but they're harder and usually have more explosive in them. The same way there's small rifle primers. So you got 4 types. Then they could be plain brass, if that's your pleasure for aesthetics, or nickel plated. And I've seen them both ways. So we got 4 types and 2 finishes. There are even some that are custom for bench rest shooting and other exotic competition, but those are the 4 main. The powders, yet another thing. They're powders that are specifically manufactured for handguns. You've got a big bore and a heavy bullet that's got to be accelerated in a short distance. So those powders have to burn very fast and produce their energy. Rifle powders, if you shoot a 30-30 or a 30-06, you couldn't take the powder that's in one of your rifle cartridges and put it in a pistol cartridge and get it to work. It'd basically fizzle or squib. They burn it. It's like sawdust, sticks, and logs. Powders burn at different rates for shotguns, pistols, and rifles. So there's a lot of thought that's gone into this over the last century and a half of how you make all this come together to not blow up the gun, to achieve the desired pressure and velocity, and of course, produce an accurate shot.
Yes, sir. And so did you have any evidence when you looked at the live rounds from the rust set that those were hand loads or those were some other type? Did you determine that?
Well, they're in Starline brass, which is sold for hand loaders. But as I said, a commercial manufacturer can buy Starline brass, just as you saw in that one box. The bullets look more amateurish to me. In fact, I have that same bullet with the blue lube, and it's a cast bullet. It doesn't come in cartridges. So I don't have a definitive answer on you. They were virgin cases. That means they hadn't been fired previously and then reloaded. They were shiny inside. So they were first time assembled, and the powder, their physical forms, just as I mentioned, look like a powder called Bullseye, which is probably the oldest pistol powder around. It's very popular. I use it myself. It's normally associated with hand loaders, but it doesn't stop the industry from buying a ton of it and loading a few million rounds.
Okay, sir. So you didn't make a definitive determination, but those rounds appeared amateurish, which would be more like a hand load. Is that fair?
Yes, that has kind of a demeaning character to it. I pride myself on my hand loads, and they looked fine, but they'd already been disassembled. So I didn't get to see the quality of the crimp, and just where the crimp was made, that's where you hold the bullet in the cartridge case. I wished I'd seen them before they were disassembled.
So, but when you looked at it, it did appear, I'm just trying to establish, it did appear more likely to be a hand load.
Yes.
Okay. And if we could have, Gunnar, if I may approach the witness.
Are you going to mark that?
This is State's Exhibit 110. This
All
has
right.
already been.
No objection. Yes.
Okay. It's already been admitted into evidence. Oh, yeah, if we can put.
This cross could have been better if this lawyer knew anything about hand loading ammunition. But he doesn't have his own armor expert.
Mr. Haig, I hope you can see this.
Yes, I can.
Okay, do you see, this is State's Exhibit 110 that's been introduced. Have you ever seen this photo?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me get that. So, Mr. Haig, on the right, that you're looking at right now, I have it under it. What is that type of powder?
It's a pistol powder. In my opinion, it's one called Trail Boss. That's a brand name designed for cowboy action loads in handgun, centerfire handgun cartridges. And its characteristic shape, as I say, it looks like little donuts or tires if you magnify it. And it's a dull gray. It's also what's called a single base powder. So I use it myself. It's an old friend. It works well.
Okay, sir. And now I'm going to move this over and I'm going to show you this other type of powder. And what do you call that type of powder?
Of the many physical forms, it's called disc flake. That's with a hyphen, disc flake. It's little flakes in the sharp shape of discs, like little gray hockey pucks under the microscope. And without a scale, I couldn't compare that any further to, say, Bullseye or some of the other disc flake powders.
Okay, and now I'm going to try to zoom in here. Do you see in the middle of the ones you just described, you see that donut looking shape right in the middle?
I see it. I don't see it as a powder particle. It's something in the holding device.
And by holding device, what do you mean by that?
I don't know. I didn't have benefit of having this in my hand to actually empty it out, as I recall. So I don't know what it is. It's not powder. That's all.
You don't think it's powder?
I'm convinced it is not a propellant or powder.
Okay, but you don't recall that particular thing when you looked at it or when you had it? Or what did you just say? I didn't understand.
If I looked at it, I was again firsthand. I was again interested in the propellant as to whether I could identify it on the basis of morphology, and I didn't get anywhere beyond it's a disc flake powder popularly used in pistol cartridges, handgun cartridges.
Okay, so as part of your work in this case, did you ever see the photographs from PDQ Props from Seth Kenny's business?
I know I saw a number of photographs after a production of materials there, search warrant, I suppose you'd call it, and a lot of the ammunition, plus the FBI did a lot of x-ray images of cartridges from that facility.
Did you remember the way that place looked in terms of its organization or disorganization?
Only vaguely.
Okay. All right. And we may show you some pictures of that, but you never went there personally.
I have not been there.
Okay. And you've had no contact with Seth Kenny yourself.
That's also correct. I don't know the man and not met him.
Okay. Did you, with regard to the rounds on set, did you measure or inspect all of the rounds? For example, there's been 250 dummy rounds. Did you go through all of those?
Over a period of 5 days, yes.
Okay. And did you go through all of the live rounds you said?
Yes, definitely. Looked at all disassembled, but 5 rounds.
Okay. And other than what you told us, anything else about those live rounds? You did tell us the blue loop. Any other matters that you investigated that you determined about those?
Well, I probably said earlier this morning, those are hard to cast, meaning the lead has been hardened. It's not dead soft lead like you get out of an x-ray machine. Cast bullets, there's another way you can make bullets that the manufacturers do, but casting with a mold, bullet mold. And yes, I now must recall the propellant in the disassembled live rounds looked like the powder I mentioned, Bullseye. And I didn't see that in other sources in this case.
Now, sir, can you tell a jury what a light strike misfire is, if that term's familiar to you?
Yes, I usually separate the terms, but let's just start with a misfire is a cartridge fails to fire for some reason. A light strike could be one of those reasons. That means the hammer didn't fall its full distance, or it was retarded by something. It was going to fall, but something got
Retarded.
caught up in it. Or the example I gave earlier, and I did it with the actual evidence gun, pull the hammer back with real ammunition, pull the hammer back to the quarter cock, that little distance where the safety would set, but I had the trigger depressed, and then let the hammer fall. That would make, it'd be actually hard to see, a little tick mark, T-I-C-K, a little tick mark in the primer, but it wouldn't fire it.
And observing that after that happened, if you observed that round and you could see that little strike in the primer, is it true that that round could still go off the next hit?
Yes, if it didn't fire and a primer had a tick mark, one of these little light indentations in it, and you put it back in the firearm and drew the hammer all the way back, it's going to fire.
And sir, one other area on you mentioned that the gun barrel, Baldwin revolver, it was dirty.
Well, it had to be dirty when the evidence bullet went down the barrel.
Okay. And let me just ask you, does it take some time for an individual to properly clean a gun that's been firing black powder?
Whether black powder, I saw no evidence black powder was used in this case, but I know what you mean. There's a substitute called 777, which acts like black powder. They both leave a lot of residue in the gun barrel, and it can be difficult to get out, especially if you don't know what you're doing, because it's largely water soluble, and modern powders, like you just showed me in the picture, are not water soluble. So you need to know, okay, this is 777 or black gunpowder, and I've got to get this stuff out. You're gonna have to scrub it out with hot soapy water is the best way, and then dry the gun barrel out.
Okay, sir, and I appreciate that. I know you operate a business. Were you paid or compensated in this case for your work?
For my time, of course.
Yes, sir. And how much have you been compensated?
Well, my wife handles the bookkeeping, so I don't know for sure, but there's been quite a few hours. As I said, 5 days just looking at all this evidence alone. Then another when I came over here in July to look at the clothing, and then in August for the videos you saw. So there's 5, 6, 7, 8 or so days.
And what's your hourly rate?
$350 per hour.
Okay. Okay, and I thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Redirect.
Carrie Morrissey always redirects.
Mr. Haig, did you look at all of the disassembled live rounds from the set of Rust?
Yes.
Did any of the primers on those live rounds have those tick marks?
No.
And just to be clear, when we were looking at photos earlier, the photo of the ammunition that came from PDQ Props, you described that bullet as a semi-wad cutter.
Yes.
Okay. And can you definitively say that the live rounds from the set of Rust were kind of homemade sort of reloads as opposed to the HSM brand that we looked at on the photos that you and your son purchased?
Yeah, I wouldn't demean that ammunition to that degree. There's just it's subtle, but if you shoot all the time and load ammunition, I recognize them as, in all likelihood, hand loads. I wouldn't describe them as shoddy or poorly made, or sometimes I'll see dents in cartridge cases and the bullet's been improperly seated. So nothing wrong with them. They look like perfectly suitable hand loads. I've seen prettier. I've sure seen a lot worse.
Are you, I just want to be clear, are you testifying to the jury that you don't believe that those rounds that were found on the set would have come from a small manufacturer like HSM?
I can't rule it out, but the ammunition I've purchased in .45 Colt from various manufacturers and those that my younger son Mike has purchased have a higher quality. The bullets are slicker, shinier.
Okay. And you were asked some questions on cross-examination about gun safety and Mr. Baldwin having his his finger in the trigger guard of that gun. You recall those questions?
I do.
Based on your review of the evidence in this case, is it your understanding that Mr. Baldwin was told that the gun was cold or inert before he put his finger in the trigger guard?
Yes, it's my understanding from reading the documents, the call cold gun was given, meaning there's a gun on the set, but there's nothing in it that's going to fire. No blanks.
Carrie's going to be
or
making the
those
opposite
fire
argument in
rounds.
Baldwin's trial.
And the dummies in this case that rattled, you examined some of those, didn't you?
Yes, I did, a number of them.
Do you mind my asking, sir, how old you are?
83.
And sir, with your 83-year-old ears, were you able to clearly hear the rattle?
Not always.
Not always.
Especially in my right ear.
Okay.
And
Do you
I had
think
to do it in
do you think that's an issue with your hearing?
I thought it was subtle even when I listened with my good ear, my left ear.
The rattle was subtle.
Yes.
So in order to hear that rattle, you have to listen pretty closely, right?
Yes. And it gets more complicated. Some of them had one pellet in them, others had 2 or 3. So now you've got the advantage if you happen to pull one that's got 3 in it, better opportunity to hear it rattle.
Okay. Sir, are you familiar with the term inertia bullet puller?
Sure.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's a very simple device. It looks a little bit like a hammer, only it's clear plastic. It's got a cap, and you put usually a live cartridge or maybe one that's failed to fire. Anyway, it's a cartridge. It's got a bullet cartridge case, primer. Put it in this device, and you hit it on a hard surface. Good old Isaac Newton works out for us. The hammer stops, and the heavy bullet keeps on going. Now, it may take 3 or 4 hits, but you separate the bullet from the cartridge in a non-destructive way. So you get the bullet, you get all the powder, and you get a cartridge case. It's pretty routine if we want to know what's this ammunition loaded with, how much powder, what kind of bullet, because we can't see all the bullet when it's in the cartridge case. So it's a common tool. I think I have 2 or 3 of them.
So the inertia puller is a device that is designed to disassemble live ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused. Next witness.
We will call Corporal Alex Hancock.
This is the lead investigator on the case, Alexandria Hancock. This will probably be a long witness. She would have been one of the 2 officers in the interrogation room we just saw with David Halls, and we saw with Hannah Gutierrez interrogation, and we saw with the Alec Baldwin interrogation.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Alexandra.
Detective Hancock, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Alexandria Hancock.
How are you currently employed?
I am currently a corporal with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
A little over 6 years now.
And have you only worked at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. On October 21st, 2021, what was your position with the department?
So on October 21st, 2021, I was a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division, and I was assigned to the Violent Crimes Division.
And how did you become involved in this case?
I became involved in the Rust case. We were working that day and in the office, and got notified that there was a shooting on a movie set.
And when you received that information, what did you do?
So we met essentially as a team in investigations. And at that point, we had essentially split up assignments. We do this with any sort of major case like a homicide, shooting, stabbing, anything like that. So we'll meet with the supervisors and then the entire team, and then at that point we'll divvy up essentially who's going to do what at that time.
Tell us how you divvied things up.
So at the initial point of this case, there was actually another detective that was assigned the primary, and I was assigned as secondary. So what that means is that the primary is pretty much the head of the investigation. They're essentially in charge of what's going to happen, and then they divvy up responsibilities for the rest of the team from there.
And who was that person who was originally assigned primary?
His name was Joel Cano.
And is he a colleague of yours?
Yes, yes.
And at some point, was that designation changed, and were you assigned primary?
Yes, about 2 weeks later.
On October 21st, just so that we understand who was doing what, can you give us the names of the people that you yourself interviewed on the 21st of October?
Yeah, so the day of the incident, I was assigned to take some individuals back to the sheriff's office to be interviewed. Those individuals involved Hannah Gutierrez Reed, who is here in the courtroom today, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And those are the three people who ultimately were criminally charged in this case, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that you did basically the primary interviews on October 21st?
Yes.
And so while you were interviewing kind of the main players on October 21st, what was Detective Cano doing?
So Detective Cano had stayed at the ranch, so at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, and it was my understanding that there were additional people who were inside of the church at the time that the incident happened that he had interviewed and had assistance from another detective. So essentially they stayed on scene and used a like a movie trailer or whatever was designated towards them to interview all those other people.
And why were you guys interviewing people at the same time? You in one location, him in another location?
Because of the amount of people that we had to interview, and at the sheriff's office, we only have one interview room.
Now, you were present in the courtroom when Officer LaFleur and Mr. Benavides testified. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What's your opinion with regard to their sentiments that this was a difficult scene because of the number of people?
Yeah, I would say it produced a pretty big problem for the sheriff's office just because of the fact that there were so many people on this movie scene, hundreds of people, and there were so few of us at the time.
Now, in addition to interviewing Mr. Baldwin, Ms. Gutierrez, and Mr. Halls on October 21st, 2021, did you also conduct a subsequent interview with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, I did.
And was her attorney, Mr. Bowles, present for that interview?
Yes, he was.
And did you have numerous subsequent telephone conversations with Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, quite a few.
At any point in time after October 21st, did you conduct an interview of a witness by the name of Sarah Zachary?
Yes, I did handle her initial interview was with Detective Cano, and then I had a follow-up interview with her sometime in November with her attorney.
And did you also conduct an interview with an actor by the name of Jensen Ackles?
Yes, I did.
Did you conduct an interview with the witness that we heard from earlier, Catherine Rowe Walters?
Yes.
And did you interview a gentleman by the name of Zach Sills?
Yes.
Did you interview a gentleman by the name of Seth Kinney?
Numerous times.
And when you say numerous times, how many times do you think you spoke to Mr. Kinney?
Over 5.
And did you interview a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
Yes, I did.
let's start with Mr. Reed. How did you come to conduct an interview? And just to be clear, I think it was telephonic. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
How did you come to conduct an interview with Mr. Reed?
So my initial, I guess the way that I had originally heard about Mr. Thel Reed was that he was Hannah's father. And Jason Bowles, Hannah's attorney, had actually brought him up after the second interview that I had conducted with Hannah, essentially saying that Thel wanted to provide a statement as to where the live ammunition may have come from on set. Jason had emailed me
When you say Jason, you mean Jason Bowles?
Yes, Jason Bowles. Had emailed me a typed out statement. And at the bottom of this statement, it had Thel's name on it. At that time, I had advised to Jason that that would not be a sufficient statement for me because I hadn't conducted the interview myself, and that essentially a word typed statement, not signed, not really identified from anybody, would not be sufficient for me. So I had discussed with Mr. Jason Bowles that if Thel wanted to provide an actual statement to me, that we needed to set up an interview.
And did he do that?
Yes, he did the following day.
And did you interview him?
Yes.
Was that prior to asking the court to authorize a search warrant on PDQ props?
Yeah, it was about a week before.
And under what circumstances did you become aware of Seth Kinney in a manner that caused you to start to have to interview him and interact with him?
So from the beginning of the investigation, my first interactions with Seth Kinney came from the search warrant that we had done on the prop truck, which was on the set of Rust. I had essentially told Seth, or had communications with him, that I was going to need to get inside the safe on the prop truck, which is where we were told that they had stored guns. And instead of breaking open this safe, we had asked for someone to come to set with the code for the safe in order to open it, so we didn't have to do all that extra work. So my first interaction in person with Seth Kinney was during the prop truck search warrant.
Hang on just a second. So Mr. Kinney showed up and opened the safe for you?
Yes, he did.
And on that day that you were doing the search of the prop truck, do you recall what date it was?
It was October 27th, 2021.
And did Mr. Kinney kind of hang around there outside the prop truck, and you were able to visit with him?
Yes.
Was Mr. Kinney cooperative with you?
Yeah, he was extremely cooperative.
Did Mr. Kinney bring you samples of live ammunition from PDQ props?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Kinney provide you access to text messages on his cell phone?
Yes, several times.
Did he provide you access to information on his tablet?
Yes.
What was the reason, or reasons rather, that you determined that conducting a search of PDQ props would be appropriate?
So throughout the investigation, we obviously had the unanswered question of where this live ammunition may have come from. During Hannah's secondary interview with me, I found that ammunition that was supplied to Rust actually came from 3 different sources. One of those sources.
And let's back up real quick before you get there. The interview that you did with Ms. Gutierrez on October 21st, 2021, did you have a conversation with her about who provided ammunition to the set?
Yes.
And who did she say provided ammunition?
Seth Kenny.
And then you conducted a follow-up interview with her in November.
Yes.
And that was when Mr. Bowles was there.
Correct.
And that's what you were going to start telling us about, right?
Yes.
Go ahead, proceed.
So in that secondary interview, Hannah had disclosed that there were actually 3 sources of ammunition that went onto the set of Rust. One of them, her original, being Seth Kenny from PDQ Arm and Prop. The second supplier was an individual named Billy Ray, and he was part of the business Spots and Props, I believe it is what it was. And then the third source of ammunition for Rust was herself.
How many boxes of dummy ammunition did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she herself provided to the set of Rust?
So 1, and then she had stated that she had brought other dummies and ammunition in gun belts.
Okay, so I think what we were discussing is what went into your thought process that caused you to decide that executing a search warrant on PDQ props would be appropriate.
Yeah, so during Hannah's secondary interview, it was identified at that point the actual physical location of PDQ, which was in Albuquerque, the 126 Monroe. And then subsequently after that, when I had gotten the statement from Thel had described that him and Seth Kenny had been training actors on another movie prior to this in another state, that they had used live ammunition. And so Thel had said that that ammunition somehow came back to New Mexico and then, potentially gone back to PDQ, which is the reason that I used, along with Seth Kenny providing the fact that he did have live ammunition and use live ammunition on that set to draft that search warrant for PDQ.
Did you also have numerous conversations with Mr. Bowles?
Yes.
And were some of the statements that Mr. Bowles made also things that went into your decision to execute a search warrant there?
Yes.
What was the information you received from Mr. Bowles that caused you to turn your attention to Seth Kenny?
So from the beginning of this investigation, Mr. Bowles had made statements that he believed that there was sabotage on the set, although none of the individuals that I had interviewed shared the same sentiments. So none of the people that I had interviewed thought that this could be sabotage or, that someone did this intentionally to Hannah. And so given the fact that Mr. Bowles had continuously told me about, Seth Kenny and the fact that he may have supplied the live ammunition and that he was a supplier of ammunition is why we decided to take that path into investigating him.
Now, the interview that you conducted with Mr. Reed that went into your decision to apply for a search warrant, did Mr. Reed actually tell you specifically the kind of rounds that he recalled being on the set of 1883 that would now be in the possession of Seth Kenny?
Yeah, he described the live ammunition to have a semi-wad cutter top.
All right. Corporal, were you present in the courtroom for opening statements?
Yes.
Did you investigate Seth Kenny?
Yes, we did.
And based on Mr. Bowles's communications with you and other information, you actually applied for a search warrant and you conducted a search of PDQ props, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you spoke to Mr. Kinney numerous times, I think you testified to.
Many, many times.
And he was completely cooperative with you.
Yes, for over a year, I believe.
And sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say we had numerous conversations for an extended period of time.
Is there any particular reason that you didn't ask him for a DNA swab or a fingerprint sample?
Yes. So during my investigation and the interviews I conducted, there was never any testimony or reason to believe that Seth was ever on the set of Rust. Anything that was handled through him or any of the ammunition or anything that had been brought to set had been picked up by another person in Albuquerque, or they had met outside of the set.
And just to be clear, Corporal, the live ammunition that you seized from PDQ props, what did you do with it?
We submitted all the live ammunition for testing with the FBI.
And did you receive information that the live ammunition from PDQ didn't match the live ammunition on the set of Rust?
That's correct. It didn't match at all.
And isn't that in line with what Thel Reed himself told you about that ammunition being semi-wad cutter?
Yeah, so the statement that Thel had made about the type of ammunition that they were using matched what we found and what was provided by Seth Kenny.
So you found at PDQ exactly what Thel Reed told you you should find?
Yes.
And it did not match the live rounds on set?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the cell phone extractions that were done in this case. And let's go back to October 21st when we're on the set of Rust. Do you know why cell phones from every witness on the set weren't collected?
There was, obviously a lot of people that we were dealing with, and it's not standard practice, especially when we are still investigating, to just go and take people's possessions from them.
If I'm a witness to a crime, do you just get to come seize my cell phone?
No.
Do you get to put me in handcuffs?
No.
Do you get to put me in the back of a patrol unit?
No.
In fact, there was an extraction of Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't have to ask for a warrant. She consented to that.
She did consent.
And was
Signed
there
by
an
Bowles.
extraction done of Mr. Baldwin's phone?
Yes.
And where was that done?
Suffolk PD in New York completed it.
And did Mr. Baldwin do that voluntarily, or did you have to execute a warrant?
So I had initially applied for a warrant for his phone, and it was approved here in New Mexico, but he was located in New York at the time. And so we ended up, actually the DA's office and Mr. Baldwin's attorneys ended up essentially getting his phone and doing his phone on consent as well.
Was a cell phone extraction done of the cell phone of Mr. Halls?
Yes, it was.
And did you have to get a warrant, or did Mr. Halls consent?
He consented.
Same thing with Ms. Zachary. Was there an extraction of her phone?
Yes.
Did she consent?
Yes, she did.
And Mr. Kinney shared with you the information from his phone that you asked for?
Yes, numerous times.
Is there a reason that the prop truck wasn't searched until October 27th?
Yes. So, with the initial information that we had been given and that we responded to the day of the incident, the entire incident in itself had occurred inside the church. So that was our, primary area that we were going to be investigating and processing and looking into, because that's where the incident occurred. Additional information that we had received was obviously involving the prop cart that Hannah and the props team was using, and that's why we, processed that prop cart as well. We didn't have information until later on that this prop truck had been involved in the props department and that we would potentially need to be looking for evidence there, which is why we didn't conduct that search until a few days later.
And Corporal, why wasn't the search of PDQ props done until the end of November?
Because the information that I had started receiving in terms of PDQ didn't come until, I believe it was November 9th. The statement that I was given from Thel, or my interview with Thel Reed, was November 17th. We had also received some evidence back from OMI November 22nd. And then I had another interview with Sarah, her secondary interview, on November 29th. So this is all stuff that I'm involved in and I'm conducting and doing myself. So November 30th was essentially the first day that I had available to do that search warrant. And I requested the search warrant that morning and got it done that afternoon.
Do criminal investigations involving 100 witnesses sometimes take time?
Absolutely, even ones that don't involve that many people.
Can you explain to the jury why latent fingerprint testing was not requested on the live rounds found on the set of Rust?
Yeah, absolutely. So during my interviews with, all the people that I initially interviewed, there was statements from them that the gun that Alec Baldwin was using was taken from the church, that Dave Halls had taken it from the church, that he had handed that gun to Miss Reed, directed Miss Reed to essentially empty all the bullets from that gun. So in doing so, with Miss Reed emptying the bullets and examining them at that time, I know she touched them. I know her DNA or potentially her prints are going to be on those bullets. So it didn't make sense for us to DNA or latent test that round, because I know who touched it, and she wasn't the only one that touched it after that. In addition to that, the other live rounds that were found in, gun belts, the box or the ammo box, and the carts had all been handled by several people during this movie set, especially after the shooting. I had gotten statements that they had been handled by several different people. And not only that, but the gun belts that contained the live ammunition were said to have come from another set. And so for us, and in speaking with the DA's office, as well as the FBI, our representative from the FBI, it didn't make sense. It would be a test that just wouldn't yield anything that we were looking for.
And why wasn't DNA testing requested on the live rounds or the spent casing?
The spent from the gun?
From the set, yes. I'm sorry, the spent casing from the gun or the live rounds from the set abreast? My apologies.
I'm sorry, you're saying
What-
why wasn't it?
Why
requested?
wasn't DNA testing requested?
Okay. Essentially for the same reason, because of because of all the various people that had claimed to handle these rounds.
And did you also hear in previous testimony about FBI policies?
Yes.
And were you notified of those policies during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I was.
So if you had requested it, they would have refused.
Correct. And we did have that discussion with our FBI representative who was assigned to the case here in Santa Fe.
Now, we understand from previous testimony that you sent the gun that was being used by Mr. Baldwin to the FBI for testing. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And prior to the testing being done with the mallet, were you notified that that testing could potentially result in damage to the gun?
Yes.
And what was the reason that you proceeded with the testing anyway?
We proceeded with the testing because Mr. Baldwin had made statements that he didn't pull the trigger. And I think his exact statement was that the gun just went off. So we needed to figure out how to disprove that theory or that statement. And that was the way that was proposed to us and what the FBI could do.
On October, I'm going to go through and I'm going to play some videos of your statements with Ms. Gutierrez at this time. And on October 21st, 2021, did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez when she was still on set before she was taken to the police station?
Yeah, we had some brief discussion.
Okay. And Your Honor, if it's acceptable, some of these videos, the first one isn't that long, but some of these videos are rather lengthy. And so I'd like to play them from counsel's table.
Sure.
Instead of standing.
Okay. How long are they?
The first one I think is about 8 minutes. The second one, off the top of my head, I want to say is about an hour. And the last one is between 2 and 3 hours.
All right, we'll probably take a break after the second one, the one that's an hour, okay?
So these will be, I mean, the 3 hours has to be the Gutierrez combined interrogations. Because I think our first one was about an hour, and then the second one was like 2 hours. An hour is probably David Hall's, what we watched at lunch. You'll get to see it again. I don't know what 8 minutes might be. So this will be, yeah, we won't even finish that today, these interviews. It's already 4 o'clock Eastern time. Yeah, so to my mind, the key question here is not who brought a round on set, as long as it wasn't Hannah.
Some of these videos are at times redacted if there's downtime or something like that. So if you see a skip, that's why.
Okay, so coming into evidence.
Yes, and the first one that I intend to play is State's Exhibit 66. I would ask to admit it and publish it.
Mr. Rolls.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State 66 is admitted. You may publish.
So you have to get evidence admitted into evidence over any objections, if there are any. And once it's admitted in evidence, the next step is to actually publish it, which means show it to the jury. 2 different steps.
Yeah, where's the restroom?
I think so. She knows where it's at.
Just gonna back up.
Ask your site, she needs to use the restroom, and she doesn't want to go alone. Will you escort her?
Yeah, where's the restroom?
I think so. She knows where it's at.
Okay.
Get that out of the way if you would.
Go into the restroom.
Corporal, does this microphone work? Okay. The acoustics are much different from this position. Corporal, who was that gentleman you were speaking to?
That was my sergeant at the time, Christopher Zook.
That's the same gentleman that testified earlier in this trial?
Yes.
And what are you being asked to do?
I was advised that Hannah needed to use the restroom and that she wanted somebody to accompany her.
After her? Yeah.
Hi there. You said you needed to use the restroom? Okay, I can go with you.
You have your bag and everything?
I don't know.
Look at that hair. Quite different than in court, huh?
She's not. She'll just come right back here. Yeah, I'm just taking her to use the restroom and that's it. Let me just close this.
Oh my gosh. It's all a sign of mental illness, folks.
Well, yeah, so we're gonna take you. Do you want to wait to go to the office or is it gonna be a while? I'm not sure how much longer. I'd say not too much longer, but I can't tell you a time. Okay.
And Corporal, I couldn't hear what Ms. Gutierrez said to you at the beginning that prompted this discussion about going back to the office. Do you recall?
No, I don't.
Okay, no problem.
Welcome to the worst day of my life. Hey, things happen. Yeah. Where's your restrooms here? Right over here. Okay. I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. That's so fucked. I can't believe it. Oh, fuck. That's all right. Just
Hannah did not hand the
Can
gun to
members of the
Baldwin.
jury hear what Ms. Gutierrez is saying in the video?
David Hall
Okay,
said
just
that.
checking.
No, he said no. One person said no.
Okay. Corporal, could you hear what Ms. Gutierrez was saying in the video?
Yes.
Can you, did we just turn it up? Okay. I'll take it back just a short bit and we'll see if that works. Thank you, George.
okay.
Alcohol, cocaine, and weed on the
Can't
job
believe Alec Baldwin
in the
was holding
evenings.
gun. That's so fucked.
What did Ms. Gutierrez say to you?
Her statement was, "I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. That's so fucked."
And just to be clear, at this point in time, where's Ms. Hutchins?
I believe she's still in the care flight, the helicopter.
And you saw the previous videos, the video from Mr. Benavides. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. And in that video, did Ms. Gutierrez learn that Ms. Hutchins was critical but stable?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. That's all right. Just take a deep breath and we'll work this all out, okay?
Always trust the cops to work it all out. You may not like how it works out. Very little objecting in this trial by either party. Plenty of opportunities, but very little objecting.
I think that one's open. Do you need to come with me? Yeah, I'm just gonna stand facing opposite, okay?
And Corporal, why do you need to escort Ms. Gutierrez to the restroom?
She had actually asked to be escorted by law enforcement, which is why I was with her. We take it as a precaution to accompany people into the restroom, just to, I guess, ensure that they don't harm themselves, that they're not trying to hide evidence, such things like that.
You guys have a lot of people out here.
Yeah. Is there like a closer cop car you guys can put me in or something?
I mean, the closest one that I can put you in is one of the ones that's like the unmarked one.
I just kind of wish that any of my coworkers could stop seeing me because I already feel super bad.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, hold on just 1 second.
I can even throw you in mine. I have an unmarked one.
Is it closed?
It's like right. We walked through them.
Okay, cool.
So
Yeah, I don't want to go back.
okay.
I just want to get the fuck out of here and never show my face in this industry ever again.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, I would.
How long have you been working here?
Just a month.
Just a month?
Yeah. I've just been doing this job for like 9 months now.
Okay. How old are you?
24. I'm like the only female armor in the game, and I just fucked up my whole entire career.
Have you studied armory, or did you go to classes, or how did you get into it?
My dad's one of the best armorers in the entire world, and he trained me, and I'm a fucking failure. Let's hit it.
You ready? Yeah, so it's these cars. Mine's actually the silver car over here.
Okay, my little fanny pack is right in front of that cop car on that thing, if you could bring it.
Okay.
Possibly.
What's in it?
Just my keys. My ID.
Okay. Yeah, let me just figure out. Let me see you in
You
here.
can just leave it, honestly. Yeah, my inhaler is in it.
Okay, do you need that?
My inhaler might be in the back of the cop car.
You know what? Let me.
Like
Sorry,
every
we have
woman's
so
car
much
everywhere.
gear.
Covered in trash.
I'm not sure. Do you want a Gatorade? It's not open. It's been.
I'm alright.
Okay. So I'll leave that there if you want it. Okay? You can control the window.
Yeah, and it's got an eighth of a tank of gas. Of course.
Joe. I have to hang out with you here though, okay? Since my vehicle is. So, she doesn't want to be up in the cop car.
That really is a
They
lapel
figure out
camera.
transportation. We just let them know that I have her in here. She doesn't want to be.
Look, this is the armor?
Yeah.
Okay. You just gonna hang out with it here?
Yeah.
For now?
Until they figure out what they want to do. But yes.
So she wants to be transported over there?
Yeah, she
not
wants.
in a police car.
Right. She exactly, and she just doesn't want to be. Well, she doesn't want everybody to see her right now, so I have her back there. Okay.
Why would you ever put your car keys in the seat of your car? That's how you get locked out of your car.
Are you from New Mexico?
Out of state, Arizona.
From Arizona, what part?
Morehead City, Arizona.
I actually don't think I know where that is. Let me know how the temperature is, okay? You can do whatever you need. Have you called your parents or anything yet? Yeah, go ahead. Whoever you need to call.
Every woman. Such a low IQ response. It's so funny how so many women can't understand generalities.
Okay.
It has to be
Where-
all the 4 billion people on the planet that are women. It has to apply to every single one of them, or it's not a
Ms.
general truth.
Gutierrez's request, did you take her to the restroom?
Yes.
And at her request, did you permit her to sit in your patrol unit?
Yes.
Did you turn your patrol unit on so that she could be in a comfortable temperature?
Yes.
Did you allow her full use of her cell phone?
Yes, I did.
So just to be clear, Ms. Gutierrez's phone wasn't taken either, was it?
No, it wasn't.
And then later that day, did you do another interview with Ms. Gutierrez at the police station?
Yes.
We're gonna enter it into evidence.
Yes. We would move into evidence states exhibit 67 and ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, state 67 is admitted, you may publish.
Started. Like good.
Hang on.
Before we get started, you're here for an interview, and that's what we're doing right now. Okay, it's just anybody, what happened.
So this one's about an hour. I think this will probably be the end of the day
Okay,
when
if
we
you
get to
can't
the end
raise
of
your
this one.
hand. A little bit, okay. Let me try to, if I turn it up here, will it go up over there? Okay, let's try that, see if I can fine tune it a little bit.
Okay. Anytime we interview somebody, especially when we do it here at the office.
George, can you just bump it up another notch and let's see how that works, if you don't mind, sir?
Just so.
Leave it there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, she looks cute in court, right? Doesn't look too bad in court. This is horrible.
Forms. And that's what that's just what she had here, but I guess she went to go get them. So we're just gonna get you those.
And Corporal, where did you go?
I went to go get a form which essentially has Miranda rights on them.
And who's this lady in the room?
This was the, so her name is Samantha Talamonte. She was a detective that I was interviewing with on that day.
And does she still work at Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, she's a corporal as well right now.
Thank you.
Go over them, and just formality, we have to do, okay?
These are the same 2 women who would interview and flirt with Alec Baldwin.
Do you know if anyone ever got that fanny pack? So right now it's technically inside the scene, so we can't quite grab it yet. Okay, well. But you said it's black and gray? No, it's just the gray one. Just gray, okay. And it was on the cart? Yeah. Yeah, so it'll be secure, and it's not part of it. We'll get it back to you as soon as we can. So like I said, this is the rights that I just need to
It's
go
just
over
standard
and
SOP.
do, and I do
Don't
need
worry
your
about it.
Signature or check out here. And then read the rest here and if you agree, okay? So the other rights remain silent.
Now she
and you can
ambiguously
make
asked for a lawyer.
or other
Which doesn't
proceedings.
count.
You have the right to consult an attorney before making any statements or answering any questions. And you may have him or her present with you during questioning. You may have an attorney appointed to you to represent you if you cannot afford
Your
one.
request for an
Otherwise,
attorney has to be
also
unequivocal.
obtain one. Okay, you understand those? And if you wish to speak with us, like an attorney. You kind of like.
She'd kind of like an
what you
attorney.
wanted to do. I mean, just because the situation and everything, and their attorney already talked to me, and I just think I should probably have an attorney represent me.
I should
Before
probably
you get
have
to
one.
Mr. Cutcliffe.
Do you know what attorney she's referring to?
There was an attorney that was at the ranch but I don't know her name.
Okay.
Well, I can probably answer a few questions. So at any time, so I'm gonna, again, you don't have to talk to us. And if you want to talk to your attorney, that's fine. If you want to answer some questions, you still could change your mind during this questioning. So it's up to you. If you want to talk to us and at some point you feel like maybe you want your attorney.
They know once you start talking, they've got you. You'll just keep talking. That's
What you
human
wanna do
nature.
right now. If you want to talk to us, how long would it take when you get here, I guess? It's gonna be you calling them and finding out. Really? Okay. I don't know, their second attorney, I don't know, it's just like such a big company, you know. Are you talking about with the production company? Yeah. I don't want anything in this case to be fucked up for me as much as I possibly can. So, no, you're fine, and that's why we go through these. Yeah. So you know you're right. Okay. It's up to you. Is there an attorney I can call? It would be a public defender. They might advise another day. It could go a longer process. I don't know. All right. I can answer some basic questions. If you want to answer some basic questions, we could do that. And then if you at some point feel like it's right on, yeah. And like I said, right now we are just interviewing you because you were there. You were there. You totally are in charge of the armor. Okay. So you're okay with talking with us? Yeah. Okay. So we'll start off with basic questions, okay? So you've already mentioned that you've been on set for 5 months now, on this particular set? No, on this particular set, I've only been there 2 weeks. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, do you want the date and time? Oh, yeah, please. It's going to be 21. 21. I'm so sorry. How do you spell your first name? Hannah, H-A-N-N-A-H. And your last name? Gutierrez, G-U-T-I-E-R-R-E-Z. When's your date of birth? April 28, 1997. April 28, 97? Yeah. And how old are you? 24. I just want you to be comfortable when you're talking about this. Okay. So this said you've been here for 2 weeks. Yeah. And this is your primary job is handling the armor. Yeah. Can you go into detail about what you do? I'm supposed to check the guns and I load the guns and I hand the guns off to the actor. Okay. How long have you been doing this? Because you mentioned you've been on multiple sets. Since about March, but I've been handling guns my whole life, pretty much. So you're very familiar with guns. And this is your primary function. You go to different sets and you primarily handle these guns. Yeah. Okay. So can you tell us what happened today when you started work, when you got there to work? Yeah, I went to work. We got the guns out. My coworker Sarah, she helps me with the guns a little bit too. Yeah. And we got the guns out. We went to set. We had the guns on set. I dummied the guns up with the dummy rounds. And yeah, we were on set all day. No, nothing happened. And then we came back from lunch and that happened. Okay. So you got on set with the gun, with the dummy rounds about what time? Like 7:30 probably. Around 7:30 this morning? Yeah. I didn't dummy the gun up until about a little before lunch, like an hour before lunch.
Corporal, could you understand what Ms. Gutierrez said about something about the gun? Did she say dummy the gun up?
Yeah, she had said that she dummied the gun up right before lunch.
Okay.
And we take all the guns and we lock them up for lunch.
So yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. You and Sarah, what's her last name? Do you know?
Sarah's last name, I don't think she really worked with that gun that day, by the way. But Sarah Zachary, Zachry.
Okay.
Yeah, if
So
she
just
were,
to be clear, did Ms. Gutierrez just tell you that Ms. Zachary didn't really work with the Baldwin gun that day? That's correct.
I just see someone in the comments. Yeah, if Hannah Gutierrez had been a platinum member of Law Self-Defense, I would have provided a consult on this case, of course, because she's being charged with the use of force crime.
But she was there today with you, helping you today, correct? Yeah. Okay. So you and Sarah, who has access to that? So when you got there this morning, where are the guns kept?
The guns are kept on the prop truck.
On the prop truck?
Yeah, and the dummies and everything kept on the prop truck.
Are the dummy rounds separate, contained than the gun, all in the truck?
Yeah, they're in their own box, and the guns are in the safe.
Okay. And who has access to the safe?
Sarah and I.
Just the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. What about the dummy rounds? Who has access to that?
Well, the dummy rounds, they were on the cart for lunch. Yeah, the dummy rounds were on the cart for lunch. All the ammo was on the cart for lunch.
Is there, okay, so you're saying dummy rounds and ammo, are there two separate things?
So there's blanks, my bad, not ammo, but there's blanks, you know, the blanks look different. They shoot the stuff and the dummies normally just have a little BB in them.
Okay. What is the purpose for the dummy rounds? Because you were loading those up this morning.
So the dummy rounds, they're meant to put in like the belts of the cowboys and everything. And like in the revolver, you can see if it's empty or not. So yeah, I have to dummy them up if they're gonna be like looking right at the camera.
Oh, okay, so you, just for show, the dummy rounds are just for show to make it look like
Just for
full.
show, yeah.
Okay. But then the other rounds that you guys
The
put
other
on
rounds,
scene,
yeah, the other
shoot a
rounds,
BB.
yeah. They don't shoot a BB, no.
Oh.
No, they just shoot, like, they just open up and a little black powder comes out, and that's all. It's just a little black powder, and yeah.
Is there live ammo that's kept on set?
No, never.
Okay.
So
I hardly even go shooting with 45 ammo at all. I normally just use 22.
okay.
So,
And so you got the guns this morning. You and Sarah are the only ones who have, is it a combination for the safe?
it is, yeah.
Okay, and you guys are the only ones who have that combination?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But the rounds are,
They're in the truck, yeah. The truck gets pretty much locked up every night. I mean, not like padlocked, but just on set security.
okay. Where do you guys have lunch? Does a lot of people just eat lunch there?
We all leave and we go back to base camp.
Okay. And you guys left the dummy rounds and the ammo, but it's not real ammo.
My bad, blanks. The
Blanks.
Yeah, we'll go with blanks.
I will use blanks.
Yeah.
Just so I also don't mix up in the confusion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you got the dummy rounds and the blanks this morning, what were you guys doing before lunch? Was that just
We were just
with the dummies only? Just
the dummies.
About
We were just about to get into the blank stuff, and you know, like part of my job is checking the barrel to make sure nothing's in it, because that's just. And I already started checking the other two guns to check in the thing for them, and none of them had any barrel obstructions. So yeah.
So you check the gun, but do you check the blanks and the dummies as well?
I do check the dummies. I check all of them, and they all showed that they were not hot, I guess you could say.
How can you tell the difference on the ammo, on the dummy rounds, or the blanks, I'm sorry,
sorry, how can you tell the difference from the blanks and live real ammunition? A little ring, like there's a little ring in there, just rings, it rattles, like a little rattle when it's a blank. Yeah, and then also there's ones that I have with holes in the side to show that there's nothing in them. Okay. So what are these ones? They're the rings? Yeah, these ones were the rings. There was one, I think, with a hole. Yeah.
This cop clearly does not yet grasp that there's dummies, blanks, live ammo. She continues to conflate the terminology.
So I want to visit with you a little bit about Ms. Gutierrez's statements up to this point. Initially, Ms. Gutierrez told you that she shook all the dummy rounds, is that right?
Yes.
And then upon further questioning, did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that in fact, one of the rounds actually wouldn't have been a shaker, it had a hole in the side?
Correct, which wouldn't give any sort of audible noise if she shook it.
All right.
And you put the gun before going to lunch back in the safe. Yes. But the blanks and dummies were left on the cart. Yeah. Did you, when you got back, did they look moved or tampered with or touched when you got back from lunch? They did not. No, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Okay.
Was the gun still in the safe after lunch?
Yeah.
Who pulled it out?
Sarah pulled it out and she handed it to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you watched her?
Yeah. Where I'm trying to get with is because you can handle the gun, you obviously are going to be loading the gun, so that's why I'm concerned about the dummy and the blanks, because those were left out. And is there some way that somebody can alter them to make them still look like your dummy rounds? Well, so that's the thing, is that like bullets, like real bullets, pretty much look the same as dummies. The only difference is the rattle. And so, yeah, that's a choice, but also, I don't know, I'm kind of wondering, because I heard back in the day, dummies used to have like a primer cap. So I'm wondering if maybe it was one of those older ones or something like that.
Did you load them after lunch?
They were already loaded from before lunch.
Okay.
And so that's the thing, is like, you know, we had that gun the whole time before that, and nothing happened, and I wasn't in there, and they weren't supposed to be even pulling the hammer back.
So, okay, all right, let me just clarify a little bit. So prior to lunch, the guns, you had them out?
Yeah.
And where were they when they were out?
They were inside with all the camera crew and everything. It's, you know, COVID, everything happening right now. They don't really like a lot of people in there.
Okay.
And so usually I'm like hardly allowed in there unless there's actual firing happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you inside this morning?
I walked in there and I handed the gun to Alex a couple of times, and Alex took it, and everyone was there with him.
Alec?
Alec.
Okay.
Baldwin, yeah.
Baldwin? Okay, so you handed him the gun this
Yeah.
morning. Does he pass it off to anybody, or were you able to see that?
At one point, Dave had it, the assistant director, but he was just sitting in with it, and then I saw him and I was like, okay, this is fine. He's just sitting in, and then I walked out, and yeah.
And how do you know that Dave had it?
I handed it off to Dave while he was sitting in for the shot.
Okay. All right, so you guys were the only three handlers prior to lunch?
Alec, Dave, me. Dave was after lunch.
Okay.
Dave was after lunch. Yeah, that should have been the only ones. Maybe Sarah possibly, but yeah. Because that's the thing, they chill on our little table, and we're pretty much there all the time.
Okay. And then, so prior to lunch, did they do any scenes or anything of the sort where they were firing the weapon?
No.
Okay.
Nothing before lunch. Yeah, we were just supposed to get into it right after that. Like literally, that was the last shot before we actually got into blanks.
Okay. And those blanks were already loaded in before lunch?
No, the blanks are different than dummies. So, yeah, blanks, totally different. They actually have like ignition and powder and everything. Dummies, no powder, just for looks.
Just for looks, right?
Yeah.
So I think everything was after lunch then. So
Mhm.
after lunch, you get back and that's when you loaded a dummy round. I mean, the blanks.
No,
No.
no, blanks were loaded.
No, like
All
no
the
dummy
dummies.
today.
Yeah, no blanks were loaded today. I was
Three
like,
women
getting
in a
ready for
room.
it. I had my fanny packs like full of like blanks and everything, but
Okay. So when was the last time you loaded it?
I loaded it so I loaded it with 5 of the dummy rounds before lunch, and there was one that wouldn't go in. And so when we got back from lunch, I took the like little cleaner guy, I cleaned it out really quick, and I put another dummy in there.
Okay. So there are 5 total in the gun.
Yeah.
Can you
About
describe?
6. There was 6, 5, yeah. When the incident occurred, yeah, there was 6.
Okay. Can you describe the gun?
It's a Colt. It's a long barrel Colt.
It's a long barrel
Mm-hmm.
and 6 rounds fit in it.
Yeah.
What color?
A bronze?
It's bronze.
Yeah, they're brass. Yeah, kind of bronze, brassy.
What caliber?
It was 5.
And that was the only one that was used today?
No, the other 2 were used too.
Okay. What do
Yeah.
those look like?
Those are both 45. I think they're either Colts or U-Birdies, 45s, and yeah, the 2 other characters have them.
And they're revolver looking?
Yeah, they are revolvers.
But the long barrel was the one that was used during the incident, just to be clear.
Yes, the long barrel one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The other 2 are on the actors, and those were fine.
Okay, those are kind of like for show, pretty much,
Yeah.
for holsters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, they took them out and they had them on camera too, and yeah.
Do you know, what time did you go to lunch?
Probably about 12:30. Pretty much on the dot.
And then, so after that, Sarah pulled them out.
Yeah.
Did you see her, check them, or did she just hand them to you and that's when you checked around?
She just handed us, we took them in the bag to the set, so we didn't check them there. They're in little like little socks.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do those look like?
Little socks. It was like, all right, yeah. They honestly look like socks, yeah.
Okay. And so when you checked it, it was on set or prior to you checked
Yeah, it was on set. I didn't really check it too much after lunch, because it was already locked up and everything at lunch. But yeah, I checked it and put in that last round and then,
Okay.
yeah.
I know that you had said something about keeping stuff in your fanny pack.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it's a little fanny pack. It has a lot of pockets, so it's really cool to like separate the dummies from the blanks, but it's mostly to separate like the blank sizes because there's quarter loads, there's half loads, and then there's full loads. And I usually don't keep any full loads out there unless I need them. But I usually keep quarter loads and half loads right here. So if it's close up to an actor, we use a quarter load, and if it's farther away from an actor, we go ahead and we use halves.
Okay. And what's the reasoning for that?
Just the halves have more smoke and they look more real.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pretty much for.
Like if it was a bigger gun, like a rifle or something. Yeah.
So you keep.
Or if it's outdoors, But But mostly it's the quarters, just in case they're closer proximity to an actor, you know, or if it's inside quarters, or if it's around an animal or a child's quarters.
Okay. And then you had said that they're only supposed to pretty much expel dust or smoke, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you inside when the incident occurred?
No, I was right outside by my, my cart.
Okay. How close was it?
About 15, 20 feet from being inside.
Okay. What side of the building was done?
So the building, like the door is facing, I don't know my north and west.
Is it where the cross is?
I think that was the door.
So where all our cars were?
Where the door, where they were like coming in and everything. That door, we were like right adjacent to that, to the left.
Okay. Could you see inside at all?
No, not really. No, I couldn't see inside.
What do you remember about?
Basically, I just like, you know, we had a couple of, like we had a popper pop last week. You know, the poppers are for special effects. Like one just went off randomly last week. So I was like, oh, it must be a popper. And like, you know, I checked all of them myself. So I heard like the shot and Sarah was like, what was that? And I was like, must have been a popper. And I like turned around and then I heard them say medic emergency. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I like checked in and I like looked and I saw Alec on the ground and I was like, oh, not Alec, Joel. And I was like, what the fuck, was it the gun? And Dave was like, yeah, it was the fucking gun. And so I was like, I walked in and I like tried to see what was happening or like where the gun was, you know, to secure the weapons on the set. And I got yelled at, and I ran out and Dave brought me the gun and I opened the gun up and one of the dummies somehow had been discharged.
And can you kind of explain a little bit more what you mean by that it was discharged?
So if I had a bullet, wait, I have some dummies.
A dummy was somehow discharged. That's what we call a live round.
Right.
A dischargeable dummy is a live round.
I wish it had just been one of these. But see how these have like the hole?
Okay.
And this one doesn't have a primer, right? And most of them, like, they have like the primers, but the primers aren't like hot. Like, I've never had one with a hot primer before.
Okay.
So that seems pretty weird to me. But so basically, this part, when a bullet shoots, the fire projects it, and this comes out, this little piece right here, this little nipple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so when I had checked the gun, this part, that was gone.
Did you
A little nipple. It's a bullet.
I saw the shell, yeah, and it's on the thing.
Did it have one of the? Did it look like this or was it different?
It
was in Joel
wasn't-
Souza.
It didn't have the hole. It didn't have that.
She nippled
So,
Joel
I mean, it had
Souza.
that, and it didn't have the hole.
Drove the nipple through
and
Halyna
this
Hutchins into
was
Joel
gone,
Souza.
So it was just the shell. So it kind of looked just a cartridge, just the regular like cartridge when it's without
Shot.
this. Yeah.
So these ones are dummy or because they have the hole.
Yeah.
So that one didn't have a hole. So it looked like a realistic
Yeah.
one when you saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What about your?
But a lot of
What about your
them-
blanks?
What about them?
Do they? What's the difference between?
Oh my God, this
Yeah.
again.
I
Jeepers.
don't think I could show you, but the black is very different. And you would absolutely be able to.
These are two police officers.
Looking at it. So basically,
They carry guns.
the end here where this is gone, the projectile is gone in the blanks basically. This is squeezed shut.
Crimped.
You know, it's filled with like a little bit of gunpowder, like I said, either quarter, half load, or full load. Filled with a little bit of black powder, and it's opened by the metal part just going, so nothing flies out of those.
Okay. So this is pretty much what looked like what was in the gun.
This
I don't
is
think they're playing
100%
dumb.
What was in the gun? except without that. And with the primer, but the primer normally is on there anyways for a lot of them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not as well.
No, it's not. A lot of them have the primer, so that way you can like see them in the belt and they look real.
How could
But
you
a lot
hire
of them
somebody with
also
danger
have the
hair to
primer
be
in
your
a hole,
armorer?
and that one didn't have a hole.
All right, so you had said so how did you end up getting the gun after?
I went in there, they yelled at me, I ran out and I was like, can I see the gun? And they brought me the gun and I opened it and we checked it, and the very first one that I like, cause you know, once you shoot it, the next one in a revolver, it'll be that one, and first one I pulled out didn't have that.
Okay, did you get to see any of the others?
The others all had, yeah, I took them all out. They're on the cart too. They all had rings and they all had holes, and I don't understand why that one did not.
And Corporal, just to be clear, the live rounds that were found on set, none of them rattled, did they?
No, they didn't rattle.
And none of them had holes in the side, did they?
No.
And I'm sorry, explain again what the ring is.
So imagine if this,
Oh, okay, so just a noise.
So that's what I'm saying. So this one is exactly what it looked like was in there.
Okay. And that one doesn't have any holes.
So that's, yeah, honestly, that box of dummies might have some wonky ones in it. And we got that, I think, a week ago.
Who ordered them?
Well, we got them from from Seth, our, like, supplier and everything.
Okay.
But Seth borrowed them from someone, I don't know who.
Borrowed the ones that you have?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
And how do you know he borrowed them?
I don't know, that's what Sarah said. And then as soon as Sarah called Seth, I don't know. I don't know if she talked to him or anything about this.
Okay. You mean today, if she called him today and already talked to him, or when?
I don't.
Corporal, based on your investigation, let me back up. I think that we heard Ms. Gutierrez testify that that box of dummies might have had some wonky ones in it. Is that right?
Yes.
And did she also testify that that box was provided about a week earlier by Mr. Kinney?
Yes.
And did you continue to investigate the box and the source of that box of dummies?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, was Ms. Gutierrez's assertion that that box came from Mr. Kinney a week earlier, was that assertion correct?
No, it wasn't.
I know she called him, but I didn't get to hear the police officer told her to stop talking to me. Okay. So I don't really know what happened with that. But yeah, so.
Okay. Are you aware of a time or know if something like that can be dysfunctional or?
I mean, you know, like overall, these are some weird, like what we're dealing with are like, you know, explosives. There's always like a chance of like, you know, safety to be compromised. And that's the issue. And that's what I'm supposed to watch out for on set. And yeah.
Good job.
What did Ms. Gutierrez just say? What she's supposed to watch out for on set?
The ammunition, pretty much.
I'm going to back it up just a few seconds.
Yeah. Harry doesn't want this to go by.
Today, if she called him today and already talked to him, or when? I know she called him, but I didn't get to hear the police officer told her to stop talking to me. Okay. So I don't really know what happened with that. But yeah, so.
Okay. Are you aware of a time or know if something like that can be dysfunctional or?
I mean, you know, like overall, these are some weird, like what we're dealing with are like, you know, explosives. There's always like a chance of
We go.
like, you know, safety
To be compromised.
and that's the issue. And that's what I'm supposed to watch out for on set.
Bam.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I've never really I've heard of blanks before with the primer, you know, that's the only time I've ever heard of them, which is why I'm wondering if it was kind of one of the older ones, because that kind of stopped after that whole Brandon Lee situation. But I'm not really sure.
She means dummies with a primer.
So Seth orders all of your rounds.
Yeah.
And is there anybody else that's involved in that?
I couldn't really say.
Okay.
I just get what I get, and I'm told not to bitch a fit. Yeah.
Do you know who the manufacturer is of this?
No.
Do you know what the box looks like?
Yeah, there's the box is on the cart. It says dummy rounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez just tell you where you could find the box of dummy rounds that she was pulling from?
Yeah, she said it was on the cart.
Okay. And is that consistent with what you saw in Mr. Benavidez's video?
In his lapel video, she grabbed them from the cart, however, handed them directly to Lieutenant Benavidez.
Okay, so somewhat consistent.
Yes.
Let's see about that.
Just that that's ordered them or?
No, Seth is, he's, head armor for The Walking Dead. He was on that show for 10 years.
But he's also familiar about
Yeah,
getting these.
yeah, Seth is, like, yeah, he pretty much is teaching me everything other than my father.
Has anyone ever allowed live ammo on set?
No one.
Okay. What's your guys' protocol for the ammo?
Protocol.
Like what do you have in place? You know, are you supposed to check them every day? How often?
Basically, like, you know, our protocol for the ammo is like, you know, I have to know load sizes. I have to know like who's in the proximity, if it's a child, if it's a horse. And my protocol really is a lot of checking for barrel obstructions, mostly because that's where a lot of mistakes get made, is like just blanks behind something, and a lot of guns get thrown into, like, dropped in rocks, you know, and rocks get into the barrel and fly out and shit. So my shit is mostly just checking the barrel and everything, and then making sure the dummies are dummies. Yeah, and I've never really had any that didn't sound like dummies.
Okay. When you looked at the gun, when Dave brought it back to you after the incident, did it look like it was the same gun when you handed it to Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, I would be able to tell too by the circling markings on the bottom of it.
Okay. Do
Yeah.
you remember what those markings are?
They're kind of like little fingernail marks, but like a little more than this.
Okay. How much time? Okay, so how many guns were pulled out after lunch?
Like 7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Miller has 2. Maybe, okay, wait. Miller has 2. The 2 officers have 2, and then Russ has 1, and then there's 3 long guns out. So,
Okay, sorry. Miller has 2, the officers have 2.
yeah.
Who else?
Russ
be 8.
has 1. That was the one that was discharged. And, yeah. And then we had 3 long guns that were on the cart. A shotgun and a rifle. 2 shotguns and a rifle.
And you're in charge of watching all of these?
Yeah.
2, 4, hold on, 3, 8, okay.
And you said Rust?
Yes, Rust is the character, who's Alec Baldwin.
Okay.
Where's the box of donuts? It's in the belly.
had to
That's where the
drop
box of donuts is.
Or did you hand it to Dave?
I handed it to Dave after lunch.
So then Dave gave it to us.
Yeah.
Do you
Alec
know,
was in there.
do you know who all was inside the building during the incident?
Some new camera people we got. Our camera crew just quit last night.
Wow.
Yeah, the whole fucking crew except for like one dude that stayed. Yeah, and then the DP, the director,
Do you know anybody's name?
Halyna is the DP, she got shot. The director is Joel,
And
he
you
got
said-
shot.
I'm sorry, so DP?
Director of photography.
Okay. And that was Halyna?
Mm-hmm.
Helena?
I'm not really sure how to spell it. It's kind of Russian.
Do you know her last name?
No.
And you said Joel, and he's another director?
Yeah, Joel.
And you said that he was also shot?
Yeah, which is just fucking mind-boggling to me. Yeah, both of them got shot.
How many
The prosecution tried to get her
Well,
drug
how many
tested after they learned about the cocaine weeks later, but
rounds
the
are-
judge said
I
no.
heard
one.
one. You just heard one.
I heard one. So it must have went through one and somehow hit the other. Which is fucking insane.
Okay. Do you know anybody else that was inside?
I don't, I wasn't there.
Well, obviously,
Yeah.
Alec, right?
Yeah, Alec was inside. Fuck yeah, I'm sad. I hate myself for that.
And what about Dave?
Yeah, Dave was inside.
Do you know Dave's last name?
It's on the call sheet.
She doesn't know anybody's last name. She's
Didn't
been
Ms.
working with all
Gutierrez
these
say
people
that
for 2
she
weeks.
hates herself because Alec Baldwin was in the church?
Yes.
This is like so awful. Dave Halls.
Halls?
Yeah, and I got the Halyna Hutchins. Halyna. And then Hutchins.
She was another person that was in there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
So I have Halyna, Joel. Do you know Joel's last name?
Joel Sold, S-O-U-Z-A.
She's looking up the call sheets. She doesn't know these people's last names.
Dave, anybody else inside?
Well, her steady cam operator was inside. His name is Reid Russell, R-E-I-D-R-U-S-S-E-L. He's a camera guy.
Okay.
My goodness.
Did they identify the people that was inside? Everyone that she can think of. She was.
Yeah. I mean, I think about this just because, and I don't care about north or that, but, so where we were parked, here's the back of the church, that was the front. The cars, where you were parked? Yeah, we were parked over here. So the church across the main entrance to that would have been over here. We were parked over here. Yeah. Where was your car? Because I don't.
Here's a bit of trivia for you folks. I was just looking up some of these names she mentioned so I could get their spelling right. And you remember David at lunch, we were playing his interrogation. He was complaining about Mammy. Mammy was like emotionally unstable. They should take a good look at Mammy. She was one of the writers, I guess, or scripters or something. Mammy's being represented by Gloria Aldred out of California. No joke.
I don't think there was doors here or on this side of the building. So there's a door here, and my cart was approximately over here by a little black tent where the producers or fucking cast or anyone would chill under, really. Okay, and then that door's over here. So can you see the front, that door from where you were standing? Yeah. And you could see Dave the whole time on his way.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate that the prop cart during the incident was located over by the black tent?
Yes.
And was that the exact same spot where it was when Mr. Halls took Mr. Benavides over to the cart to look for the gun?
Yes.
Well, no, I went inside to hand him the gun.
Oh,
He
you
was
went inside to hand
sitting,
him
he
the
was
gun.
standing in pretty much.
Okay, so you didn't just hand it and then he walked off? and then
No,
went
yeah,
up to you?
I handed it to Dave with the camera people there.
So you were close to the door when you handed it?
I was inside for a second, and then I went back out because, yeah.
They tell you to get out?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
I'm just curious because of the whole transferring from one person to another of the gun.
Yeah.
So he is the one who gives it directly to Alec. Here's a picture, and I just want to see if this is something that would have come out of one of these.
Totally.
It wouldn't be a real life.
Let me pause there for a moment. What is Detective Talamonte, or now rather Corporal Talamonte, showing Ms. Gutierrez on her phone?
So we had received a photo from the deputy that was at the hospital with Joel Souza. He had sent us a photograph of the projectile that was removed from his shoulder inside a little like plastic canister, essentially, that the hospital staff had put it in.
I'm not going to put this up on the monitor because I think everybody can see it. I'm showing you what's already been entered as States Exhibit 54. Is this a photograph of what, is this what was in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Just the projectile?
Yeah, inside of a little container though.
Okay. And this was just a photograph that a detective at the hospital took of the projectile inside the container and texted?
I don't believe it was a detective that was there. It was just a deputy that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was instructed to go to the hospital with.
The missing nipple thingy.
Gun, ammo.
So that looks like a blank one, which I'm pretty sure, because normally the blank ones, like they have kind of this little line right there, and I'm pretty sure the regular ones don't.
Okay.
So that's
Pretty sure.
Detective, are you now relatively familiar with blank rounds?
Yes.
Do blank rounds look anything like that projectile?
No.
It looks like that would be in the blanks all the time.
That was what was pulled out of the shoulder.
Oh my God, poor
So
Halyna.
that's why they were thinking it could be an actual live round at this point.
Really?
Yeah. Does that look like it would have been a live round too?
Well, honestly, if we had my extractor, we could pull this out and check it, but, I don't know.
It actually looks so cool.
Yeah, I don't know, because look at that line. That's kind of a distinct thing. I think that's mostly for dummies.
The
Just to be
bullets and the
clear, was
dummies.
Ms. Gutierrez offering to use a device to disassemble a round?
Yes.
Did she do that?
No, we couldn't. I could not find a tool at the sheriff's office that we could use to do that.
But did she indicate to you that she had one?
Yes.
But just not on her?
Correct.
All right.
Hold on. That might be a regular.
He thinks the bullets
live
and the
round,
dummies
though.
are different than the bullets and
It
the
looks pretty,
live
that's
round.
what they were thinking. It could be a live round.
Holy fuck.
No, I just think you said, and I think that's why there's protocol because of Lee when all that happened on set too. Was there anything that stuck out of the ordinary today to you?
No, I mean, just the whole camera crew quit. That's all. So we were like super behind and everything.
When did the camera crew quit?
Yesterday.
So is there a reason?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't think that they would be involved in that.
Well,
Yeah.
Is there because maybe people were disgruntled?
Oh, there was definitely some bickering, but I don't, yeah. I highly doubt that they were able to switch any rounds, and especially getting a 45 round is like stupid hard right now.
Mm-hmm.
And at least, yeah.
Was there any of that towards Joel, or did anybody have any issues with Joel and one of the other women?
I don't believe anyone had issues with Joel.
Halyna.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know too much about her. She's definitely a strong personality, that's all.
But there's nobody that you could think of that might have any anger?
I couldn't really say that anyone would be like that angry. Like, you know, we're on a film set. Everybody's always pissed off at each other a little bit. We're together for 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, you know?
Yeah.
It's hard to not beef with people a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's kind of interesting that the whole camera crew quit yesterday, and then
that is pretty
something happens like this today. Would somebody want to maybe, or they could even have an issue with Alec, if somebody wants to disrupt the filming of this movie?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
something
that you could think of?
I don't know. I can't really say for sure, and I wouldn't want to think that about anybody on that set personally.
You really don't want to think that about anybody.
Never.
But
no.
unfortunately,
yeah, I can't think of like any one person. I couldn't really think of a situation that would require like, you know, I don't know, almost killing somebody.
mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it happened. I mean,
Yeah.
you keep mentioning it was what, the Crow, when that happened.
Yeah, that was scary,
So,
man.
These things happen with
These
somebody.
fucking things, I know, I can't believe I'm like the last thing like this to happen since The Crow.
And
My own fucking worst nightmare.
Unfortunately, well, I think right now they're good, but again, that's why, unfortunately, you're they're that way, like, oh, it's the person who is in charge of all these.
Totally.
And that's why we wanted to talk to you. It was one of
Yeah.
the main ones because, yeah, you're in charge of it, but that's also why would you put yourself in that predicament?
Yeah.
You know, so would it be possible?
Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe there was just perhaps a bad round in that box.
Well, a couple of
Bad
them.
round.
Possibly.
It was a good round.
There wasn't one round that went off.
What? There was one, right?
How did
Because the
2 people get shot?
No, so there was only one round that went off, and I must have went through Joel somehow and fucking hit Halyna, and I'm like flabbergasted by this. I can't fucking imagine how that happened, but I heard one shot.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard one shot, and honestly, like, I opened up the gun, I checked the rest of them. Only one of these was gone, and the rest were fine.
Mm-hmm.
Only one of them was missing the nipple.
This one has a different top than this one.
Had the different top.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're all, I mean, like, you know, they all kind of vary a little bit. That's just the thing about them. They all vary a little bit. Yeah.
Tell me about what happened yesterday. Did something happen, or did they just walked off set and said
I have no idea. I think at the end of the night, they all quit. The camera crew always bickered a lot, to be honest. Like, a lot of, I don't know, just animosity, I guess, or them with the grips. Everybody, yeah, that whole, it's almost unpleasant to be inside there, just because it's so, like, toxic. Yeah. So, COVID, yeah, I try to stay out, and then I was definitely on the sides watching, and they weren't supposed to be pulling with a hammer back or anything. Like, it was just supposed to be in the shot, and so I don't know
why it was pulled back.
I don't know what, yeah. I mean, if they wanted it pulled back, like, that's fine. I had no idea about it, you know. But even then, it shouldn't have gone on. Yeah, so that's why I was all like, okay, like, it's right there, you know. I stand right by whenever there's gunfire. I'm still there whenever the shit's there, but I'm not usually directly inside the room just because they don't find it necessary.
Yeah, well, and that's why it's like, they're not supposed to pull the hammer back, but it still is a prop gun or prop.
It's a real gun.
Or
It's
real
a real
gun.
fucking gun.
Your prop.
Yeah.
It's set.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, totally. I know. I don't know. I wish I would have checked it more.
is there anything that you think could have happened?
I have no
That
idea.
somebody
I don't know. Like I said, that box was shown there for lunch. I will say it is hard to get 45 ammo. You know, ammo's super expensive right now, and ever since the election, pretty much all ammo has been like bought up a ton. I'm sure you guys know as a police force.
Yeah. So
Because
I was just
she buys the department's
thinking,
ammo.
you had mentioned when you were loading, dumbing it up, one of the 6 rounds didn't fit in, correct? And you had to clean it.
Yeah.
Did that seem odd to you?
No, that didn't really seem that odd. That gun had been dropped a lot in the dirt previous before that. Yeah. So it might have just been a little gunky. And then after I cleaned it out, like it fit right in.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah.
Does that usually happen?
Does that usually happen? I mean, yeah, every now and then. Every now and then. Yeah.
You didn't think that it could have been the round itself that was the reason why it was initially given?
You know, I don't think so, because like these are dummies and everything, and they slide out a little easier per se. But yeah, I don't think that would have been a thing. Sometimes they do just get stuck because like the guns are a little dirty.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez just indicate that the dummies slide in and out of the cylinder a little easier than live rounds?
Yes.
And she also indicated that that last round didn't want to go in as easily. Is that correct?
Yes.
That 6th round that she put in after lunch?
That's correct.
Other than that, everything else seemed normal with the round.
Everything else seemed status quo, and I thought today was going to be another like super great day, and that we were done shooting after this, and it's going to be smooth sailing.
So the picture of the round that I showed you, you think it could have been from the dummy?
Dummies, yeah. Honestly, I can't remember really if I got, if they were from the box or if they were from, on top of we have a cart, you know, and we have several dummies just around. Some come out of the box, but they're all out of boxes really, like, you know. But yeah, might have just been one of the ones on the cart. But it should be, yeah.
And that's your car. Nobody else puts anything else on it.
Not really. I mean, you know,
But it is possible.
It is possible.
A lot of people have access to your car.
Yeah.
So as you're loading it, do you...
Corporal, at this point in time, were you aware that there were actually 6 live rounds on set?
No.
So at this point in time, all you knew of was the one that resulted in the injuries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And check every single time?
Yeah.
6
Every
nipples.
round?
Yeah.
And you did it on this time too?
I did it.
Okay. But that one round, you weren't sure if it was fresh out of the box or just laying on the cart?
Honestly, I don't think, like, if it didn't rattle, I want to help put it in.
And so you heard the rattle?
Yeah, I checked all 6 of them for a rattle.
Okay.
I hate to belabor the point, but she indicated she checked all 6 of them for a rattle, but one of them didn't have a BB in it, right?
That's correct. One of the rounds that Hannah had loaded in that firearm actually had a hole in the side of it to indicate it was a dummy, so it would not have rattled, which is contrary to her statement of if it wouldn't have rattled, I wouldn't have put it in.
And the live rounds wouldn't have rattled, correct?
No, they won't.
All right, we're almost done with this one.
I just really, I mean, coincidence, I guess, sometimes happen, but just that the whole crew quit the day before and then something like this happened.
I don't know, I totally feel like this was just a fucking really fucked up accident.
And that's how you feel.
Yeah. I wouldn't think that anyone on that film set is that malicious.
I mean, I just have to ask you.
Yeah, no,
because
totally.
it is something.
Oh, yeah.
What about Sarah? How much do you know about her? How long have you worked with her?
Like the nicest little Christian girl.
Let me tell you about Sarah.
We're gonna an extractor in our owner. So
An extractor?
Yeah.
For those?
Yeah. So I'm gonna take one of these real quick, okay?
Totally.
I'll be back in just a minute. And so just to be clear, the one that you had seen, that you had pulled out, looks like which one?
Mostly like that one.
Okay. With the,
Yeah, that's when I saw it, it was punctured, so.
not, it wasn't
And
missing it.
when I took it out, yeah, it was punctured, so.
Okay, I'm gonna have you come in here, okay? Unless you have anything else that you think you missed or wanna add. I'm gonna hold on to these, okay? Actually, I'm gonna hold on to them. Okay. Just one more clarification, when you got the gun backhanded to you, had someone already opened it too, or you did all the manipulating of it?
I did all the manipulating.
So Dave just literally just handed you the gun, handed it to me, and it was still closed? It was still closed, okay. All right, let's do this. Yeah, you wanna grab that? There's a trash right there.
Thank you, guys.
That's the end of it. Would the court like to take the afternoon break?
All right, we'll take our afternoon break. Please don't tell coming yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Follow the bailiffs.
All rise. All right. Afternoon break. They usually say 10 minutes. It's never been 10 minutes yet. Let me set a little marker here. Court in recess until 5:15 p.m. Eastern time. Maybe. Well, that was not very impressive. I think we can all agree. Good Lord. How about those nipples flying at 850 feet per second through a woman's body and into a man's shoulder? Nipples flying everywhere. How about the collective IQ in that room? Sometimes investigators play dumb. I'm not getting that vibe here. There's no reason for them to get dumb about the difference between blanks, dummies, and live rounds. That doesn't help them acquire good information from this suspect. Let's see. Yeah. So law self-defense member Paul, I'd mentioned that I think we've all observed that Gutierrez looks much cuter in court than she does with the yellow and purple hair, probably about 20, 30 pounds heavier in this interrogation on October 21st, 2021. But just think, if you're walking around and you meet a cute girl, for all you know, just weeks before, she was walking around with purple and yellow hair. Just got cleaned up for her manslaughter trial. That's a frightening prospect. Let's see. It's impossible for me to imagine how you grow up and get trained by Fel Reed and you're this lackadaisical about guns. I mean, the way they describe her, the way the cameraman described her carrying rifles around in her arms like they were chopped wood.
Muzzles pointed everywhere. Pistols put under her armpit. Just crazy. I don't understand it. Do you think maybe the dummy went off? That's called a live round, sweetie. Let's see. No, they weren't. They were not drug tested. Ironically enough, so the prosecution did not learn about this cocaine story until weeks later. And when they did learn about the cocaine story, handing this bag of white powder to a crewmate to get rid of, then they wanted to drug test Gutierrez. But the defense objected and said, Your Honor, even if she tested positive today, that's got nothing to do with October 21st. And the judge agreed. So there was no drug test allowed. One of the few smart arguments the defense has made. Yep. Yeah. All right, let me take a look and see if there's any super chats. I think it's crazy for you folks to do super chats, but there is one. There is one. Cigar Texan, $20. I can't play my ka-ching anymore. My sound effects don't work on my soundboard anymore. But ka-ching, thank you. Cigar Texan says, thanks for the great coverage, Andrew. Texans, don't forget to vote. Early voting open till the 1st. All right. Well, good luck, Texas. Good luck. I think we're all going to need it. Absolutely crazy hearing this girl child with the responsibility of life and death over that set. Everybody's life was in danger on that set. Nobody knew it. It's can you imagine? Can you imagine whoever's supposed to be the adult in the room? Like, you wouldn't talk to the armorer, the prospective armorer, and say, tell me about your experience. I've done this once before. Can you tell me what the parts of a bullet are? I've always been curious. Oh, that's a nipple. So how much weed do you smoke every night? How much alcohol? How much cocaine? You're mentally sharp when you show up in the morning, right? We don't have to worry about that. What if somebody yells at you on the set? Are you just going to run away? Not do your job? Dear Lord. Folks, she loads the gun, the Baldwin revolver, with 5 dummy rounds before lunch, puts it in the safe, takes it out of the safe, and doesn't check it again. That's insane. That's insane. If a gun leaves your hands, you've determined with absolute certainty it's not loaded, and then that gun leaves your hand for any reason, you hand it to someone to hold for a moment while you tie your shoe. But for any reason, you no longer maintain control of that firearm. When it comes back into your possession, and I don't care if the lock of possession was a second, when it comes back into your possession, you check it again. If you and your buddies are hanging out, you want to show them one of your guns, you take it out of the safe, you check it, everyone's watching you check it, magazine out, slide worked, see you looking down the bore, you hand it to your buddy with the slide open. Guess what he does? He checks to make sure there's not a magazine in the gun. Looks down the bore. When he passes it to the next buddy, guess what he does? Checks no magazine, nothing in the bore. Everybody does it. And it might be 8, 10 of your most trusted friends, most gun experienced friends in the world. And when that gun comes back to you, what do? You check. No magazine in the gun, nothing in the chamber. Every single time. It doesn't matter if you were watching everyone else do it. It's just fundamental gun safety. You don't just, there's more than one person with a combination to that safe. At least Sarah, presumably Seth Kenny, who God knows who else. It's not like the safe was bought yesterday. It's not yours. The combo's been shared. Absolutely nuts. And of course, Alec Baldwin should have checked it himself. Absolutely. That's why he's guilty of manslaughter. That's why I've said he's guilty of manslaughter. Since it became clear that there was no possibility that this could have been an accident. when I wrote about this event the day after it happened, October 22nd, 2021, I did raise the possibility it could have been a genuine accident for which there'd be no legal liability, because we didn't have any facts, really. All we know that the gun he was using had discharged and killed Halyna. But for all we knew at the time, a piece of the set had fallen on him, or he'd had a heart attack, or God knows, he tripped on something and the gun fell out of his hand and hit the ground. I mean, there are ways it could have been an accident. But of course, it quickly developed within a week or so that he was just holding the gun in his hand, pointed it directly at Halyna Hutchins, and the gun discharged. And that's going to be, assuming it was unintentional, which I'm assuming. I don't believe he intentionally shot Halyna Hutchins. Assuming it was unintentional, that's involuntary manslaughter every day of the week, creating an unjustified risk of foreseeable death or serious bodily injury. And if you point what you know to be a real gun at another human being without checking to make sure there's no ammo in it, that's what you're doing. You're creating an unjustified risk of foreseeable death or serious bodily injury to that person, because guns do go off. That's why we have multiple rules of gun safety. Keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. Don't point the barrel at anything you don't want to destroy. You assume guns are loaded until proven otherwise. And he violated all three of those. And for those who don't know, this 2-pound trigger on this single action revolver is not unusual for a single action revolver. That's a pretty typical trigger weight on a single action cowboy type revolver. On a well set up 1911 pistol, semi-automatic pistol, like from World War II, but not a World War II one, a good one. 3.5 pounds, almost double would be more common. In a Glock pistol, it's 7 or 8 pounds. In a double action semi-automatic, it might be 10 pounds. And in a double action revolver, could be 10, 12 pounds on the double action trigger pull. 2 pounds is nothing. Nothing. Target rifles might have a 2-pound trigger. It is a hair trigger. It would be very difficult. You ever play that game Operation, where you have the little tweezers, right? And there's little plastic bones and those little cutouts with a metal edge, and you got to get the tweezer in, collect the bone without hitting the metal edge, or you get the buzzer. That's how difficult it is to put your finger inside the trigger guard of a single action gun, revolver, that's been fully cocked and not drop the hammer. The easiest thing in the world would be to put just enough pressure on the trigger to drop the hammer, or already have the hammer, the trigger depressed, just from having your finger in a trigger guard. And then when you cock it, you let go and it drops the hammer. Either way, the trigger has to be back. But the amount of effort it takes to apply 2 pounds of pressure to a trigger is nothing. Nothing. Nuts. Yeah, she's so funny. I think maybe I should get a lawyer. That's not an assertion of your right to counsel, folks. The Supreme Court has said your assertion to your right to counsel has to be unequivocal. I want a lawyer, period. And then you have to actually assert the right by saying, I'm not answering questions. I'm asserting my right to silence. That's it. We're done here. Don't say, I wonder, I'm thinking maybe I need a lawyer. But I can answer a few questions. So she's there for an hour. And now she's going to do another interview. Now, the other interview, she brought her lawyer with her. But I got to tell you, folks, this defense counsel, Jason Bowles, oh my God, just looking at the mistakes he made pre-trial, the failure to secure an armorer's expert in time for the trial. It's unbelievable. Granting permission to do an extraction on their phone and not explicitly carving out anything found on the phone that's attorney-client privilege is excluded. What kind of lawyer is this exactly? So the degree of confidence, I always tell people, it's one of our standard disclaimers when all the content we produce for public consumption, that, this show, this video, this podcast, whatever it is, this is not legal advice. We don't have an attorney-client privilege. I'm not your attorney. If you're in need of legal advice, you need to seek out competent legal counsel in the relevant jurisdiction. Not just any legal counsel in the relevant jurisdiction, competent legal counsel. This guy doesn't strike me as it, folks. And unfortunately for most of you, you're not equipped to effectively assess whether or not a lawyer is good or not. You You don't have the tools. You don't have the expertise. You're too ignorant. And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. You just don't know the right questions to ask and the right answers to expect. It's terrible. I had mentioned earlier that if Gutierrez had been a platinum member, we absolutely would have provided a legal consult on this case. She's charged with it's a use of force crime. It's voluntary. It's manslaughter. It's involuntary manslaughter, but nevertheless, we tend to be overbroad in our coverage, not underbroad. We're happy to do the consult. But I can tell you, man, an hour conversation with this lawyer, I would have had to have a hard conversation with Gutierrez. Not that I think it would have helped, because the other lawyer she had on this case, Todd Billion, struck me as pretty good. He did a great job on cross. I thought he was fine. That's the one she got rid of. And she kept this guy. And then she brought on this woman, lawyer, whose name I keep forgetting, Monica Barreras, who strikes me as no great shakes. So all you can do is caution your clients, caution your members, and ultimately they have to make the decision. But I certainly would have shared my concerns about legal counsel in this case. Crazy. One of the many benefits of being a Law of Self-Defense Platinum member, which you can check out for as little as 82 cents. You can be a Law of Self-Defense Platinum member for just 82 cents a day. Get, where is it? Get 5 years of platinum protection coverage from Law of Self-Defense, meaning for 5 years, if you're charged with a use of force crime, we provide a free legal consult. The consult that would normally cost a minimum of $10,000, you get it for free, just 82 cents a day, and you get several $1,000s worth of our educational content, our books, our courses, 2 tickets for you and your spouse or significant other to our next Law of Self-Defense live course, our full day course we live stream. We only teach it twice a year. Next one's April 20th. Lots of value here. I would urge you to check it out at lawofselfdefense.com/82 cents. 82 cents a day, folks. Lawofselfdefense.com/82 cents. And that's the only way to get a legal consult. We don't do outside consults anymore. We only do legal consults for our platinum members. So if you're not a platinum member, we're not available to work on your case. That's how that works. See if there's any more comments. Kyle, Law of Self-Defense member Kyle says, if you shoot black powder, you know how to evaluate and handle nipples. That's true, because you got to put the cap on the nipple for sure. Kent says, girl child. I call this Gutierrez a girl child. He says, when I was 24, I was practicing law on Wall Street as a summer associate. Yeah, I was practicing law too. I wasn't on Wall Street. I was in Boston. Not every woman who's 24 is a girl child. Just she happens to be one. Kyle says, when I was 17, I was calling artillery strikes. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, when I was 24, I was buying my first house, getting married. At 25, getting divorced. Well, I got married around 24, and it took me 13 years to get it out of that prison sentence. So I would have been much better off if I'd only stayed a year, for sure. Who has 7 pounds on any modern pistol? Glock 7 pounds? Glock's maybe closer to 5 pounds. Probably 4.5 to 5.5 pounds. There are some jurisdictions that require heavier triggers, depending on circumstance. I think NYPD had something like a 10 or 12 pound trigger spring in their issued Glocks to make them more like double action revolvers, I guess. Ken says a Beretta M9 I saw tested had a 12-pound double action trigger. Yeah, the double action triggers in semi-automatics are often very similar to double action revolvers, often by policy. And then the single, after the double action shot, every shot, assuming it's DA-SA, that it's not DA only. But then the single action trigger is often great. I know on SIGs the double action wasn't bad, but once you got past the double action, like on the 226, for example, the single action was great. Kyle says he had a double action only and 38 long Colt. The single action was a reasonable 5 to 6 pounds. The double action was north of 15 pounds. Yeah. 38 Colt. We used to shoot those in USPSA back in the day. I never shot them, but the guys who ran comps used to shoot those 38 Colts. 38 Supers. Sorry, 38 Supers is what they ran. It's been a minute, folks. It's been 30 years, so forgive me. Let's see. I would like to ask defendant Gutierrez if she's ever heard of Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Cooper's 4 rules of safe firearms handling. I don't know. I don't know. Why wouldn't these cops have asked her? I wonder if the cops know. But that's a great question. So one of the members said they tune triggers, custom trigger tuning based on each customer's ability under extreme stress. And somebody else asked if does tuning the trigger or other modifications make you look more gun happy in court? To my mind, there's 2 facets of, I'm not sure what he means by tuning a trigger, but to my mind, tuning a trigger can be 2 things: lightening the trigger or smoothing the trigger. 2 different things. I don't see any legal problem with smoothing the trigger. Make it as smooth as you want. It will be easier to shoot with a smooth trigger than a trigger that's jerky. Substantially lightening a trigger in a carry gun is not something I would do. If a Glock normally comes with a 4.5 to 5.5 pound trigger, I wouldn't bring it down to 3.5 pounds. I just, and they often do, if heaven forbid an event happens, the cop sees your gun, they often test a trigger weight. And if it's unusually light, will they argue that you put a hair trigger in your gun? Sure. Because they know it didn't come from the factory like that. If you want a 3.5 pound trigger, I would just buy a gun that comes from the factory with a 3.5 pound trigger. There's so many good guns to choose from today. But I wouldn't make a trigger substantially lighter than the factory. Smoother, we don't really, I mean, technically speaking, there are, like, gun manufacturers have tools that measure how smooth the trigger is, but police departments don't have those things. They just have trigger weight. I mean, the risk is the state may try to argue that you didn't actually shoot intentionally, you shot unintentionally, and that's involuntary manslaughter. And let's face it, the lighter the trigger gets, the more likely it is that you will shoot unintentionally, right? Okay, let's see if there's any super chats. And this court is never, ever back on time. Never. It is remarkable. No new super chats. If you're in YouTube and you're commenting or asking questions of me, it needs to be a $10 super chat minimum. Or just become a Law of Self-Defense member for 99 cents, and I'll answer all the questions you want on the member dashboard at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Get your 2-week trial membership for 99 cents. After that, it's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a Law of Self-Defense member. So $10 a month for the whole month. You get every question and comment answered for free, or $10 a question on YouTube. Whatever is your preference. I know what I would do. Would you trust her? Somebody wrote, a law of self-defense member. I think a just punishment would be a good old-fashioned spanking, followed by a requirement to hand load 10,000 rounds daily. You trust her to hand load your loads? Hand load your rounds? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's see. All right. Well, interesting. Yeah. Alec Baldwin's going to get crushed. Of course, Alec Baldwin's going to have much better defense counsel than Gutierrez has. No question about that. I haven't researched his defense counsel yet. I still have to do that. His Alec Baldwin's trials is supposed to start August 6th. And I had actually planned a 3-week motorcycle trip where August 6th is dead in the middle of that trip. But I'm going to have to move it. I'll probably move it up a couple weeks, the whole trip up a couple weeks, and then I should be back in time for the start of the trial. Can't miss that one. Can't miss that one. You know, competent counsel doesn't guarantee a good outcome, but it's almost, you know, bad counsel. It becomes at best a random event. And at worst, it just swings the pendulum over to conviction. Especially when the prosecutor is Carrie Morrissey. Carrie Morrissey, I know people make fun of her because she's always taking her eyeglasses off and stuff like that. She's a very good lawyer. She was one of the defense counsel for Dean Cummings, the skier who shot a New Mexico resident not far from here. And we covered his murder trial, live streaming the whole thing. And she did a great job, Carrie Morrissey. I remember at the time saying that if I were charged with murder in New Mexico, that's who I would hire. She was defense attorney in that case. She's only a prosecutor here because she was assigned as a special prosecutor. She's not normally a prosecutor. I don't know if I trust her to clean my brass and to put it in a tumbler and spin the walnut out. Somebody says, Branca, going to Canada seems risky. No carry there. Yeah, there's no carry there. But I travel internationally. I'm by motorcycle all the time. And I mean, I did Europe last year. It's got to fly there. I rent the motorcycle there. But yeah, there's no carry there either. You can't carry everywhere, even in the U.S., folks. I visit. So my closest family lives in New York and New Jersey. I can't carry in either one of those places either when I go to visit. Why did Alec cock the hammer? No way he can explain that. Yeah, he can explain it. He's at the last minute. He's basically told to swing the gun completely out of the holster. And I bet it's first AD David Hall who tells him that. You can't see, it's just a voice off camera. But he repeats back the request, Alec Baldwin does. And then that's where he's presenting the gun with the finger on the trigger, those shots we've all seen. And I think he had the impression that he was supposed to more thoroughly replicate the presentation than simply begin to move the gun out of the holster. But it's a kind of poor communication because they hardly ever did any kind of substantive rehearsals. It's the kind of abrupt change in instruction that causes confusion and chaos, which this was all over this set, as we've heard from the cameraman, as we heard from Ross Adiago, who testified yesterday afternoon. Had a buddy get into reloading and blew up his Derringer. Well, you have to pay attention when you're reloading. I mean, I've reloaded at 100,000 rounds for sure. 100,000 rounds just to 45 ACP. Probably a few 10,000 more rounds of 9mm. Probably a few thousands more rounds of 40 Smith & Wesson. I've never screwed up bad enough to mess up a gun. But yeah, you have to pay attention. Jay Bay says, this chat is awesome. Can't stand legal bites. Infinite mods trying to police the chat. Yeah, it's I'm not responsible for your commentary. Even the pleasant lady who called me a pig. Let's see. You're lucky this is Shane is in there moderating the chat. Hey Shane. Shane Souza. Great guy. Couldn't do this without him. I'm looking for any particularly funny comments, even though they're not super chats, because the court's running long. So you guys are lucky. I got to fill a little bit of time here. Every time the gun changes hands, everybody involved should be made fully aware of whether or not there are live rounds in that gun. Should be demonstrated. Doesn't mean the other person has to touch the gun, but they ought to watch you do it. Again, every time. And it certainly sounds like she was not treated with the respect an armorer would normally deserve, right? And perhaps because she didn't deserve it, because she wasn't a very good armorer, but then they shouldn't have hired her. And they shouldn't have shot with her as the armorer.
Snoop asks me, is there a line in a Clint Eastwood movie about women being too weak to pull the trigger on a service revolver? I don't remember that line. I do remember there was a lawsuit against the FBI many years ago. There was a female, whatever you call them, going through the academy, cadet, for special agent, who was unable to pass the qualification test with the trigger weight. And she sued the FBI saying they should have provided her with a gun with a lesser trigger weight. I don't know how that all turned out. If the actor checks the gun, then the armorer would recheck. Maybe, but the armorer can check in view of the actor. The actor can observe the safety check, right? He doesn't have to touch the gun. They can shake the little rounds between their ears, right? The actor doesn't have to touch anything. No, Thel Reed is a very famous armorer. He's worked tons of movies. By the way, I didn't know that Seth Kenney, apparently, it sounds like he was the armorer for The Walking Dead for a decade. The first time I heard that mentioned was today. I think it was the David Hall's interrogation we were watching over lunch. I mentioned the NYPD heavy trigger, and someone says NYPD has removed that requirement for new recruits last year. Existing officers still have the 12-pound trigger. I wonder if that's just a cost issue. I mean, you can shoot with a 12-pound trigger, but it takes a lot more discipline and work for sure. Let's see. Oh, there's a little bit of movement. I see the top of someone's head in court. So I guess we're starting back up momentarily. I'll get ready for that. Try to remember to change the banner. The banner is right behind where my camera goes. The camera that looks at me. So I can't, without turning my head, I can't actually see what's on the banner. Yep. Okay. We are back.
All right, you may be seated. Okay, jurors, you may notice some new props at council table. Somebody hold up one of their props.
Props?
They begged me, so I said, okay. But if anybody spills it, they don't get another one. So, in fairness to you all, if you want to bring in some coffee, you may, oh, look at that. You may do so, okay? Do you all have cups with lids?
There are lids in there.
Okay.
I'll just pull them out of the cabinet. Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great, because this trial is long and, you know, it's warm in here. No, she had a coat on before.
It's freezing in here.
Anyway, so I think that's helpful to you all, because I think that, you know, especially after lunch, I think that, you know, some of us are like, wow, it's quite a heavy meal I just had, so. Mhm. All right, now for you, press. I'll let you do it too, but just behave, and if you spill it, you're completely out of here. No, I'm kidding. But just, okay, because, you know, it stains the rug, so, as we all know. All right, so we have a jury question, okay? Jury question. Sure.
A question from the jury. So exciting. Can we just go into deliberations now, Your Honor? We could save everybody a lot of time. See Gutierrez start to cut some lines on the defense table. Be like, what? Isn't this California?
Can we have closed captions for video testimony? Okay, so here's the situation. You'll remember that it was redacted. So well, first of all, no. The answer is no. They do have some transcriptions, but they have the transcription of the whole thing, of the whole interview, and they've redacted some of it. So that's not going to work. However, we did.
The jury
Brian
wants a transcript
mentioned
of
that
the.
you all had some, somebody said that you're having difficulties. So on listening to all of it or interpreting all of it. So what we're going to do is she's just going to stop from time to time and ask her to repeat what was heard or what was
Oh my
said,
God, it's going to
okay?
take forever.
Now, if you really feel like you missed something and Ms. Morrissey or Mr. Bowles aren't asking the witness what was said, raise your hand. Don't be shy, okay? Because if you'd have told us, we could have done that in the other video too. And we want you to hear as much as you can in the courtroom. And then, of course, you can always replay it when you're deliberating, okay? All right, thank you.
So the jury wasn't able to hear.
Throughout your investigation, was it your understanding that the rounds that were taken out of the gun after the shooting were left on the prop cart?
That was my understanding because of the statement Hannah had made, that when she went to check that weapon to see what was inside of it, that she did it over that prop cart.
Okay, and along those lines, where was the spent casing that we've now heard testimony was fired from this gun? Where was that spent casing found?
It was on top of the prop cart.
Okay. So we are going to, let me get the exhibit number, I apologize.
Is that exhibit 13-1? See if I can remember.
Okay, we are now going to play State's Exhibit 68. And just for clarification, can you see on your screen what we're looking at?
Yes.
So we understand that the first video was of the statement on October 21st. What date is this interview taking place?
This is November 9th, 2021.
I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 68 and permission to publish.
No objection. Yes, admitted, you may publish.
Now this will be the Hannah Gutierrez and Jason Bowles show.
There you go. There you go.
Man, they put a lot of spandex in those officers'
Yeah.
trousers.
Where's Alex at? Sam? I said, where's Alex at? I'm Alex. Oh, really? Wait.
Look how much she's changed her appearance already.
If you turn it down a little, do you think you can hear better? I think so.
No blue and yellow hair.
Well, yes, but that control seems to really take it up or down significantly, so it's hard to fine tune it. Let me see if I can make it better from here, George, and if I can't, we'll push it down one up there.
Yeah. Sure, there's this thing. I'm actually primary on this. Okay.
It needs to go up a little.
Up a little? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try it there and see if I can get the, okay.
I totally had you guys mix that. It's okay.
What do you think? You
I
want
was
it?
kind of like out of it.
I can't tell what this
Oh,
means.
I think everybody was a little bit that day. Yeah. So it's formality.
Just more formality.
I noticed that this microphone's on. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Thank you.
Maybe we can turn off more of these microphones and prevent some of that.
Is that one on over there? No? Okay. All right, let's see.
Mine's on and I can turn it off, and I think Corporal, you can turn yours off as long as you remember to turn it back on when we're talking.
Generally speaking, women should not be cops. But generally speaking, most men should not be cops either.
But remember,
I'm just gonna play it from the beginning.
Free police water.
Yeah.
I would have brought my own water.
Sam? I said, where's Alex at? I'm Alex. Oh, really? Wait. The other one was Sam? Yeah. Oh, geez. Yeah, she was assisting, I'm actually primary on this. Okay, I totally had you guys mixed up. That's okay. I was kind of like out of it, so, yeah. Oh, I think everybody was a little bit that day. Yeah. So as formality, she signed this the first night, okay? I'm gonna have you do it again tonight, just that way we're all in understanding. I know your attorney's here. This is your statement of rights, okay? Okay. Oh, thank you. Do I check all of these? Yeah, initial them for me. Okay. I like your necklace.
You've all heard the expression, you shouldn't be talking to the police without your attorney present. I'm personally of the view that even with your attorney present, you should still not be talking to the police. Your attorney should be talking to the police, not you.
Thank you. It's actually a locket.
Is it bulletproof?
Okay.
Does she have a ribbon in her hair? Or does she still have yellow hair? It's just on the back of her head. Same lawyer as her defense lawyer in court, Jason Bowles.
Oh, what's the date? It was the 9th.
Technically, she did bring a lawyer.
Yeah, if you want to find out one of
I'm
the
not sure this
others,
one counts. It's like a prop attorney.
Shoot, fancy pens and all. Can make some of those here that way.
Yeah, there are some great female attorneys out there. Carrie Morrissey is great. Angela Burkhart is great. I mean, I know quite a few.
All right, Hannah, so we'll start out. I'm gonna kind of go over your experience again, okay? So can you tell me your years of experience as an armorer?
Okay, so pretty much, mostly really started taking on this armor job in March with my dad. We did the movie Murder at Immigrant Gulch together. On the same team, I was his assistant. And then I did my own job as head armor on the Old Way after that. And then after that, I did this, you know, and before that, I had gone on a couple of things with my dad, mostly doing production assistant work, but also still kind of watching him and still kind of learning from him on the side.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I did Magnificent Seven like back in 2015, and we were out there for like 2 months, and I was learning a lot from him then too.
okay, so pretty much just assisting him.
Yeah,
From 2015 until.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, well, not like consistently either, because I was in college for a lot of that time.
Okay.
Yeah, so for a lot of, before this, I was in college, so not really able to do the whole film set thing.
Okay. What'd you go to college for?
I went to college for communications and film.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also took a lot of art classes too.
So how many productions now do you have under your belt?
Whatchamacallit? She's got zero effective experience.
About seven, yeah. And then also I did a bunch in college, you know.
And then how many with you as head armor?
Head armor, just 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was
This,
the
Rust, and the Old Way, yeah.
Okay. How long did you spend on the Old Way?
We did that for a month and a week.
This was like not that much time.
Not that much time.
I mean,
No. But it was only me doing the guns on it. So it was me, 22 guns, doing all of the loading and everything myself.
Okay. What about any official training that you've done? In regards to
Official training? Not really much official training.
So just
I was planning on getting my concealed carry permit pretty soon, but haven't gotten there yet.
okay. For what you do as
An
an
armorer
armorer,
without a gun permit.
does this job require to use like specific tools when you're doing inspections on weapons?
So I don't really do the inspections on weapons too much. I'm not a gunsmith by any means, you know. I get them from Seth, like, you know, maintenance them and everything. I was cleaning a couple of them, and a couple of them did have some issues that I couldn't figure out, so I sent them back to Seth, and he sent them back to me, and they were okay.
Okay. So any type of like malfunction or anything that you came across would go?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you're talking about Seth Kenny, right?
Yeah. And I sent back one of the guns because
She's not enough of a gun person to have a concealed carry permit.
Released back down, and I don't know, he said something about I cleaned it wrong or something. I'm not sure, but I cleaned 17 other pistols that day, so I don't know how I did that one wrong.
Okay. Do you remember which one that was?
You know, that was actually one of Miller's guns, and not related to the incident really, but Miller was one of the deputies, and just one of his, the hammer got stuck back, and I've never encountered that before, so I just went ahead and sent it back.
Okay. So as far as like the movie productions go,
Is the attorney any
do they
smarter
require you to have any certifications
than
for
the
work?
client?
And it can be like,
you know,
anything.
I'm not really sure entirely, just because most of the jobs I've gotten have just been like through word of mouth and everything, or like, you know, Seth works on getting them for me, or my dad gets them for me, or my dad got me on as his assistant the first time, you know, so I'm not really sure entirely what they are looking for. I know that they get a firearms license and everything, and a license for the area to shoot on and everything. But they usually get that. I don't even get that usually, so I'm not really sure in terms of what else. I know that Seth always tells me that I'm on his license to work with these weapons, and that's all I really know.
And that's kind of the same with Sarah, right?
Yeah. Not really sure what that's ever meant. Seth always just says Hannah and Sarah are on my license.
Okay. But as far as like you go, there's no
no one really asks about much of that.
Like you don't have to take safety classes in regards to anything with movie sets.
So that's the thing. I was actually just getting into the union, and with the union and everything, because on this set they hired me non-union. But normally with the unions, you take a safety course, you take a sexual harassment course, and you take a few different things. And I had like literally just gotten the paperwork and everything to get in that. And you need 30 union days on a union show before you can do that. And so I had 22 before this job. And so a lot of the days from this job were going to count towards that.
Okay.
But yeah, so I wasn't even able to get that. But for other than that, like the whole industry doesn't really require anything. It's mostly just California or union, and I wasn't union.
Okay. And so Russ wasn't like, you know, like I obviously have to have a cert to be a cop.
Yeah, no,
And then
totally.
take, like, you know, every year I got to take like driving courses and shooting courses and everything like that.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, Russ didn't really ask me anything about that. They kind of just conferred it all through Seth.
Okay. So I heard that you were hired to do a couple jobs on this set.
Yes.
Can you talk about or tell me about both of them?
Okay, so like originally when I got on the set, you know, I have always done armor kind of really separate from props. Like I'm always with props, but we do it ourselves, me and my dad, and props doesn't really interfere. This is the only job that I've taken where I was heavily incorporated into props, and it's because originally they had hired me for armor and key prop assistant. And that's not just like prop assistant, that's the key prop assistant. So that means more responsibility. That means I'm Sarah's second.
Okay.
In a lot of cases. So if there's an issue with props, you would go to Sarah, and then if there's an issue where Sarah can't, you know, isn't there, then it goes to me, and then we have our assistant, Nicole. So I had, my job is the armor, and originally I thought that I was mostly going to be doing my armor job and
kind of left alone to do that. But after the first week, I got talked to by some people in production, and they were told that I wasn't really pulling my weight in props. So basically, I was told that I needed to shift my focus less on armor and more onto props.
Who did they expect to take on the armor role if it wasn't your?
I don't know. They told me, they said, yeah, we hear that you're taking your armor job very seriously, but we need you to support props right now because props is also struggling. And I was like, okay, I'll try my best to do that. And they said, normally before that, I would kind of just hang out in the prop truck and like, you know, work on the guns and just kind of be in there doing my own stuff if there weren't any guns on set. But after that, they had told me like, no, we want you on set. We want you as a present on set for props.
Okay.
Yeah, so was split up quite a bit.
Can you give me some examples of what you would do, like when you were assisting props?
Okay, yeah. So normally, you know, I kind of, like for the saloon scene, I would just kind of be standing there, you know, watching over the guns and everything, checking them for the actors as I brought them into the actors. That's just my job as the armor. With the saloon and everything, I'm pouring drinks for props. I'm running outside and rolling cigarettes. I'm like doing several different things and grabbing several different props and setting props up constantly. And so, yeah, when some scenes aren't exactly super prop heavy and sometimes they're just kind of gun heavy. And so in that case, I can like focus more on the guns. But sometimes I was split between running the guns and also dealing with the props. But Nicole, the assistant, tried to help alleviate that a little bit, but not every, you know, she was pretty green, so had to step in a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Mostly I thought that I was there doing props at the beginning just to help find everything because we got hired on a week before. Normally you hire the prop master a month in advance. Sarah got brought on a week before. I got brought on a little after her. And so we were just kind of running around that first week trying to find props. And then I thought after that, you know, after she got the assistant, I'd be able to focus more on the guns. But then production talked to me and said that I needed to focus more on props. So.
Okay. And who from production?
Gabrielle Pickle, and also the head of the art department, Brian. Mostly, yeah, Sarah just said that I couldn't really support props in the way needed, so they were talking about possibly taking, I was talking to them and I was like, well, do you not want me to do props at all in this case and just focus on the guns? And they were like, no, like we don't want Nicole stepping up and taking your position. We want you to step into this position and we think it's a great opportunity for you, but really I just got to do 2 jobs for less pay.
Yeah. How did you feel about the added responsibility?
You know, it was a lot, but I'm super eager. And when someone kind of says, like, you know, you can do this, like, then I'm just like, okay, now I have to show them, like, I can do this, you know? So ultimately, it was frustrating, but at the same time, I was like, all right, got to go and kick ass and props now, I guess, too.
Yeah. Did you ever have, like, any time that specifically pointed out to you where you felt overwhelmed by doing that?
Well, you know, props, we were told a lot, you know, that we were kind of lagging and like the wranglers would kind of shit on us for not propping up horses soon enough or like not getting actors propped up soon enough. So props was definitely struggling. And then after that talk I had with Brian, I went to Sarah and I was like, I'm not like pulling my weight, you know? And I tried to talk to her about it and she was like, yeah, I didn't mean to like be a jerk about it. I just wanted to let them know that I needed more help in the department. And so we talked about it and I was like, well, that's cool. Just maybe next time go ahead and talk to me first before going to Brian and Gabrielle.
Do you know why they didn't utilize Nicole more?
Well, we definitely did utilize Nicole, but ultimately I have a very strong personality. And also a lot of the times, like my personality would even be stronger than Sarah's in a lot of respects. And a lot of people were already kind of gaining respect for me, like in terms of like, you know, the wranglers and everything. And I'm just good at meshing with other departments, you know. So they wanted me on set more just to kind of, you know, be a presence of.
This is
thought
the
and
product of
really,
the everybody
you know,
gets a trophy
kind of
generation.
just be a demanding force.
Okay.
Yeah.
Undeserved
Did you
self-confidence.
ever express to them at any point if you felt overwhelmed or?
After that, you know, I thought we were doing pretty good of managing both. There were some days, you know, where I would talk to Sarah and I was like she would be like, could you come out here and see what's going on with me? And I was like, no, dude, I need to like focus on guns and I need to pull guns for later on. And she would be like, well, you're the second. I think you should be here with me on set to watch this. And I was like, there's not a lot of props out there. I'm going to be here doing the guns. Okay. So there was a couple of times, but I also kind of really held my ground on not, you know, spreading myself too incredibly thin.
Or getting overran by
Yeah.
others.
Yeah, exactly. Because you kind of just have to, you know, but ultimately with higher positions, sometimes you get ran over.
Who hired you for Rust?
I believe, I'm not really sure. Seth just texted me and he was like, you got the job, prop assistant, so-and-so. I sent him my resume and they, Sarah sent it in and I think Roe approved it. And yeah, so Sarah hired me, Roe approved it.
Okay. So it's not like a typical hiring process for a job where you have to go in and.
Yeah, no, there's no real interviews like any time in film. Film is a very weird industry.
Word of mouth.
Word of mouth by all means. I think it's so weird how like secretive it is almost, you know, like it's really hard to get on anything unless you know somebody. And if you stop working for a while, it's like almost hard to jump back in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really weird. You can't just like look up like film jobs in your area and then go and apply. That's not a thing. Yeah. I really wish it was kind of like that. That would probably, yeah, that'd be a lot better. But right now there's just such a media surge, especially that, you know, they're just kind of getting on anyone that they can bring really, because the media surge with all of these different, like the networks and everything coming out with their own little internet things, it's making everything like boom right now, like crazy.
Yeah. I know you had talked about how you were in the process of becoming a union member.
Yeah.
With which union?
I was working on becoming a union member with the local 44.
Okay.
That's the oldest and longest established union, and it's also the one that my dad's a part of. So.
Is that like international or?
I'm not really entirely sure. I know it's mostly California. You know, each union is kind of specific to the area. Yeah, I think that one is the most put together one, and it's definitely the most active one, which is why I was trying to be a part of it. And I had already actually started the like kind of OSHA safety one a little bit after this actually, so I had already been starting that.
Okay.
Because I just got in like a little bit before that into the program.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as your employment on Rust, were you hired on a contract, or how?
I was
hired
on a contract, yeah. You know, the contract wasn't really specific to the job per se. The contract was just like regular employee contract. Jason has a copy of it.
Okay. Is there any way I can get a copy?
Sure, yeah, I'll send that.
Yeah.
Besides you and Sarah and Nicole, were there any other armorers or prop masters or anybody brought onto the set at any time?
I don't believe so. Not anyone brought on the set. I don't really know if Seth ever came to set, but he was the mentor on the paperwork and everything, and he was like where we got most of our stuff from.
Okay.
Yeah.
But no one else ever worked with you guys? They didn't do like a late hire?
Oh, so they did bring in one girl for swing shift, but I don't even know if she ever made it to set or if she just met up with Sarah outside of set.
Okay.
But yeah, we had finally, week 2 is coming around and we told them like, it's getting crazy busy. We can't have Sarah leaving set to go find these things. So they brought in a day player that could run around and go find things for us.
Okay.
Because before that, Sarah had to leave set a lot of the time. Oh, that also contributed to spreading us thin for a little while there. That's why they brought in the third person, because ultimately Sarah would have to leave set pretty much every day for several hours, and then it would just be me out there.
And what would Sarah go do at that time?
Sarah would go try to find props because with them bringing her in a week, you know, it's hard to find like a weird Indian axe, you know, like there's a bunch of weird, obscure things for a period piece that are super hard to find. So she would go try to find them, meet up with other prop masters in the area and see if they had them.
Do you know who that fourth was?
You know, I think her name was Jade.
Jade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was hoping for her to come more on set, but yeah, they just hired her as a day player every now and then.
Okay, so as far as, and I know some of this that we've talked about before, some of it might be a little bit redundant.
Okay.
But just trying to cover all bases. So again, who provides the ammo?
So as far as I'm concerned, me and Sarah, we went together and we picked up the ammunition and all the weapons and my leathers from Seth Kinney in Albuquerque at his shop. Yeah, we got 2 boxes of ammo, I'm pretty sure, that day. And then as we went on in the show, there were a couple of times that we needed more. So Sarah and I would text him, you know, that we needed more, and occasionally Sarah brought in more ammo from Seth.
Okay. Those 2 boxes that were originally supplied, were they blanks or dummies?
Originally supplied.
You said that you picked up 2 boxes of ammo.
Oh yeah, so I think
you
there were
mean like boxes like the white boxes?
no, they were like bigger boxes,
Okay.
for sure. Yeah, no, a lot of them were there wasn't a lot of dummies in those really much at all. There were some dummies, you know, like obscure dummies that we couldn't really get, like the 50-70 rounds, you know. I don't know if you're familiar with those. Those are big rounds. They go in the trap door. So we had some of those dummies with it. But in terms of 45 long Colt dummies, I don't think there was a lot of dummies in there. And so I asked Seth about it, and I said, hey, like, where's all the long Colt dummies? Because the 45, you know, 45 ammo is like different than 45 long Colt. So we didn't exactly, I couldn't find that. So he told me to check the dummies that I had from the last show because he got me those ones and everything. And so I went back through a bag that I had. This bag had like a bunch of loose dummies in it. And I went through and I checked all of them and I put them into 2 boxes. And so we had 2 boxes of 45 long Colt dummies that were mine from the last show originally.
Cage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I had just brought those off of the old way and they were in my car for like 2 weeks. I jumped right off of the old way into this. I was barely home for like a week. So, yeah.
But he told you to check your supplies.
Yeah.
And what you had to take it.
Yeah.
So he authorized you to bring.
He authorized me to bring, yeah, dummies.
Okay.
And then also there was one time where he didn't give us any 8th loads and I had 1 box of 8th loads. And so I was like.
So Corporal, just to be clear, what we've just heard, did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she brought 2 boxes of dummies onto the set of Rust that she had left over from the old way?
Yes.
And did she also explain that they were loose in a bag in her car and they had been there for 2 weeks?
That's correct.
And did she explain that she took them out of the bag and put them in boxes?
Yes.
I'm gonna use my box of 8th loads, put it on the invoice, and I would have received money for that.
For blanks.
For blanks, yeah. 8th load blanks.
Okay. Did you ever get recompensated for this?
No, I don't really plan on it, given the circumstances, because usually that goes through Seth, and then Seth kicks me down with whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many rounds, and 2 boxes is, you know, kind of hard for us to, we're just trying to understand. So how many rounds would you say were supplied at the beginning?
You know, mind if I check my phone really quick? I think Seth like sent me a picture of like it written on cardboard or something.
Okay.
Or actually, if you look at the boxes, I think the boxes
On the flap.
Yeah, on the flap should say it.
Okay.
Did you see that at all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
That's okay, that's what Seth showed me. So that same thing, that's what should have all been in there.
Okay. And so you and Sarah picked it up at the beginning.
Yeah.
Of production.
Yeah.
From Albuquerque, brought it to set, and then.
Yeah, but we couldn't exactly bring it to set right away because they hadn't had the prop truck ready for us. So we had to leave it. You know, she had the guns in her car in Albuquerque. I had the ammo in my trunk at the hotel, and then we just took them to set the next day.
Okay, so it was less than like
overnight, yeah, just
24-hour
overnight.
period. It was like multiple days. That's
multiple days of what?
I was just gonna say, for Sarah to keep all those in her vehicle in Albuquerque, that's a
Well,
bold move.
well, and it was only one night, and she had a garage.
Okay.
So that's why we ultimately, she was like, "Do you want them to go with you or me?" And I was like, "You have a garage, you know." I know. I told her. Seth was all like, "Get those and get out," and I was like, "Hell yeah."
So when you guys brought additional rounds on the set, or additional boxes, or needed more, how did those get delivered?
Sarah brought them in most of the time. I never saw Seth after the first time that I saw him before the show.
Okay. So did Sarah, do you know if she went and picked them up from Albuquerque, or how did she get them?
She lived in Albuquerque, so most of the time she would just run and grab them.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure if she got any more from anyone else. I had heard that some of the dummies were borrowed from someone. I don't know. She said, "Don't lose any of these because we have to give them back." And I was like, okay, they fall out of the gun belt and everything, but I'll try not to lose them.
Okay. And then how much did you supply of your own?
Of my own dummies?
Yeah.
Just the two. And we mostly went through those right away just because two of the little boxes, not like big boxes, just the little boxes. And yeah, I had two of those, and most of mine had the no primer caps, the ones that I showed you, remember?
Is it the ones that are like indented in?
Yes.
Okay.
So a lot of those were mine, and then also I had a multitude of the ones with holes and the ones you shake. So yeah, and I checked those all, and I put them into two things.
Okay.
Myself, yeah.
Do you remember what those boxes looked like?
Yeah, I do. They usually say JS on them.
Okay.
This is one that my dad sent me. And mine are usually beat up pretty bad. Like they're very dirty and gross usually.
Okay. Do you know what the JS stands for in them?
Just one.
Okay. Have you met Joe?
I have not, but him and my dad are pretty good friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me stop it there for a moment. Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez?
I just see someone in the comments saying, "We're allowed to enlist in the military and be issued a rifle and live ammo at 17. That's true. But you have supervision in the military and training in the military, provided by the military. You're not just given a rifle and ammo and left to run around town on your own devices."
Show you a photograph on her phone during the interview?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate to you that the photograph that she was showing you was a photograph of the box or a box that would be like the box that she brought onto the set that had dummies?
Yes.
And did she tell you who she got that photo from?
She said in her interview that she got that photo from her father, which is Del Reed.
And I'm going to show you what has previously been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 69. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that the exact photo that she showed you during the interview?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Does this look exactly like the box of dummies that Mr. Benavides took from the prop cart on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, it looks exactly like it.
Thank you.
All right, so as far as the ammo goes, who has access?
They stay in the truck, like the only thing that's in the safe is the guns. So yeah, pretty much, I don't know if they locked the prop truck at night or what happened with that, but yeah, so pretty much just me, Nicole, Sarah, and the first week we did share that prop truck with locations.
Okay.
But other than that, the prop truck, would kind of be open most days just because we're running in and out of there. And sometimes, ammo is underneath on our cart, just chilling there usually.
Like on the floor of the
On the
truck?
bottom, no, of
Or
the
on-
cart.
Okay, on
Yeah.
the second shelf.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I usually try to keep it down there.
So all the ammo is pretty much out in the open.
Yeah,
I mean.
yeah, unless it wasn't like taken out directly of the boxes or anything, then yeah, the ones that are out there are out in the open pretty much regularly.
Okay, and they never get locked up in a safe.
There was a
No.
child on the set. There was a child actor in the movie, Russ.
Were all the guns provided by Seth?
Yes.
And who has access to the guns?
Sarah and I believe Nicole kind of knew the code, but I don't think she remembered it most of the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she ever remove the guns from the safe?
I had her put them away sometimes.
Okay.
Mostly just because I couldn't leave set.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does anybody watch her do that?
No, not really.
Is she allowed to?
Mostly somebody has to lock them up and they shouldn't be on set. So, Sarah or I would give her permission to go over there and just put them in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's something that you guys are allowed to do is give someone else permission. to
I
lock
would
them
think
up.
for a prop assistant, yeah.
Okay.
She only put them away ever.
So who all has the ability to lock the safe?
I mean, anyone that has arms, can close it,
Is that you don't have to punch in the code again to lock it?
No.
So you turn the knob and it's done?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the truck? Who has the ability to lock the truck?
None of us lock the truck ever. We figured that's kind of like Transco's job. We don't have locks for the trucks normally. I know some prop masters lock up their own trucks, but yeah, not really sure. We kind of just closed ours up every day.
Okay. Do you know?
I don't know if Transco ever locked it.
Okay. Do you know who was in charge of that truck?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I don't remember his name.
It was a male though.
Yeah.
Can you describe him?
He was a sweet old Hispanic man with a nice mustache.
Okay. Heavy set, midweight.
Midweight.
And he was the one primarily in charge of that truck.
Towards the second week, yeah. Before that, we kind of just had random people moving it, and then eventually he got assigned to us pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the morning when you got there, was it ever locked up?
No.
So you just walk in
and pull the handle.
Okay. What about the back of it? I know it's got one of those big.
Yeah, that's what we normally did. Yeah, we just closed up the side and we would unlock the handle. We figured it was usually getting watched by security.
Do they just have security, and it's okay if you don't know, but do they just have security at that front gate there, or do they have?
I know that I've seen some security around other parts of set, just in a car, but that was mostly after the incident and everything, and it was just a car near the church.
Okay.
So that's really all I know about the security measures.
All right. So you'd say, as far as ammo goes, it is common to have it outside of that safe?
Yeah, no, it's super common to have it outside of the safe.
who loads the ammo into the guns?
Me and Sarah.
Okay, you both load them.
Yeah.
And who loads ammo into like the bandoliers or the belts and?
That's me and Sarah again. I think Nicole helped us a couple of times shaking them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she ever like actually load them, or did she just shake
Into
them and
the-
say they're good?
And she would shake them and put them into the belt with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how often, or should I say, when did you guys put the ammo in the bandoliers?
A lot of them already had it in there. So from the last Nick Cage set and everything. So still check those ones out and everything. But we, of course, had a couple more that we had to like switch around and everything. So mostly the whole first week, we were switching them around. And then after that, we did have a couple more characters come in with different, you know, waist sizes. So we would have to like put them in other belts too.
So some of these belts already had rounds in them.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember which ones?
No. They mostly got switched around a lot, and a lot of them fell out pretty regularly out of the
rounds in them?
Yeah, the dummy rounds would fall out sometimes just because when they're riding the horses, they jiggle out. So you regularly have to put
Jiggle,
them on.
jiggle.
So since some of this ammo came from another production, was the ammo in those belts ever checked?
Yeah.
So you guys physically removed them from the belts
Yeah.
and checked them?
Yes.
Okay. And who all did the checking?
That was me. That was involved in the 2 boxes that I did.
At the beginning?
Yes.
All right. So when ammo's not being used, then does it ever go back in a box? Does it stay?
When ammo's not being used, if it's about to be used, it's there on the bottom of the cart. Like if we're gonna get into it later that day, we don't really have time to run back to the truck. So we usually keep it right there if we're shooting that day. If we're not shooting that day, it doesn't really come on set. I'll usually bring like maybe a box of quarter loads just in case they randomly decide that they want to shoot something, because they'll change their minds last minute, and then you have to be prepared for that.
Who's they?
Directors, actors, whoever just like feels like maybe I should be shooting right now, kind of.
Okay. So when you go to unload the belts or the guns, anything of the sort, does it go back in a box?
The belts?
The
Like
ammo?
we don't ever take, once the dummies are on the belt, they stay on the belt, and the belts just get hung in the prop truck.
Okay.
Like, yeah. And then for the guns and everything, yeah, we take all the dummies out if it's dummied up, and then of course we take the blanks out too.
But where do they go?
They go back in a box.
Okay.
Or sometimes the dummies, they'll go on the cart, on the top of the cart.
So would you say that ammo's ever mixed?
The dummies and the blanks?
Or just, various kinds of dummies?
Well, various kinds of dummies, yeah. Like I told you, all dummies are kind of weird and individual in their own way, pretty much. So yeah, they were mixed pretty regularly.
Okay. So it's not like, I say, hey, I take these rounds out of here and they have to go back in that specific box because these are...
No, they just go in a dummy box. Okay. In a box of dummies.
So our actors or crew members on set, are they advised to self-inspect weapons?
I'm not really sure. Well, most of the time when they tell me, like, I'll go up to them and I'm like, here, and I show them it's clear, they'll be like, it's okay, I trust you. I say, don't trust me, go ahead and always check for yourself.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Are they required to self-check?
No, not really.
Okay.
But I do show them every time before I hand them off to them.
All right.
Show them that the gun's clear.
Have you seen any of them do their own safety checks?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Jensen does his own safety checks. Travis does his own safety checks. Travis Hamel.
Devin was getting into doing his own safety checks because I taught him how to do it. So he was kind of getting better at that.
What would they do to do these checks?
Pull the hammer back to half cock, spin it around and close it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not pulling it round out, checking them themselves?
No, not really.
Okay. Has it ever been common practice for actors to do?
I'm not really too sure.
What about on your last production? Did they ever do their own?
Nick Cage definitely did not. He barely really cared to train with the gun at all. A lot of actors sometimes will barely care to train with the gun at all and think that they'll just do it on the day. But yeah, no, not a lot of them take it out and check them.
Okay. When you or somebody gives a gun to an actor, do you tell them like, hey, these are the rounds that are in this gun? Like, do you tell them it's hot or cold, and then what kind of ammo is in the gun?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah. So
I tell them, all right, so this is a clear gun if there's no dummies in it, right? If it's dummied up, I show them and I say this is dummied up, and usually I have the dummies that have no primer cap in there. So I'll show them that. And then if it's hot, I'll tell them it's hot, and I'll tell them 4/4 loads or 4/8 loads or
whatever is in the gun.
Yeah. And I let them know exactly how many is in there. And I put it exactly to where they'll shoot it and it'll go for that time.
Okay. Have you ever allowed access to anyone for any of these firearms?
No. Like for using them on set or?
For any purpose.
Well, I allow the
outside of what their scope was.
No.
Like after hours, during lunch,
No.
you know, days that you guys weren't.
No, me, Nicole, and Sarah ate lunch together pretty regularly, pretty much every day, except for a couple of days where I would sit at another table or converse with some other people. But yeah, we all went to lunch together. We all locked them up every day at lunch, and we all locked them up every night. And I definitely didn't go to work on my weekends because why would I do that? You know,
Right.
I want to be there as least as possible. So we all, yeah. So yeah, last weekend I was in Denver the first weekend actually. So yeah, then the other one I was just relaxing at my hotel.
Did you spend any time with
Getting
somebody?
high.
Yeah, I spent some time with the nice boy at the front desk at my hotel. He was nice. I hung out with some crew members. We went bowling one time. And other than that, I didn't really hang out with people outside of set too much. And I kind of went and did my own thing in Denver the week before. We haven't really been there that long.
Okay. Did you go out, this is kind of in, did you go out with the crew one night to, I think they said like some brewery?
Yeah. We went to the brewery downtown after bowling.
After bowling?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was on a day off though?
Yeah.
Did you have work the next day?
No, that was Monday. We worked. We had Monday, Tuesday off.
Okay. Do you remember which Monday it was?
It was the last Monday before the incident.
Okay.
So 20th was the incident, I believe, on Wednesday. 21st. So
The 11th?
the Monday.
Columbus Day is on holiday.
Or would that be the
No.
18th?
Yeah, it would be the 18th.
Okay. So you were off that Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
We're back.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you yourself, and not just on this set, but have you ever encountered a defective blank or
A defective dummy.
yeah?
So, I've had a couple of blanks that haven't gone off, but usually that's because the actor doesn't pull the hammer all the way back. And so it'll just be at half cock. And so when they shoot it, it won't ignite it. And I usually just say like, oh, it was a misfire to kind of save the actor's face a little bit in that case. And then in terms of bad dummies, I had never experienced a bad dummy.
Okay. So what's your standard protocol, like, if one of them's defective?
What would be a bad
The
dummy?
dummies
The
or the
bullet
blanks?
coming out of the crimp?
Okay.
I mean, they're
The
inert.
blanks are defective, you know. Usually I'll just take them, I'll put them in my pocket, I'll save them for later, and then if I'm curious enough, I'll just go ahead and like shoot them and be like, okay, yeah, they didn't pull the hammer all the way back. Or if the dummies were defective, I guess I would put them in my pocket and just save them till later and check them out.
Okay. Have you ever, in your history of working, encountered live rounds on the set?
Never.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because every dummy I've ever shaken has been a dummy, and the other ones have holes on the side, and I've never experienced a round that looked like a dummy and behaved like a blank or anything. So yeah, I am shaking all of them most of the time.
Okay.
So,
and then I know you've said this a million times, but just do me a favor, go over each round and then how the round.
Ms. Gutierrez tell you she was shaking all of them?
Is your microphone on?
Sorry. Did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she was shaking all of them most of the time?
Yes.
Thank you.
each round of blanks.
Okay, and dummies. So I know that
Okay.
there's like obviously a couple different kinds of dummies.
All right, yeah, okay.
You don't have to go into like
No,
every
it's okay.
specific caliber or anything of that sort, but just
Okay, let's, all right. So, a lot of dummies, the ones with primer caps, those ones mostly go in the belts and everything. A lot of the primer caps are punctured most of the time, you know, because they get hit while they're in the gun. So those will go in the gun sometimes, if I don't have the other ones. There are some with holes in the side, that also still have the primer caps and everything. And then there's the ones with no primer caps, and there's a hole in the side sometimes too with those, and sometimes there's not. And mostly I like to put the ones with no primer caps into the guns, you know, just to make everyone feel safe. And then for the other ones, those go in the belts, you know, and the ones that have the primer caps.
Corporal, is it your understanding from your investigation that the dummies that were put into Mr. Baldwin's prop gun on October 21st, 2021, all had missing primer caps?
No.
And the hole in the side are good for both, really.
okay. And then
For all the lows, yeah, all right. So for all the blanks, all the quarters, so there's eighth loads. Those are the super quietest ones. And I just worked with Brian Armstrong, that little 11-year-old on the old way, and I had her use those. So especially if it's someone that's really young and new with the guns, I'll make sure that they're the smallest load possible, which is an eighth. Some horses require eighth loads. Most of the time I'll put the box and I'll put horsey rounds on them in my own handwriting, so that way I know.
and are those the eighths?
Yeah, those are the eighths. And then sometimes, you know, I will, if it's super close proximity, and inside eighths too, but quarters also work for inside proximities that are close. And then on top of that, for the quarters, around kids, around horses too, that's like the last size pretty much allowed. And then we do the half loads if it's going into like a rifle, or if we're outside, like we did a lot of half loads on the show because a lot of it was outside. And then for the full loads, it's very rare still that I use a full load, unless like an actor is just really weird and wants it. Alec only wanted to train with full loads because he wanted it to look realistic.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time I'll use full loads if it's a really big gun, like a trapdoor or something, a trapdoor rifle. That would have a lot of smoke coming out of it, so you want to make sure it looks realistic.
Okay. Were all of these used for rust?
Fulls were used for us, some of my eighths were used for us, quarters were used for us, and halves were used for us, yeah.
Okay.
So it was really a variety and just depending on the situation.
Okay. And then, is anyone allowed to bring their personal firearms on the set?
No.
Did you see anybody bring personal firearms?
No.
And did you ever see anyone bring ammo?
No.
Did anybody ask you about going target shooting?
Yeah, the Wranglers made a joke about it one time to me, and I said something to the effect of, well, you can try, you don't have the ammo.
Okay. What did they say? Do you remember?
Not really. I don't really remember what they said.
But they insinuated about shooting actual rounds.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that they were joking though.
Okay.
A lot of boys on set will be like, oh my God, can we go shoot the guns? It's just, yeah.
But no one pressured you into?
No, no one ever seriously pressured me into it.
What about Sarah?
What about Sarah?
Did she ever mention anything about
shooting? No. Sarah, yeah, no. She never mentioned anything about shooting, and we left every day at the same time and pretty much got there just around a little after each other.
Okay. So as far as safety protocols on set, do you recall any sort of safety protocols during the time of the production?
We had a couple of safety meetings. A lot of days we did not, which normally it's typical anytime that there's firearms or live animals on set or open flame, you do a safety meeting. So a lot of those days we did not have a safety meeting. Other than that,
Who
safety.
hosted them?
Huh?
Who hosted those safety meetings?
Dave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember what they were about?
Guns, like the guns and everything. We also said, you know, because actors will leave guns around sometimes, they'll forget them. So we always told people, you know, like, don't ever touch a gun if you see it, you know, because Jensen totally left his on the snack bar one time. Yeah. We found that pretty promptly, but.
Isn't your snack bar down at base camp?
No.
Where was it?
It's on set. We can't like go all the way back to base for snacks.
Well, so I was like,
no, our I think you're thinking of the cafeteria.
Yeah,
where we
maybe that's
lunch.
it.
Yeah, no, we have Crafty on set, really close to set most of the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that would be interesting. You're talking about the snack bar, like the little like trailer that has all the.
No, it's Crafty. Just a table on set with like nutritious bars on it.
My favorite part of getting towards movie sets is
Oh
usually they
yeah.
have, like, a little
I love when they
trailer.
have the trailer. Yeah, those are the legit ones. This one was like stupid cheap. Yeah, they would barely let her make soup for us. They barely let her make soups for us, and she had to fight hard for the soup. I called Becca the soup angel. She fought hard for those soups.
Did you ever see safety bulletins?
Where would they be posted, I wonder? You know, sometimes they would put some things in the call sheet, you know, like some safety bulletins and everything.
Do you remember what they said?
I think they would pertain to COVID. They would pertain to, you know, like firearms on set. They would pertain to live animals. Yeah, it's usually kind of like in red on the call sheet.
Okay.
Other than that, they would sometimes in an email, like put it in red, like anything you needed to know about the day.
Do you still have those emails?
I think I might have some of those emails still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you wanna
Yes.
grab those?
Yeah,
Because,
sure.
that's, you know, obviously
Yeah.
Yeah.
a big, who distributes, because you guys would get call sheets the night before.
Yeah.
Right?
Tim Becerra usually sends them out.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is his position?
He is also an assistant director, but he's more of the type where he is never on set and his only job is sitting in the office and creating these schedules and doing all the paperwork.
So he's normally out.
Yeah, he's normally never on set, that poor boy.
All right. Who would you say is in charge of the safety meetings that were being held?
Dave, and then the first time we did it, he let me speak. Yeah, and I told people, you know, like, these are regular weapons we have on set. Don't stand in front of them. Don't point them at anybody. And then after that, the only other one we had was the day of, and Dave kind of just covered most of that.
Okay. Do you remember what he talked about today?
Not entirely. He just told everybody, like, you know, we do have, like, blanks on set. We are going to have a lot of gunfire today. Real guns on set. No one touched them, you know.
Okay.
And things like that. And also things about the horses, he told.
When did you host a safety meeting?
I never hosted one all by myself.
Okay. What you said that he let you do it though?
He let me hop in on his.
Okay.
Yeah, he said, Hannah, do you have anything else to add? And I said, yeah. And I said, let's be safe, you know, like, no one be standing in the way of these things, and just, like, don't be, if it's pointing in that direction, don't stand in front of it.
Okay. Do you remember what day that was though?
That was the first day we had gunfire on set, which I believe was the second day that we started on set filming.
Okay.
So yeah.
So what do you teach actors or crew members when it comes to gun safety?
So it really also depends on the actors too. You know, like big ones like Nick Cage, if they tell me if they tell the director, like, you know, that they don't really care to do it, I can try to teach them for the most part, but like a lot of the times they might not even listen to me or really pay attention or be on their phone. Alec was on his phone a lot of that entire thing. But for the most part, they put me in training this time. It was pretty irregular how I trained actors this time. This time they put 9 people all together in one day that I was supposed to train. And during this time, they put a ton of producers right there. Normally I train the actors one-on-one. It makes them feel comfortable. It allows them to not be distracted and everything. And this time they had me training 3 people at once, and a ton of producers behind me. The director is there too. The producers are talking to the actors. The actors were distracted even too. And I tried my best to work with all 3 of them. I worked with Jensen. You could probably see a video of him saying, like, she showed me, like, this is how you check it. You know, this is how we make sure it's safe. So I try to do that standard same thing every time, show them how to check their own gun and show them how to make sure it's safe. And then I always I have them draw it a few times, you know, with nothing in there, make sure that they have the draw down. Usually a little before that, I'll have them like just fire off a couple of quarter loads, you know, so they can get the idea, not drawing it from their thing, but just holding it and firing it so they can understand what they're going to be doing.
Okay.
And then after that, we work on the actions that they're going to specifically do. So, you know, if I know that they have a scene and everything, we kind of talk it out together and like how they would run, pull it out, what they could do, you know, how not to let it fall on the ground, how not to like let rocks get inside of it. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
What about safety rules? Do you advise them any of those?
Safety rules such as I tell them all the time not to point them at each other. That's my biggest one. And I always say to everyone in front of them, I'm like, if you don't have to be here, don't be here. You know, other than that, safety-wise, I tell them to keep their finger out of the trigger guard unless they're ready to shoot, because that's how a lot of accidental discharges will happen. And that's just what my dad's told me, at least. So I always try to advise them to keep their finger out of the trigger guard, and yeah.
Okay. Besides you, were there any other trained armorers on the set?
I don't think there were any trained armorers on the set.
Yeah. I believe Sarah did a show before, and I think that there were 2 guns involved in the show. and stuff. I trained her personally for that.
Okay.
And then I also kind of showed her what to do at the beginning of it to make sure that she wouldn't have an accidental discharge,
Which you did.
but she still did, so.
Yeah. So before any gun scene, even just like rehearsal or filming or anything of the sort, did they do a brief?
You know, sometimes they would have time to like really go into it and everything and like kind of, you know, work out the action. Sometimes they would do like an overall one, you know, where they kind of.
She's got a lawyer here, Nick. That's her lawyer, the
So
bald
we did have
guy.
some rehearsals. Sometimes, you know, there wasn't always rehearsals.
She needed competent legal
So
counsel.
sometimes, yeah, we totally had like rehearsals, usually the big ones, and we just kind of have people go bang, bang.
Do you want to hop on, Nick?
As far as, so what it's been referred to me as the show.
I'll send you a link. Hop on if you like.
What you brought out,
Yeah.
pretty much everything, right?
Yeah, we brought out every gun that we had that Seth gave to us, and the director really just wanted a lot of options for people, especially because there are so many big names on this. So he wanted to be sure that all the actors knew that it was possible for them to switch around their guns, and that just because we had thought that they would look good with that gun doesn't mean that they were stuck with it.
Okay. Can you go into a little bit more detail about how this day played out? Like, where did you guys set up this table?
Okay.
And
yeah. So the day played out, we go to the edge of the town and everything, away from all the people working on the other side. They set up a table, they set up an easy up for us, and the prop truck was coming later that day. So that was finally the first day that we got to get the prop truck going. I brought.
How long does she go into the day?
You're all right. I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Was it more than 20 minutes? Let's break so that we can have this uninterrupted, what went on in the day.
Bless you,
And
Judge.
just to be clear, I think what she's talking about is the day of the show and tell. Is that your understanding, Corporal?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was the day of October 21.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to keep going or you want to break?
No, we'll keep going.
Sorry.
Gun safe in my tiny Honda fitted in there, and so I had that with me right next to us, and I kept all the ammunition in my trunk and everything, and Sarah had all of the guns in her trunk, and so we took all those guns out of the trunk and we put them on the table. We had 2 tables, so we had 2 tables filled with long rifles, short guns, a lot of guns. And then also once the show and tell was over, Joel was pretty cool. He was happy with everything. After that was over, he stuck around, and then like I think the first couple of actors showed up for training and everything, because I remember they said like, okay, you're gonna have like 3 at this time and like 3 here and 3 there, and I was like, all right, like that's kind of manageable. And it is kind of manageable, you know, and it definitely, I've worked with 2 at a time before. 3 is manageable, but like also then all of a sudden with the actors, all these producers came, like a ton of producers. And so the producers are just kind of behind us the whole time. The guns are out there. We put a lot of them away that we didn't need for the training that day. So Sarah put a lot of those away, and we just kept those in my car because I had the safe, and ultimately I was going to put them in the safe at the end of the day. And then so the actors came, we started training and everything. And then all of a sudden a producer just like jumps into the training because I guess he was also firing, but they didn't schedule him for me. So at one point I was training 4 people at one time, which is a little chaotic. Yeah, so
when you had them, sorry, but when you had them all out on the table, how many people would you say were there, like max at a time that were?
Probably like 10, and like not everyone was really allowed to mess with them, you know, like a couple producers like would ask if they could touch them. Ultimately, I always get pissed at people if they touch them without my permission.
Okay.
Joel, I let do that. You know,
You're a little
Joel
hot,
is the
Nick.
director. He But yeah, other than that, most people were there and most people would be like,
Is
wouldn't
this better?
even ask to touch them.
I think so. We'll see.
Yeah, good like 10 producers were there.
10
Yeah,
producers.
and Gabby and Ro were there at the beginning, and eventually like they left with kind of everybody. And then towards the end of, so at the beginning of the day, I was supposed to train 6, and then I had an hour-long break.
Or is it just an interview?
You know,
Well, now you're too quiet.
I think I was there from like 9 to like 2.
This
or
is a video being played in the
8,
courtroom.
and, yeah, 9 to 2.
This is
Just
her
training
second
actors
interrogation.
pretty much the entire time, and doing the show and tell. And then so I trained 6 of them then, and then plus that producer that they threw in there randomly. And then after that, an hour went by, and I trained Devin and I trained Miller. And yeah, and the last guy didn't show up.
Who
Yeah.
was the producer that you trained?
Nathan.
Do you remember his last name?
No, not really. He was on set a lot. He was like a nice younger one, kind of.
Okay. How long would you say you spent with each group training?
With each actor, probably like 30, 20 minutes or so. Yeah, usually I like to work with the actors one-on-one and get like a full 30 minutes to an hour in, you know? But that's just not how it went on this one.
Who made that call?
Gabrielle.
Okay. Did she give you a time limit?
She just put 3 people together. Like, she scheduled it like that, and she said they had other things to do and had other, you know, they had to go and do training with the Wranglers. And a lot of this training was like the day before. Yeah, they're like, ride a horse now, and now you get to shoot a gun, and like, yeah.
You get to shoot a gun off a horse.
Yeah, honestly, this is crazy because a lot of the times they have actors start working with the horses like months in advance because you can grasp the guns a little quicker than like a weird living animal and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, they didn't have people training on horses well in advance for the theater, which I thought was pretty wild.
Another total off subject, but I was, you know, we brought Jensen in here and spoke to him, and I found out that the gentleman who provided the horses for this set, I used to actually be a wrangler for him.
Oh, really? That's fun. Isn't he so cute?
His horses are terrifying.
Yeah, no, the horses are scary. I honestly, I was trying to get out of westerns because every western I'm on, a horse almost kills me.
Yeah.
Shit you not. Like, horses back up crazy. And like, no one even said like not to walk behind the horses on this. And I was like, Sarah. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know.
Did his
I
lawyer
was just,
not
like,
go
the
through with
complete
her
lack of
what
just, like,
she's,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I used to wrangle.
He's been nothing.
Yeah.
He's
I
been a
love
complete
that.
passive
He's a
observer of
sweetheart,
all of
but
this.
yeah, the horses are bad, but honestly, like, it's been
Is
a
that
long
the same
time
lawyer
since I've
she
been
has
able
in
to work
court?
with any really
Yes.
good horses because I have been
Oh,
doing
God.
independent.
And he's equally
You
unimpressive
know,
in
no
court.
one can afford like the good horses that Magnificent Seven had.
He's
back
made
when I was there
major
in
screw-ups
15,
pre-trial.
you know.
Well, he used to do all kinds
Yeah.
of like trail rides and stuff like that too, but I mean, I can tell you like, because he goes.
hi
when
everybody,
they do
if you
trail
don't
rides,
know
they
me,
go, you know that
I'm
mountain
Nick.
that has a
I
cross
do labor
on
law.
it,
So
down at the end of
this is kind of in my wheelhouse
You take the horses up that mountain.
Yeah.
And
because of the contracts and stuff.
On a
Oh my
thoroughbred
God.
that came off the track, a mare, and like
How I would do this,
too hot.
I
to
would have
remember.
written statements
Yeah,
from my
like,
client
slightly
and presented that
choked her up before.
until
Yeah, I
court
mentioned
or-
earlier that people are often told, you know, don't talk to the police without your lawyer present. My advice is don't talk to the police with your lawyer present. Your lawyer does the talking.
Yeah, because I am the shield between my client and what's facing them. That's what I'm supposed to be. And one of the first things you learn is you need to protect your client. I mean, this is, I mean, in the US, you have this Sixth Amendment and everything. And that's supposed to be the shield. And
Yeah,
here,
what they really need is, you know, she's got counsel, but what she doesn't have is competent counsel.
yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like they're going to wrap this up in just a couple minutes. So let me run this loud because I have another screen running to the side here. Let me see if that happens, and then we can chat about the court.
Okay.
Still ride. Yeah, like I remember a couple of the horses. She was off in her own world. We'll just say that.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
a couple of the horses got loose on this. One like made a full ass run for it like 3 times during one scene. They did their best they could to catch it, and eventually they started catching.
Okay, we're going to break for the evening.
Okay.
Remember, this is what, a couple more hours on this, maybe?
Less than a couple. Sorry.
You let you
Less than a
talk
couple,
on for a
but
couple
we've
of
still
more
got quite a ways
hours.
to go.
So that-
If I can,
I think they
Judge,
probably
just
have
for
about
the
an
record,
hour
we
left in this
stopped this
interrogation.
redacted video at 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we will carry this on tomorrow. This will be what we queue up with. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't do any research. Don't look up the movie set or this case or anything. Thank you. Have a
Still
good
no
evening.
hairbrush
See
for
you
the
at 8:30
judge.
downstairs.
All right.
All right. So that's the end of that for the day. Hey, Nick, keep the audience entertained for a second, and I'm going to hit the restroom. It's been a while.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell them about yourself.
Hi, I'm Nick. I'm Swedish. I do labor law. I'm a union rep. I read contracts and negotiate. That's negotiation, mitigations. I've been doing it for 30 years. And I have a YouTube channel, Nick Staros Child Watch. And you find me over here at Twitter or X or whatever, and you can find me on Rumble as well. I spoke earlier on Twitter. Reading the contract, I could argue from now to kingdom come that the payment she got for being an armorer, the second that ended, according to her employer, that's the second she stopped being an armorer. But here she is talking and talking and talking and talking. And that would ruin my argument with the contract completely. And I can't for my life understand why this attorney of hers allows her to speak. He knows she's a suspect, or could be a suspect, might be a suspect. It doesn't matter if she's a witness or a suspect. You as an attorney has to be the shield between your client and whoever is trying to put together a case, regardless if it's a case against her employer, Mr. Baldwin, whoever. And there he is.
In so many of these interrogations, the police are saying, "Hey, this is just standard procedure, nothing to worry about. We're not trying to get anybody in trouble."
Yeah, I heard that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, we're not trying to get anybody in trouble here. We're just we just want to ask a few questions. Yeah, this legal counsel, when the trial started on last Thursday, this guy, the lead counsel, the guy who's in this room in the interrogation, Jason Bowles, he did the opening for the defense. And, there's some lawyers that are kind of low key, and you can't really tell if that's just their style or if they're mentally retarded.
Yeah.
And I'm coming to the conclusion the guy's just not a good lawyer. And he had co-counsel with him, another dude, Todd Bullion, who he was like the sub co-counsel, subordinate co-counsel, but he did a couple of crosses, and I thought he was really good. He was low key too, but his questioning just seemed sharper. Well, apparently Gutierrez, the defendant, fired him. So the defense filed the motion with the judge to have the good lawyer on the team removed from the team. Gutierrez said, "I won't even talk to him." And so they submitted a motion to the judge saying, "I don't want this guy anymore. And we want to add a new attorney, a female attorney." And the judge said, "No, I'm not doing that. This guy is going to stay your attorney. You don't have to talk to him if you don't want to, but he's going to sit at the table. And I will let you add the woman attorney." But But today, Todd Billion is not at the table. So the judge must have said, forget it. If you're not even going to talk to him, there's no point in him being there. And the female attorney's even worse than this dude, than the lead attorney. So Gutierrez is just committing self-sabotage here. Of course, most people are incompetent to choose their own attorneys. I mean, they don't know how to evaluate an attorney. So she's giving herself, there is a legal defense to make here for her. I mean, there is a narrative to tell that could get her acquitted. But you need actual competent, skilled attorneys to do that, and she just doesn't have this. So as an example, today they had testimony from the state's armorer expert witness, this 83-year-old guy who's been doing this for 57 years, knows everything. His testimony was fantastic for the state. By the way, it actually wasn't particularly relevant to Hannah Gutierrez. It's going to be very relevant to Alec Baldwin's case, because it has a lot to do with whether or not it was possible for the gun to just go off by itself. Very, very good testimony. Will be very relevant to Baldwin. I'm not actually sure why they really had the guy testify in this one, but he was really, really good. So guess where the defense armorer expert witness is to counter this guy? Well, they don't have one. They don't have one. This guy for the state was identified to the defense a year ago. It wasn't until last month that the defense said, all right, here's the name of our counter expert. And then they lost the guy's phone number. They couldn't get the guy. They lost him. They couldn't find him. So when the prosecution said, "Hey, we have to interview your expert before he can be, so we can get him," the defense couldn't find the guy. And then a week before trial, they said in oral argument. So they just announced in court to the judge a week before the trial was supposed to start. They told the state says, "Your Honor, we still haven't had a chance to talk to their expert." And the defense says, "Well, we lost him, but we have a new person." So we want to add this new person to the witness list. And the state said, "Your Honor, trial's in a week. We're prepping for trial in a week. We don't have time to interview him and then have our expert look at the interview." And the judge said, "You're right. That's fair." So defense gets no armorer expert witness at all. In a case that's about an armorer's responsibility and standards of care and duty of training and all this kind of stuff.
Jesus Christ. I saw a question earlier. Was there an end date on the contract? No, there was a budget on her armorer contract. She was both armorer and prop person. And allegedly, it's not none of this has been admitted into the trial yet. So what's actually in it, I don't know. This is just from the filings. But if I could argue from now to kingdom come, if her boss said the budget for armorer is depleted, you are now just a prop person, I could argue every day of the week she is no longer an armorer. Then the responsibilities jumps up. But then her lawyer allows her hours and hours of talking against that.
Right. She's basically saying, I was ready. I was ready to do this. I was eager to do these two jobs.
I mean, I could do a video later on after it's actually admitted, if it ever comes up at this point. But on how I would present, because I wouldn't care anything about the guns and anything, that would be another lawyer's responsibilities. My main focus would be the actual contract, because I argue that, I mean, I'm doing that on a day-to-day basis in labor law. But I don't have a case if my client is babbling. It's frustrating to hear that there are so many hours of her babbling.
Yeah, it at best it should have been a very structured interview, right? Questions agreed to ahead of time, scope, stuff that they're not willing to cover. And there's nothing. The lawyer here is completely passive. So I have a question here. I just want to address just one. Came in as a super chat. I want to address it quickly. It's about the Law of Self-Defense Platinum memberships. That's where you get my legal consult for free if you're a Platinum member, if you're involved in the use of force event. And they're asking, do Platinum members get consults in all criminal defense matters? The answer is no.
It has to be some use of force matter. So if you're charged with bank robbery, I can't help you there. That's not my area of expertise. But we define use of force very broadly. If a court is allowing you to raise a use of force defense, self-defense, defense of others, defense of property, then we cover you. I don't care if your claim is shitty or not. We'll provide the legal consult. And the threshold for a court allowing you to raise those defenses is very low. So that would be the answer. We're not looking for reasons not to provide you with the consult, but there is no use of force defense for bank robbery. All right, so let's see.
Co-counsel Mr. Jingos decided to join.
Yes, very nice. Very nice.
And now, as per usual, I have a cat's asshole in my face. Get down. Sorry, folks. And if you ever wonder, no, I cannot represent you. Number one, I'm not in the United States. And number two, I'm contracted by a union. So in order for me to represent you in any shape or form, you have to be in that specific union.
Yeah, I think there's a lot here for the
and I also
there's a lot here for skilled defense to work with in this case. The whole narrative being essentially that this is a naive, untrained, inexperienced 24-year-old, least powerful person on the set, millionaires above her, all these directors and producers and Alec Baldwin, everybody has authority over her. The film is completely under budgeted and overtasked. Everyone interviewed talks about how chaotic and unsafe the atmosphere was. And the one person they want to hold most responsible for this is the least capable person that they could possibly have hired for this armor position. And they didn't even make it a full-time position on a Western where there are guns and ammo everywhere.
Yeah. And I also saw that, lost it. That this was a unionized movie set.
Except for her.
Yeah. Which means that the production have to have lied to the union. And as far as I know about unionized movie sets, there has to be a person on that set representing the union. That person has a responsibility to check if asshole cat, has a responsibility to check, are everybody on set unionized? Apparently that didn't happen.
Well, they have a weird system here because apparently, and I don't know it well, I'm just relying on what was testified to, but she was saying, I was in the process of applying for the union. You need a certain number of days on set, like 30 days on sets before you can even apply for the union. And she had like 22 days. So she was going to get the last days she needed to apply for the union on this movie set. So you kind of have to work your way into the union.
Yeah.
And it may be that if you work 30 days, then you have to join the union, but the first 30 days are where you're earning your way in, but you're still covered by the union rules, whether you're a member of the union or not.
Yeah. That's the collective agreement. But I believe if I recall correctly, that's a compound 30 days. So I'm not entirely sure if it has to be that exact movie set.
I don't know.
You have to work in a unionized movie set for a collective of 30 days.
All right. And this was not going to be, this was only 21 days. The whole movie was only going to be 21 days, but she had done a movie before this.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think collectively this one was going to get her over the threshold.
But they still,
that doesn't free her or the production of any of the union rules.
Yeah. But that would get her a union lawyer. But the SAP-AFTA apparently stands fully behind Mr. Baldwin.
Well, I don't know who's paying her lawyer. So maybe the union is paying for this guy, but he's terrible. I mean, he's just awful. This guy should be doing house closings. He should not be representing people in criminal proceedings.
Yeah, and if the unions in the United States are anything like the unions over here, we are severely underpaid.
Well, that could be. I don't know. I mean, the trouble is people talk to a lawyer and the lawyer talks like he's a lawyer and everyone's impressed because he's a lawyer and he's got plaques in his office and all this kind of crap.
But that doesn't tell you whether he's any good. Every asshole lawyer in the world has the same setup. I mean, he looks the same to a layperson.
Yeah. Yeah.
And apparently she still thinks he's great because she decided to dump the other dude, the co-counsel. And I thought, I mean, he wasn't stellar, but he certainly seemed more competent than this guy. But if she had good counsel, there's a lot to pick from this testimony and these interviews. I mean, there's bad stuff for her too. But to the extent, the bad stuff is usually about herself. And to the extent you're basically presenting her as a functional incompetent that was exploited by these much more powerful people before her, that kind of diminishes the weight of the stuff she says herself, right?
Yeah, if you can present it as overconfident, underqualified. If you
Overeager, no qualifications.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, she has a case to argue, but then you need the person to argue it. And
Right.
I haven't watched. I mean, I might have watched a couple of hours in total, so I don't have a complete picture of how this person does. I do know that there was a debacle over the phone numbers being presented in court, which is seriously.
Another thing he did that was kind of scummy was he filed a late motion just before the trial started, demanding that the charges be the whole case be dismissed, and or the prosecution sanction and be removed from the case. Why? Because the prosecutors had accessed privileged material of the defense.
Oh yeah, he signed.
So
he signed a waiver. Just look at it. Something.
This is what right. So they wanted to do a data download on the defendant's phone, and he said that's fine. And the waiver says we're getting everything. We're just so you know, by default we're taking everything. And if there's anything you don't want us to take, just write it in this box here, and we won't take that stuff. But whatever you don't list as limiting, that means we can take everything. And you're saying that's okay. And he signs it. And then they download her phone. And it's like 10,000 pages of stuff, right? So it takes them weeks to read through it. And they're busy doing other stuff for trial. So they're spending like a couple hours a day going through all this stuff. And a week or 2 weeks in, they suddenly came across some communication between the defendant and her lawyer. And they immediately stopped. And they said, all right, we're sealing this down. They called the lawyer, the defense lawyer, and said, listen, we're going through her phone and we just came across what we think is privileged stuff. So we think you should look through it and decide what you want to do. In the meantime, we're not looking anymore. And if you want us to remove it from the server, because they had set up a special server for the defense. So it's run by the court. You know, the defense doesn't control it, but it's where the state can put documents for the defense to access. So they put this download on that defense server and they said, listen, you look at it, or just tell us you want us to delete it and we'll delete it. But you have to tell us. We're not going to delete it unless you tell us, because then you'll accuse us of destroying evidence, right? Well, the defense never bothered to tell them that for like a month. They didn't even look at it. And then at the last minute, they're claiming that the prosecution engaged in misconduct by having access to these materials and they want the charges dismissed. And the response by the state was, as you might imagine, having been accused of professional misconduct of this intensity, was snarky to say the least. Of course, the judge said, yeah, I'm not doing any of that.
Oh, and I mean, could she argue incompetence? No, because she is so involved that she actually wanted to fire one of her lawyers. That means I mean,
well, she's I mean, she's not competent to know. So I got to be honest. This thing, like just being not timely and securing an expert. I mean, there's no strategic reason for doing that, especially an expert that would be pivotal to the case. That strikes me as blanket incompetent assistance of counsel. There's no innocent explanation for that.
No, I mean, when I prepare if anything ever goes to trials, I do the preparation for, okay, what is going to be needed? I have my board up. Okay, here are the facts. Okay, here we need this. Here we need that. Here we need a person. Here we need an expert. I mean, that's the first thing you do.
Yeah, and the state
board and go over it and say, okay, what do we need here? Can we do it ourselves? do we need to hire somebody from outside of the union because there are no qualifications in that specific area? That's the first thing you do.
Yeah, and then the defense knew about the state's expert armorer, expert witness, more than a year ago. So it's and the witness list. It's not one of these cases where the state is listing, 10,000 witnesses on the list, like everybody that lives in a town, to overwhelm the defense. There's only 40 or 50 people on the state witness list. So it's not hard to know that this is an expert witness the state's going to present, and if you want to counter it, well, get your ass together and do something in the period of a year to line up your own expert.
Yeah. I mean, then you research the experts so to see, okay, what do I need to counter with? I mean,
and the prosecution here is not mediocre. I mean, at least one of them. So there's Carrie Morrissey and what's the other guy's name? I forget now. I think it's James. It's not really important, but it's a dude.
the one who did the opening.
The one who did the opening. To me, he was thoroughly unimpressive.
Yeah, I mean, he put. I listened to the opening, and he was stating a few things, but really, it was a lot of "we hope to," and "we wish."
A lot
to,
of
and I mean, what?
A poor
What do you mean,
speaker.
hope? We are going to prove this.
Right. So I don't think much of him so far, but Carrie Morrissey's great. She was one of the defense lawyers. She's normally a defense lawyer. She was one of the defense lawyers for Dean Cummings, who killed that guy in New Mexico, right, not far from here, with the AR rifle, got him acquitted. She did a great job there. I remember saying at the time that if I'm ever charged with murder in New Mexico, I'm going to hire her to be my defense lawyer. She's appointed special counsel for this case, so she's a prosecutor here, and I think she's great. She's cool-headed. She's rational. She's thoughtful. She's deliberate. All her exhibits are in a row. All her arguments are sequential and make sense.
Yeah.
They're not jumping around.
So she more or less built this case as how would I defend it, and here is how I would counter it as a prosecutor.
Almost certainly, right? That would be the natural way for her to do it. And she's a good lawyer. And if that's your prosecutor, you don't have room for your defense lawyer to be a fuck up, because she'll eat him.
Yeah. That's a good move from the state to appoint a defense attorney as special prosecutor. Unlike in Georgia, where you appoint your lovers, apparently.
Oh my God, I'm just catching little glimpses of that because, of course, I'm watching this, but holy crap, what a circus. And I guess it was a big day today, right? They got the divorce lawyer of the appointed special prosecutor. How does that even happen? How bad do you have to screw up that a judge is going to agree to let your divorce lawyer testify against you?
Yeah. Now it was very limited, and you saw on the stand today an attorney desperately trying to not get his license, not be getting disbarred, because he had a very sudden and convenient memory loss about more or less anything that he had put in writing. You told Miss Merchant this via text. Yeah,
I don't recall.
That was out of context. But when did you learn of this affair before or after you got your contract with the DA's office? Yeah, he was also contracted by the DA's office, by the way, at one point. I don't recall. Very, very conveniently. But I mean, I have yet to see a prosecutor in the good state of Georgia or in Fulton County remotely competent.
No, well, we have a problem here now. We have our urban centers are completely politically progressive here in the U.S., and so they elect based on. They don't elect based on expertise or capability. It's purely kind of emotional, political election of prosecutors. So we end up with these incompetents who know that they're there for political purposes, and their real job is politics, not law.
Yeah, and when Fannie Willis got elected, she took her office January 31st of 2021. She fired everybody in the district attorney's office, made them reapply for their job, which not unusual. Guess who did the screening for the hiring? Nathan Wade.
By the way, this happens all the time. So this is not normal, folks. When a new DA is elected, normally, like his level, of course, he's a newly elected official, and the level right below him, he might bring in his buddies, to be senior management. But the career prosecutors in a normal office, they stay there for decades. They don't go anywhere. It's like a normal corporate law job. They get a different boss, but that's fine. That's what happens. They're there forever. The bosses come and go with elections. But when these George Soros financed prosecutors get elected, and we see it time after time happen with Marilyn Mosby in Maryland. She just starts firing people, and then any competent people who were there can see what's coming, so the rest of them just quit. And then she replaces them with a whole bunch of people with an IQ that appears to be no higher than 90.
Lovers. That seems to be the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Right. Yep. It's and then, of course, it just becomes chaos. And it's really dangerous for prosecutors because they have such tremendous power and authority to destroy people's lives.
I mean, defense attorneys can never ruin the system. Never. They are there to they have an obligation to their client and their oath of office and to the court. They can never ruin the system. A corrupt or incompetent, even well-meaning prosecutor can ruin the system.
Yeah.
And they do. Every day. Hundreds, thousands of cases each day undermining the legal system. That happens. That's not unique for the United States. It happens over here as well. Well-meaning, incompetent people gets to a position through nepotism or otherwise, and all of a sudden you have a shit show on your lap. But they are good at making headlines saying, trust me, bro, because I am this gender, this color. I don't give I'm too old to give a fuck. I have very few fucks left to give. If you're incompetent, I don't care if you have every diversity known to man. I don't care. I really don't.
All right, Nick. Well, I'm afraid this is going to be a short visit. I'm on my 9th hour.
Okay. No worries.
But I appreciate you coming on. I'm not trying to cut you off. I gotta get a break.
Of course.
Anytime you want to come on, just you know where to find me on Twitter, or probably DMs are the best idea. And I'll be happy to send that a link anytime. Did you tell people where to find you?
Yeah, I did. Nick Starro Trial Watch, and you have my Twitter handle down here.
All right.
And I'm covering Young Thug, Fannie Willis, the Adelson case, and when anything happens with the Andrew Tate case, I would cover that too.
All right, guys. Nick, thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. I'll see you next time. All right, everybody. That's it for today. I remind, of course, we will be back tomorrow with day 5 of the trial at 8:30 a.m. Look for my email or my posting on Twitter. 8:25 a.m. probably. I'll start a few minutes early just to make sure we're ready for court, that there's no audio problems and all of that. Until then, I remind all of you, if you carry a gun so you're hard to kill, that's why I carry a gun. You carry a knife, carry pepper spray, study jujitsu. That's why I do all those things. So I'm hard to kill, so my family is hard to kill. Then you also owe it to yourself and your family to make sure you know the law, so you're hard to convict as well. Until tomorrow morning, 10:25 a.m. Eastern Time, I remain Attorney Andrew Branca for Law Self-Defense. Stay safe.